Thank you again. Thank you everyone for being here today. Thank you for joining us on this early, sunny spring morning. We're really glad to have you, especially after our long day yesterday. Today will be longer and just as joyful and hopefully insightful and energetic. And we're very excited to start with student presentations today. We'll have 6 presentations, if I'm not mistaken. And that will be followed by lunch, which is being catered by a Nigerian restaurant called Afro Base, which is in Brits, Neukölln. So if you like it, you should check them out also.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Savvy Contemporary. Thank you, Mokia. And yeah, this is the second day of Gardens in Transition, Commitments, Obligations, and Practices. Again, thank you for joining us today. This will be a long day of, again, professions, articulations around many possibilities of transitions, also in finding new language and new ways to navigate, the promises of decolonization, but also how to deal with the pain and also the labor of unlearning, the colonial impact and many other, violence that has been carried through by this kind of force. So we're very lucky to have different kind of, impulses today from student presentations, which would allow us to see what is being, pursued right now, not only in academia, but, a new generation of thinkers, for example. And then we will have, a series of discussions, provocations, but also artistic interventions. And towards the evening, we will have a keynote lecture by Kamari, Clarke. And of course, you can all read what we have prepared for you in our handout. And again, thank you so much for, of course, the Savvy team for putting this all together. Of course, to the communities of Savvy who are always with us supporting our projects. So maybe that's it, and then I'll pass it to.
Yeah. Just going to quickly echo Mokia and Renan. Thank you so much. This means a lot, especially since the sun is out and we have all been waiting for it for 8 months now. So this really means a lot, and so a very warm welcome to all of you. And just building up on what we had yesterday, thinking through methodologies and aesthetics of everyday life, of the necessity and the insufficiency of translation. Now, today we build up on these ideas further. We think through them, we think through, rethink and build upon our strategies, our methodologies that have been in place, but also really thinking about something that Ali Bakhtiari shared yesterday about radical hope and the need for it in the current times. And I think that is also something where the rethinking, rebuilding comes in, that what happens when current strategies fail and you re-strategize. So this is, again, something we work with today. I also quickly want to acknowledge for these 2 days, all our participants who have actually flown in from great distances at very short notices. Yesterday, Malibu flew back right after her presentation to Taipei. Today we have Kamari, Clarke, who's coming in just this morning from Canada. So just really deep gratitude and very grateful to have all of these voices joining us in building these ideas. And of course, this is just naming a couple of them, but of course there are a lot more who have flown greater distances. I'm going to, without further ado, I'm also going to quickly read a poem that leads us into our first session of today, where we start building up on lobe -1. Thank you. It sounds a bit pessimistic, but it isn't. It's the title of it. It's titled The Tragedy of Youth, and this is by Obermuller. We want to run very fast, catch up, but we can't. For all around us, old men stand, who at best can only trot. They all must come. We want to walk, march with military briskness, trampling down obstacles, but we can't. For besides us stand the weak and disabled, who at best can only crawl. They all must come. We want to kill, exterminate the vermin, save our team, but we can't. For among our team, many have caught the same disease. They all must be healed. We want to smash and destroy all misgivings of our team, but we can't, for we have to go slowly, lest we smash the very center that holds us all. We want to shout orders and curses, get everybody running, but we can't. We have to moderate our voices, for most can't take it. They have to be wooed, courted like brides. They all must be won over. We want to cry, wail out in anguish, for we feel so important, but we can't. We have to clam up, for fear of the young ones, not used to the wailing of their dissatisfied seniors. Oh, how futile it is to play the saint, to fear finger-trotting, and yet, oh dear youths, claim invincibility, unlimited fighting power, capable of immense victories. So with this, we start the presentations today. Can I request this? What we are going to do, as Mokia mentioned earlier, we have 6 presentations, and I'm very glad to share that we have voices sharing us from Universität Hamburg, Freie Universität, and Technische Universität Berlin. And what we are going to do is divide them, not really divide them, but maybe sequence them in 2 clusters. And for the first one, I would like to invite Iman Karmani from Universität Hamburg, Jorge Vega from Humboldt Universität zu Berlin, and Roberta Zolo, also from Universität Hamburg. And what we are really looking at in these presentations is how colonial and imperial, the role of colonial and imperial actors in erasing traditional and indigenous narratives, technologies that have now led us into environmental crisis, amongst many others. So what we see in these presentations that we have today are approaches that are beginning, that are touching upon these very crucial points and bringing to us, thinking through these ideas and bringing to us some strategies on how to think about it, and bringing to light certain narratives as well simultaneously. I also want to share that these are researches that have recently begun. They're still in their nascent stages, and it would be great to have productive and productive feedback that they could all build up upon. So without further ado, I am going to invite Roberta Zulu first for and do a short introduction. Roberta Zolo took her BA in Language and Culture of Asia with a major in Chinese language and a major in Indonesian language and an MA in International Relations from the University of Naples, L'Oriental. Currently, she is a PhD candidate in Batak Philology at the Center for the Study of Manuscript Sculptures of the University of Hamburg. Her project focuses on a corpus of 10 manuscripts known in the academic literature as the Probuhitan manuscripts. These manuscripts include texts describing different divination rituals which used to be performed during the sacrifice of the buffalo, one of the most important ceremonies of the Batak. Welcome, Roberta. Looking forward to the presentation.
Good morning, everybody, and please let me say thanks a lot to the organizer of this wonderful conference to have invited us students to be part of this discussion, and for the really inspiring thoughts that we had witnessed yesterday. Today, my task is to try to discuss an aspect in the history of German colonial history of Germany, which is not so much or so often discussed or even acknowledged, which is the role of German missionaries in Indonesia. And actually, when we think about Indonesia, we only think about the Netherlands, the Dutch, as the main actor as colonialism. But as I want to discuss with you today, in certain area in Indonesia, actually Germany was much more destructive than the real Dutch colonial occupation. So that's why I have here the effect of German coloniality on the Batak manuscript culture. I want to start by introducing to you very briefly the object of my research. So the Batak in pre-colonial times had a very vivid and very extended manuscript culture using three different materials. We had tree barks, bamboo, and bones. I cannot go into the details, but each of these different type of manuscript had a different function for the communities. But the most important one from our discussion of today are the tree bark manuscript, which in local language are called pustaha. These are books of divination, so include instruction how to perform rituals or how to prepare certain magic potions. And as you can see from this picture, very often these include very wonderful drawings and representation, which was also one of the reasons why these manuscripts were pretty much appreciated by Western, who had no idea what was the contents of this manuscript, but just for these drawings, they were fascinated by them. But also this drawing is an important aspect, which not only the textual aspect was lost, but also from the history of art point of view, this is also something that went lost from the Batak community. These manuscripts were produced by a very specific, restricted group of people who are called the Datu. These were medicine practitioners, diviners, and experts of rituals. These were not professional scribes, so in an everyday life context, these were normal people living a normal life, and part of what I call an open community, through which ideas of divination and magic were circulating in through oral channels mostly. And in this case, I think the manuscript, the pustaha, had a really symbolic function. This was representational object that just by themselves were representing not only the power, but also the function of this dhatu. And at the same time, the same object had a very strong magical function and apotropic function. What happened? In the middle of the 19th century, the independent Batak area ended, because even if the Dutch occupied Java, the main island in Indonesia, in the beginning of the 17th century, Sumatra remained independent until this moment. And for me, exactly the arrival of the German Rheinist missionaries Gesellschaft was the real start of the process of colonization of the Batak society in 1861. Especially meaningful was this person, Ludwig Igvan Nomensen, we can objectively say one of the most successful missionary in the history of missions. Well, because he arrived in Sumatra where no one was yet converted, and arrived in 1862. When he died in 1980, 180 Batak people were converted. So it was a massive conversion that took place in a very limited time. And it also established the first Batak Protestant church, who until today is one of the strongest church, not only for the Batak, not only in Indonesia, but also generally in Southeast Asia. And I have here these two pictures that I think are really representative of the function of this person for the Batak. From the left side, you see the place where he is kubur, the grave. is there in North Sumatra, and it's written everything in Batak and a little bit of German. So from the point of view of cultural heritage, it's an interesting thing to analyze. From the other side, you see this picture of these two my Batak friends. They came to Nordstrand, which is a really small little town in the north of Germany. And now this Nordstrand is becoming a kind of pilgrimage place. So Batak people come here to Germany to go there to see the place where Nomensen was born. But for me, this is the exactly moment of the beginning of this epistemic violence. That's why I want to use this idea of coloniality, these terms, and not colonial, but coloniality. Because these people started what I call a slaughtering of the Batak society. All the main pillars of the Batak society were completely destroyed. It was forbidden to play music, traditional music and traditional instruments. Was forbidden to produce the manuscript and to consult the manuscript. And at the same time started this huge accumulation. All the manuscripts were taken and brought here to Europe, and especially to Germany, which is now one of the countries with the biggest collection of these manuscripts. But it's also difficult to analyze these people because from one side the manuscripts were taken, but these were the missionaries were the person that start to write about the history of the Batak. They wrote what is Batak culture, what kind of history these people had, and even if the manuscripts were forbidden, the first edition of the translation of the Batak Bible was done using the same script. So it's a really difficult to analyze these figures, but this idea also that knowledge was colonized. What about now? I have been looking in concept, in word, to describe what is going on now. And I look in the idea of reparation, the linking, but I really want to thank you for this conference, to having given me this idea of transition, and especially the three keywords that you are using, commitment, obligation, and practices, because I think this can describe what I am witnessing in the present. Obligation, for me, it's important to say, okay, manuscript, we are not yet in a moment when these can be brought back to Indonesia. So our obligation should be to restitute at least the contents of this manuscript with digitalization, making catalog, having public forums, and exhibition of these manuscripts that are now stored somewhere in the basement of our museums. At the same time, commitment, I am really so much happy to see that recently there is an association of Batak diaspora artists, really young artists in Yogyakarta, and they are meeting every day to reading the manuscript, making translation, or creating this really nice reproduction of original manuscript. And practices. There are two Batak diaspora associations here in Germany, Imani and Imani, and thanks to a lot of collaboration, these are establishing with the University of Museum. We have been working together, making Ausstellung exhibition of Batak manuscript, or the last picture that you see on the left side, this is a Batak house which is located in Wepperlo, a very small country here in Germany at the border with the Netherlands. And we have had a lot of cultural events creating together with these different partners. So I want to close with some questions. We are here in a context where manuscripts have been physically but also ideologically and culturally eradicated from the original producing community. How can, in this context, claim for restitution be advanced by these people if manuscripts have no real meaning for the society? This is the first one. Secondly, who owns this heritage? The Batak, but who are the Batak? Only the people that still lives in a Batak area, or Batak community diaspora community can have the same claims. But this then relates to the bigger context, the Indonesian national state, because we know that restitution until now it's moving only from one nation state to another national state. But for me, Indonesia is not the place where these manuscripts should be brought back. The last question is a little bit personal, and I have been asking this myself often, and I would like also to hear about it. How deep should a non-Batak researcher access and made accessible manuscript or texts that were originally meant not to be accessed by the other people? And this is a really difficult issue for me, because from one side, it's important to keep an ethical approach toward this object. But from the other side, we should not create a kind of post-colonial exoticism of this manuscript. So it's a really difficult situation that I am facing in my research nowadays. And actually, with these 3 questions, I thank you so much, and I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you. Horas.
Thank you so much, Roberta. These are some very critical and important questions, especially as this debate on restitution is also ongoing and very, very present right now, and questions that we need to engage with very deeply. I hope later today we have a session, a brilliant session, that will hopefully answer some of these or tackle some of these questions as well. Now I would like to invite Eman Karmani, who will be presenting Transitional Perspectives, Dark and Light Narrative on Climate Change. And Iman, a short intro to Iman, took his BA in Language and Cultures at Arta Vakana Christian University, Kupang, Indonesia, and is currently an MA candidate in Southeast Asia Studies at the University of Hamburg. His research interest revolves around climate change communication, decolonization practices, and small island societies. He was an independent research assistant on the study of cultural memory in Indonesia, 2019, and his academic journey reflects his commitment to rigorous scholarship as evidenced by his student research project in 2022 at the Interdisciplinary Research Institute. Welcome, Iman.
Thank you so much for a really nice introduction. To begin with, I would like to say that I was really inspired by, it was a bit spontaneously yesterday, looking at the theme that chosen by this conference about these transition ideas, the garden, we can associate with the green forest and climate change. But what I'm going to present today is, I have to be honest to acknowledge that it's a bit pessimistic, because this is the result of my ethnographic research. So I call it a transitional perspective, quote-unquote dark and light narrative on climate change. So we talk about transition, always a positive impression that transition is something good, something positive. But what I'm going to present today is more about the capture of this transition, which is we connect with the topic of climate change. It's a bit skepticism. As a structure, there are only 3 main issues that I'd like to address here. The first, I'm going to talk about the introduction of the study that I did and the result of that, connecting to the Western coloniality as a colonial legacy, and then I'm going to go to the key points of the finding and reflection, and then I'm going to close with the concluding remark. As the background, my research concern is about the perspective, how people think or make up in mind about the climate change, the change of environment, especially in my case, in the people who are living in small islands. On the one hand, some people try to associate the small islands as romantic, exotic. On the other hand, people think about islands as isolated, underdeveloped, and so on. And then people try to put into this category of traditional, so the thing that is going on in the small islands that they picturize as underdeveloped, as something non-progressive, something that we should live, and then we have to move to something we call modernity, that It's pretty much is influenced by the Western colonialism. And then this case study I conducted in a small island called Pura Islands in the part of eastern Indonesia. If you are familiar with Indonesian archipelago, this is the Allouch archipelago, and then Pura Islands located right in the middle here. It's really small. As a method that I use is quite common in anthropological research, ethnographic approach, where you mainly go to the society and then living with them, and then you do participatory observation. So you can kind of cope with them, talking with them, and then you can analyze what is going on there. So here I engage with the activities going to the sea, under the sea, and then here is in the church discussing with the people there. And this one is one of the activity that local people do for the traditional craft for their daily activities. And now I come to the one part of my result that when I talk with them, talking about the environment, the relationship between human and nature, human and non-human, there is always a closing statement, kind of category that what's going on in the past, this traditional activity, traditional practices, is framed as something dark, negative, that we should forget about it, we have to leave behind, because now we're living in a light era where in the spirit of Christianity, because Jesus has come and saved us. So this is pretty much kind of like really nuance of ideological sense behind this narrative. So dark always symbolizes this collective memory of the past, but in the frame of negative frame. And then light symbolizes present and future of living in the faith of Christianity. So this transitional perspective between this light, dark and light reflect that the previous understanding or structure of this connection between human and non-human was intersubjectivity, where the position of human and nature and non-human objects are connected each other, while because of this coloniality value, that it changed into hierarchical base, where God is on the top, and then human, and then nature. To understand this, I'd like to put some reflection on this concept of coloniality of power. For me, it's an ideological category. I would like to use a joke by one of my favorite cultural theorists, Slavoj Žižek. Maybe he's a bit familiar with you. So the logic, how he explained about the capitalism, for example, he said that there was a guy come to the cafe and then asked for an order for coffee without sugar, and then the waitress says, I'm sorry, we don't have coffee without sugar, but we have coffee with cream. So double negation, but the message is really clear, that they don't have coffee with sugar, but they want you to still consume with that. This is like the core point of capitalism. So the same logic that I claim that this is the same like coloniality of power. So they come there, so you calm down, you stay there, you still have your kind of like practice, cultural practice, spirit, and then being a spiritual being, but the structure of power exchanged to us. So this is logic, I claim that it's just the same. And then, as a result of that, it became a system of culture. So culture in the sense of passion. So we do things because everybody do this. And then the most impactful result is that deprivation of contextual knowledge. What I mean by contextual knowledge is that the knowledge that they produce in the same place based on the context of the problem that they have as an intangible heritage. Now, to come to this concluding remark, I'm going to use as well the same, metaphor or a commentary from Slavoj Žižek as well. He said once that, of course, there is always a light at the end of the tunnel, but the light at the end of the tunnel is probably the new train coming to hit us. So this is the really serious question about this skepticism, about how we deal with the climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Iman. Again, a very, very important point that's been added to the debate started by Roberta is how to access intangible knowledge. And once again, I hope we have a chance to speak about this more. Now, I would like to invite Jorge Vega. Jorge's presentation is titled The March, a Sensorial Claim for the Mexican Mountains. Jorge Vega, originating from Mexico, is a writer, visual artist, and researcher, currently furthering his PhD studies in European ethnology at Humboldt University of Berlin. His work delves into the relationships among environmental conflicts, extractivism, and colonial power structures in the era of the Capitalocene. Jorge's interdisciplinary background spans literature, political philosophy, the biological sciences, as well as environmental activism. His engagement with environmental and social movements has deeply influenced his work, prompting investigations into the migration experience, the ongoing environmental crisis, and speculative end-of-world scenarios. In 2009, Vega, in collaboration with fellow Latin American scholars, initiated the DeCoco Collective in Berlin, a project that merges decolonial art and research, showcasing his commitment to a critical exploration of decolonization through artistic and academic lenses. Welcome, Jorge.
Thank you very much for the organizers for the invitation and for the very nice introduction. As mentioned, for my presentation today, I would like to share with you a video that is called The March. This piece is a semi-fictional ethnographic work that is inspired in the study of archival material that I gathered during different fieldwork stays in the Mexican mountains, that is also related to my PhD research, which is bounded to the study of 3 cases of environmental social movements resistance against mining companies, mining projects. So the intention of this specific piece was to try to use different visual and sound elements available to show, to convey the social life, but especially the affective life that was happening within the environmental struggles. So this had an emphasis into trying to follow the suggestions of thinkers like Gloria Anzaldúa and Alejandro Vallega and other Latin American philosophers about trying to take into account into our works the senses, the ways of perception that have been silenced or overshadowed by modernity's rationality. So the video lasts around 10 minutes, so I'm going to just keep my introduction to this point. For the people that are in the live stream, we are going to share a link so they can access to the video in their own dispositives. This is also to follow up the agreements that I personally have with the people that is involved in the project, the communities that are involved in the project in terms of information management, information dissemination. So yeah, as you mentioned, the link is available in the COCO site, which is the colonial group. This is kind of the advertisement part of the introduction. There is also nice work, the colonial work done there. So if you have the chance to take a look at the website, we'll be very kind. So I will leave it here. Maybe we can now share the video with the people that is in the room and the link with the people online. I'm really sorry we lost the subtitles for the people that were in the room, but just to explain very briefly, this was the development of a poem that is kind of a praying. It tries to explain the relation with the mountain and the elements that are present there. And what we see at the end is the actual video from the archive of this group of women that are trying to reach the last family very far away to warn them about the coming project and the intentions of the mining company. And so just to clarify, so for those who don't speak Spanish, sorry.
Thank you so much, Jorge. That was beautiful. We will move on to the second sequence of presentations, and then in the end have a brief question-answer comment section. I would just like to draw upon some of the points that were mentioned yesterday, and I'm quoting Renan here, as we go into exhibition histories and exhibition making in this next sequence. It's really thinking of how these histories and exhibition in itself as a space for building discourse, but also for creating space for other discourses to take place, and thinking of exhibitionary as compassionate care, as a form of embrace. So without further ado, I would like to invite in this next sequence, it will be Hibatolah, Nassiri-Vural, Joel Zuna, and Ragil Huda. The first presentation will be by Hibatolah Nassiri-Vural, who will be sharing her presentation, her research on celebrating transition, reflections on the first Pan-African Festival in Algiers, 1969. A brief introduction, you can join us. A brief introduction of Hibatolah is, she's a master's student of art history in a global context with a focus on Africa at Freie Universität Berlin. She completed her bachelor's degree in European art history and Arabic Oriental studies at the University of Münster in 2022. In her bachelor thesis, she dealt with the staging of the other in European Orientalist painting. Her current research focuses on pre- and post-colonial art practices in the MENA region and Central Asia. Welcome, Hiba.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you for the invitation. I feel very honored. And when I was thinking about the subject of transition and commitment, I couldn't help but go back in time into the 60s and 70s, where many countries were leaving colonial rule and walking into a future of independence, trying to figure out how this future might look like and how they could even celebrate it. So my questions were how, how were these transitions celebrated? Yes. And how not? And celebrated not in the meaning as an excessive entertainment culture, but as an intellectual, creative, artistic, and simultaneously everyday disruptive act. And so I wanted to focus on the Pan-African Festival in Algiers. In July 1969, Algiers played host to the first Pan-African Cultural Festival, making a significant moment in post-colonial African history. This monumental event served as both a jubilant celebration of newly independent African nations and as a rallying call for the liberation of those still under colonial rule. In the course of 12 days, artists, musicians, dancers, filmmakers, writers, scholars, and political activists from Africa and the diaspora were part of this cultural mega event. The program consisted of a symposium, a film week, theater plays, exhibitions, as well as music and dance performances. Houari Boumediene, the Algerian president, underscored in his welcoming remarks the potential for African unity through the anti-colonial zeal, emphasizing unequivocally that culture is a weapon in our struggle for liberation. The people were seen as the starting point of culture, insofar as they create themselves and they transform their surroundings. The artist's work is considered a tool for liberation of the suppressed, a tool for sovereignty and self-determination. By showcasing their creativity and intellectual prowess, the participants challenged stereotypes and misconceptions about African culture and identity on a world stage. The most documented part of the PANAF, so it is called, I want to show you in a short segment because the parade was a real spectacle throughout the whole city of Algiers on the main roads and was going on afterwards for days in musical performances as open-air events. So let's have a try.
Algiers. From all over Africa, they came to the first Pan-African Cultural Festival. Singers, dancers, musicians, and lovers of the Afro arts. It was just about one of the most uninhibited and talented gatherings ever seen. Masses of lights turn night into day as thousands flock to watch the skill of the dancers and thrill to the exotic rhythm. From the moment the festival began until its magnificent climax, it had been one long, fascinating show of unbridled talent.
So, as you can see, with the world's eyes upon it, this historical festival illuminated the richness and the diversity of African cultures and arts, igniting a global conversation on the continent's heritage and aspirations, whilst conveying a sense of cultural continuity and solidarity among African nations and the African diaspora. Through these multiple artistic and cultural exchanges, the festival also mediated between different identities. Most of the people were exploring these complexities with curiosity, sometimes also with hesitance. While celebrating traditional forms of art and cultural expression, the festival also encouraged innovation and experimentation. Like the improvisation you see here of jazz saxophonist Archive Shep with the Algerian Tuaregs, or the performance of the activists Nina Simone and Miriam Makeba. Female participants like those two played a crucial role as agents in shaping political landscapes, redefining corporeal identities, and fostering revolutionary motherhood. Upon their return from Algeria, participants then embarked on journeys to other revolutionary spaces, such as North Korea, for example, where they produced art inspired by the cultural motifs, themes, sounds they experienced during the PANAF. These artists I showed you here are examples for the dynamism of African culture and its ability to adapt and evolve in response to changing social and political contexts. For political movements like the well-known Black Panthers, the PANAF was a space where ideas of Pan-Africanism, negritude, and cultural pride were promoted. It facilitated development aimed at decolonization and liberation. This way, international relations were reshaped, challenging the dominance of colonial powers and advocating for global solidarity among oppressed people. In their focus on decolonization, they challenged hierarchies based on race, class, and gender, promoting a vision of a more just and equitable world. One of the pillars of colonization was, as we know, the policy of divide and rule. Therefore, the side of the so-called Arabs, Africans, and Afro-Americans finding common ground and overcoming some of the barriers that have obstructed the path to post-colonial harmony stands out as one of the main features and themes of this festival. It denies an Africa cut into two. And one can clearly observe this interrogation of power dynamics or colonial ideology in the case of Afro-Palestinian unity. Although Palestinians were not from Africa, their struggles, or seen from Africa, their struggles and quests for freedom made them belong to the African cause, as we also see, luckily, today. The roots of these 1969 festival's political solidarities trace back to earlier periods where influential figures such as Malcolm X, James Baldwin, and Amiri Baraka, Nelson Mandela, Amilcar Cabral, and the Che Guevara sought inspiration, refuge, and training in Algeria. The political solidarities witnessed at the PANAF were thus founded upon the groundwork laid by civil rights leaders, artists, and activists in the preceding years. The Algerian government highlighted the interconnectedness of African or suppressed people all over the world and their shared struggles against colonialism and oppression by emphasizing the shared anti-capitalist, anti-colonial, and anti-imperialist visions of independent movements and parties. As the festival of the 1960s and 70s sparked hope for decolonization and unity, they also marked the beginning of challenging transitions. After centuries of colonial suppression, the process of rebuilding, restoring, and rewriting African histories was anything but smooth. It was arduous, exhausting, and often painful. Despite the challenges, these events planted seeds of Pan-Africanism that continued to thrive beyond the festival's conclusion. In Algeria, where Pan-Africanism gradually waned in the 1970s, departing participants carried with them the knowledge, aspirations, and necessities of the Pan-Africanism cultivated during their time in Algiers. To come to an end, in the crucible of the 1960s and 70s festivals, because there wasn't only the PANAF, there were many festivals held in Africa, but I've chosen PANAF in specifically because it was held in North Africa in a mostly Muslim and Arab area. The space between the Sub-Sahara and Europe, it always was left in between, even in our disciplines today in academia, where it's not really seen a part of African studies, but of Muslim or Islamic studies. So I wanted to focus on the role of North Africa in Pan-Africanism and what we can learn maybe from it today. And so this festival was a fervent blend of artistic expression, political activism, and international solidarity forged pathways to decolonization and reshaped the very fabric of African identity, which we maybe have forgotten. These events weren't just gatherings. They were for some, or for the most actually, battlegrounds where culture became a formidable weapon in the fight for liberation. Through defiance of hegemonic norms, transcultural performances, and the reclamation of African soil as home, they birthed new spatial paradigms, fostering solidarity that transcended borders and changed the course of history. These people were focused on the continents or the world's tomorrows, and it was culture, it was the arts that stimulated that progress, that linked people together and changed history. As we reflect on our past, present, and future, let's carry forward the invaluable lessons learned from these silenced but transformative moments in history. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hiba. Thank you for bringing and reminding us again of this transformative moment in history and this festival. Now I would like to invite Joel Zuna, who will be exhibiting African popular culture, the example of Fela Anikulapo Kuti, Rebellion Afrobeat at the Cité de la Musique Philharmonie de Paris. Joel Zuna is a student at the École Normale Supérieure de Paris. His research interests are popular culture, critical discourses, and museum decolonization. He's currently doing a research stay with the team of Professor Dr. Benedict Savoy at the TU Berlin. Welcome, Joel.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Yes, I'm a bit tall. I think it's okay. First, I would like to kindly thank Xavier team for providing the space to let the student present your research around the theme of decolonization and creating practices such as mine, which is critical discourses and correctional practices, the example of the exhibition Fela Anikulapo Kuti, Rebellion Afrobeat, that was held at the Cité de la Musique Philharmonie de Paris in Paris last cultural season. So to go straight to the cultural season in Paris, like the 2022-2023 cultural season was quite interesting to observe because it was the first real cultural season after the pandemics, and secondly, because of the programming of museum and cultural institutions in the city. As a matter of fact, 4 of the main cultural institutions of the city has decided to look at the African continent, like the Musée du Quai Branly-Jacques Chirac with the former president and poet Léopold Sédar Senghor, the Institut du Monde Arabe with the Algerian painter Baya, the Maison Européenne de la Photographie with the artist, the South African artist Zanele Muholi. So what's important to explain by showing this look to the African continent is that many reasons can explain why, by opening the new season after the pandemic, such cultural institutions decided to look at the African continent. As stated by the city authority, it's a way of giving a signal of openness. It's also a way of consolidating Paris as the worldwide cultural hub. And I asked myself after that how it is really happening when we question these exhibitions from behind the walls of this cultural institution. Then I would like to go back to the history of those criticism applied to French museum, and of course it will be needing a whole lecture to give a chronological overview of the museum criticism, especially when it comes to decolonization and somehow restitution also. So for a quick overview of the recent dates about this criticism, we can first have the 2017 Emmanuel Macron speech about African heritage in French museum and the need to restitute them, to return them. That leads to the 2018 report directed by the Senegalese Sven Winsar and Benedict Savoy, focusing on an inventory of African heritage in French museum and explaining the emergency of the restitutions. In 2020, with the dismantling of statues in Martinique and the symbolic militant action of the Congolese activist Mouazoulou Dibayanza, the Musée du Quai Branly, and finally, in 2022, the restitution of the Benin bronzes by the Republic of France to the Republic of Benin. I said it's important to take this date as very recent date because the roots are grounded back in the 1960s with African scholars and leaders like Paulin Joachim, as you can see on the slide, and Stanislas Atodevi, the late, pointing the coloniality of museum, and the former, the need of immediate restitution of African heritage. So Therefore, we can find the academic framework to deal with this question in a wide range of disciplines. So, as already stated, we have already going through all the colonial and post-colonial studies body of work, but to give a quick presentation about what the cultural studies can help us to see, like, for example, the seminal works of Stuart Hall on the power dynamics in representation, or the important body of research and analytical tools given by the decolonial studies to explain situation and knowledge making. And to go to the less known in English-speaking academia would be like the hard sociology, in French is sociologie de l'art, that can kind of help us to considering social classes, race, and the evolution of the curating practices in French and in Western museum. To go and have a look through the exhibition on Fela Kuti, we can first say what I call making a joint narrative. That means the evidence now kind of confirm that leads to the association of people from minorities to construct narrative on them. What's important to note here is that the idea of making an exhibition on Fela Kuti came from two white curators from the Philharmonie de Paris who had kind of recognized not only the need of having an African-born third curator, but also the social and political significance of it. In the introduction of the catalog, museum staff phrases as having a closest witness, like a témoin de l'intérieur, on the life of the artist, which was the case here because they contacted Tony Ejabe from Chimurenga, who declined because he say that he only works on projects related to the continent, in the continent, and Mabinori Kayode Idowu, known as Ide, who agreed to be that third curator. So going to another aspect of the joint narrative is that they are not only bringing communities, or more precisely representatives of those communities in the museum, but they are also inviting activism in the museum. On the matter, Philharmonie has established an important collaboration with an association called Alternative. You can see two events they co-organized. And the association is kind of well known in Paris for advocating in decolonization of museum practices and for restitution of African heritage. While some of the museums in the city are kind of refractory about working with them, the Philharmonie has welcomed them for a collaboration in rethinking what's alterity on the question of world music, which in France is still referred to every musical genre that is not European. Last point to consider while having a close look at the exhibition is the fact that the exhibition was indeed on Fela Kuti, but was still very much of a French exhibition. I have noted many points in my work accessing that, but I will insist here on two of them. First, the sources. The exhibition relied a lot on iconography, especially photographs, and it was interesting to note that most of them were from French origin, unlike the Senghor's exhibition at the Musée du Quai Branly the same year, where it was understandable, for me, given the colonial history between France and Senegal, and it was quite a surprise to note that it's also the case with Nigerian artists. So second is the concept of universalism that was brought out as a justification of the exhibition. By using that rhetoric of France is land of universalism, Fela Kuti is supposedly a universal icon, France is supposed to exhibit Fela Kuti. So that was a weird rhetoric, but I kind of found that a lot in the curator's discourse and in even some visitor discourse. So last point is maybe a point surrounding the exhibition, because above all, some elements that are gravitating around the exhibition are also very interesting to observe. So let's have a look here on three of them. The first will be, for me, the fulfillment of economic and symbolic goals, showing interest to African culture, to attract young people from the diaspora and to gain benefits from the increase of the public that pays for the tickets to see this exhibition. And second, not very usual, is the presence of the President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron, is himself at the opening of the exhibition with artist son Femi Kuti, recalling a visit that the French president did in 2018 at the Shrine. The Shrine is the very mythic club in Lagos that was created by Fela Kuti, and that is now handled by his son Femi. And the repetition can be analyzed as part of a diplomatic attempt for France to secure new partnerships with Nigeria, especially on oil, in a period of massive rejection in African French-speaking countries. So finally, we have that idea, it's a bit popular in France, that it's important to look at such artists like Fela Anikulapo Kuti, who created a musical genre of Afrobeat, and that influenced the genre of Afrobeats, as they could be or represent a symbol of creativity. As stated in the beginning of this presentation, the city of Paris is somehow struggling now for land marketing that will help to move from the city that has always been perceived as related to the heritage and to the past, to a city in accordance with its time, a very en vogue city, if you want to say it in a very special way. So especially in a moment when Afrobeat is said to be one of the most influential genres of the decade. A lot of studies have been discussing this attempt to break with the association of Paris as a city of the past, that has made all the European creative scene to move, for example, to Berlin, and with that idea of also creativity or African popular culture creativity to be trendy, which have been discussed by Nathalie Obatia, a very much well-known owner of a huge French gallery. And therefore, to go to the conclusion, it's important to, I will say, see how in this particular example there are multiple factors, layers, and actors that are intertwined. But for now, at this stage of my research, it's also important to note that in the French context, the notion of decolonization is for now a bit anecdotal, because decolonization as a concept is still not perceived like the body of work around decolonial studies, but it's still perceived in the very first way of thinking it as the act of coming out of colonization and being independent. So this is the state of decolonization practices linked to the museum in France. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joel, for bringing up these very, very important points, especially as with the current situation and in these past 8 months, we also realize more and more, very blatantly so, that there's a lot, we are still in an anti-colonial struggle more than ever before. And yeah, how the discourse is being co-opted, but also what are the questions that are very much at the base of entering this debate at all. Thank you so much for that. And now I invite our last presenter for this session, Ragil Huda, who will be presenting tropical spells with us. Ragil Huda is a graduate student at the Asian Africa Institute, Universitat Hamburg. He's also one of the project coordinators of the international platform and network called Queer Asia in Berlin, and a fellow founding member of QTI BIPOC Hamburg. Through collaborative curatorial practices, his community engagement focuses on queerness, intersectionality, community building, and the intimacy of friendships. With a commitment to critical pedagogy and the power of shine theory, he believes in the importance of mutual support and accountability, echoing the words of Aminatou Sow and Anne Friedman, "I don't shine if you don't shine." Welcome, Ragil.
Hi everybody. Thank you, Safi team, for having me. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about myself. And yeah, let's talk about gay stuff. I'm going to make it informal. So this is an ongoing project. Also, it's something that is close to home. I've been doing my master for 5 years, and I think that's very common in Germany. Germany was an accident for me. I did not want to move here in the first place, but here I am. So this project is also very kind of like sacred to me because I migrated to Germany on my own with 300 euros. I don't talk to my family, this kind of stuff. I'm not going to sell you this sad story. You know what's up. But yes, Tropical Spells is an ongoing project. Also, that happens to be my thesis project that I am doing with some of you know, maybe Saran Utamajote, Tauho, Ferdi, Tajib, Nam, Nguyen, and myself. These are the OG of Southeast Asian, Jungle Asian queer, making spaces from different contexts, from academia, from rave scenes. We actually, when I went to Berkane, actually, I came up with that Tropical Spells because I was like hiding in the corner and I'm like thinking about my project. So Tropical Spells, this is an exhibition and research project that we're going to deliver in this year and next year at the Zulus Museum, Berlin. We got the funding, so 2 years funding. Thank you, European Union, for that. And specifically, we wanted to invite all the Jungle Asian queers to come to Berlin to present their work. And this is one of them, Diwata. This was from the first Southeast Asia Queer Film Cultural Festival that was held online in 2020 from this NGO in the Philippines. Yes, this is, I talk about this a little bit. Yeah, we are so many things. We are independent researchers, academic artists, curators, although I don't consider myself any of these things. These labels are kind of like nonsense to me because I don't know, I don't confine to any of this thing, but for the sake of being in the system, we gotta play the card rights. So through process-oriented research, the collaborators ask the question of what queer anti-colonial deliberation means in the context of Berlin or Germany, the mecca of gay sex and drugs. Can I say that? Yes. I mean, that's the reality. So to contributing to understand how migrant world and knowledge formation and queer counterpolitics function in post-colonial Europe. So how our migration trajectory, people, so there's like, you know, there's a saying, people who were here, who came here and people who flew here. So I'm the latter. I'm the person that flew here. And we collaborate with so many of these things, German Asians, because I think our knowledge, for me at least, I consume a lot of North American media. So the way how I function is pretty much like Asian American. So for me now, with my research, I am interested in understanding what does it mean to be Asian German, because I'm getting the passport, the right one. Because I'm not coming back to Indonesia for obvious reasons, but also Europe is not always roses and sunshine. I think that's important to also mention. And these are some of the questions for my thesis, also for the project, the ongoing project. How are our artistic, academic, and curatorial practices building new national linkages that contribute to the theorization of a unique and critical queer Southeast Asia and migrant culture? How do these practices respond to reshape critical question of radical and gendered justice and equality in dominant culture in Germany? So how do we move away from this narrative that was prescribed by mostly Western LGBT movement So here we are bringing the knowledge from the jungle, from Southeast Asia, and from different places, because we often focus, when we talk about queer liberation, we look at New York, we look at all these places in Europe, but we don't talk a lot or enough about the movement that is actually happening on the other side of the world, like in Indonesia. I don't know how many of you know that in Indonesia now, the transgender people, they can actually have their ID, and that is a major step. Nobody, I think a lot of people in Europe forget about like the movement that all these people create on the other side of the world, because we are not in the West. So our mission is to bring all those voices of this movement that are often spoken about in major media. And this picture was taken from the Imagining Queer Bandung project, film festival and storytelling that we did in 2021 in collaboration with Cinema Transtopia, which is like around here. And it was inspired by the Asia Africa conference that took place in Indonesia in the 50s. But we make it gay. And some of the things that I collaborated with the money from European Solidarity Corps. I did one collaboration with the House of Brownies in Hamburg. So, because everything happens in Berlin, so we want to like share the knowledge, and working with Germans, like BIPOC Germans, through the media of arts, and like how to make knowledge more accessible to wider audience rather than the ivory tower or like academia, because I think that is very limited. And what we want to do, what I want to do personally with my thesis, is for people to be able to understand how like the complexity of this work and migration to Europe or to Germany, as how they sell it, is not always roses and sunshine. There's racism that a lot of people in Indonesia or in Malaysia, that was like me when I was 17, thinking like Europe would save my life, but here I am, broke. And second question, how are these are some of the points that we want to highlight for the project, also for my thesis, and bringing all this different knowledge from different spaces, and through the arts, for example, performances. And this is Lengger dance from Indonesian tradition. And I think in the West they call it drag, but we don't have that name. So like, most of these dancers are identified as male, but they dress in woman traditional clothing. And so I will do more research on that, but I have to go back to Indonesia and I need money for that. So yeah, funding. So how do we kind of like link all of these like practices and like people who are often left out of the so-called discourse? Because I did a lot of research assisting project for people from UCLA, from all these Ivy League universities, but to be real, none of the people that they interviewed understood what was happening, and I never read any of the thesis. So this is my intervention to these sort of like practice, harmful practice in the West, in academia. And yeah, how do we make how do we contribute and shape Germany as a multicultural country now with the emerging migration? And it's hard work, but I think we're gonna make it work. And these are some of my literature reviews, new work from some of the people that I know, talking about the progress of the trans movement in Indonesia, trans community and citizenship in Indonesia, how they were able to obtain their own ID without having to confront any of the thing that was prescribed to them. Queer Status Asia talks about a lot of things from culture, performances, so different disciplines across the board. Queer Asia is the book that my collective published. So Queer Asia was born at SOAS, the University of London, and I participated in the 2019 summer program, and that's when I asked them if I could run Queer Asia in Berlin. So I'm the Queer Asia in Berlin. And the last one is Brown Boss and Rice Queens. So the term tropical spell actually comes from this book, talking about how the tropical spells from Asia use that practice to sort of like intervene with the knowledge from the West. So we're gonna put spell on the white people. Anyway, just kidding. And this is my biggest project for the exhibition. I don't want to jinx it, but this is the only thing that I'm working on right now. Queer Indonesian Archive is an online exhibition platform. They consist of people who are like younger generation archiving oral history, so that is the most important thing right now, because in Indonesia or in Asia, this sort of practice is not so common. So now it's a lot of mediums, the internet and everything, they attempt to collect all of these things for the people. So this is the kind of work like we walk so the generation after can run kind of thing. So we will be bringing some of the collection from Indonesian Queer Archive from the 50s during the New Order, for example, when transgenderism was more or less acceptable compared to now. And also it includes academic research, sound system, oral history, everything that is accessible also for academia. And to give you a little bit of, I think like a taste of what we have curated in the past. This is an old film from the 50s, a Thai film about Kathoy. That's the equivalent of Ladyboy, but like you cannot, like in Europe, you cannot use that one. And it's a silent film. So what we did, I invited this Indonesian friend of mine that does experimental sound from the jungle into the film. And because the film, we acquired the film, it was so expensive, so I can only show you like 5 minutes if that is okay. And yeah, and this is the end of the presentation, and like enjoy the film. Only 5 minutes though.
Apa yang ku maksudkan mungkin
Okay, I think that's, yeah, I cannot show the whole film because otherwise I would have to pay 1,000 euro. Thank you so much for the time, and yeah.
Thank you so much, Ragil. Can I please invite you all to join us on stage briefly? So, Mokia, would you like to join us? Thank you so much for all these really thought-provoking presentations and for raising very critical points and I guess guiding the discussions for today, because later on we have sessions from practitioners and scholars who have been engaged in these questions deeply. So it would be great to see how the conversation develops. But I think two critical points that I would like to pick up here is that has we've seen throughout the presentations is the colonization of knowledge. And it's also interesting how, and this is, and also like the role of religion in this, that was also present in your presentations, but also in the contemporary moment, how institutions are co-opting these discourses, and under universalism and globalism, how narratives are diluted. And then, you know, it's great to see and to think of how we create space to establish narratives. So, yeah, a lot going on there. And because we are short on time, I'm going to open the floor for questions right now. Also, if you guys have any questions from each other. So everyone, please feel free to question, comment, and join in. If, like, yeah, the floor is open if you would like to begin, or, yeah.
Yeah, I'll open also to the floor first of all, in case if there are no questions, I'll post one, but anyone have something? Did I see a half hand? No? Okay, my question first of all is for Hiba. Thank you for your presentation, it was a great presentation. And also brought forward, I think, a topic that, you know, is very, it's relevant, you know, it's prescient, it's urgent, you know. I think as an African myself, you know, I think we're constantly looking at not just, you know, kind of unearthing these histories of Pan-African solidarity, but Pan-African, Pan-Arab solidarity, which has kind of turned into a myth today. It's not present, you know, and we have to kind of, yeah, bring this forward again, rediscover it, and maybe build it anew. And so I wanted to just hear a bit from you about what your own personal relationship to this history is, and why you sought to bring that, you know, to the floor today.
Thank you for the question. Actually, it's not been that long that I've been diving into this topic, maybe 1-2 months actually, and I've been a bit sad during that process because I myself, I'm from Moroccan origin, and my parents never told me about this. They didn't even know about this festival. They knew, for example, about Miriam Makeba's Ifriqiya, Ana Hurra fil Jazair. Everyone knows this still today, but no one knows about that festival. So I was really shocked, and I told my parents about this and friends, and said, I'm really curious to find out about our legacy, North African history, and how that's all connected in a global on the global sphere and global histories, actually, as a plural. There was so much going on in that time with Cold War and civil rights movements and black power movements. And in North Africa, Algeria was newly independent, like only for 7 years. And it was a very bloody war, and it was really brutal. And so there was this sense of, yesterday we heard Ali Bakhtiari talking about radical hope. So people were somehow looking into a future that they didn't know how that was going to look like, in the Africa to come, yet to come. And how was that? What kind of Africa was that? What kind of identity did we seek, or did they seek? And so African unity was the main subject, and it intrigued me. And actually, it was in the course of my studies that I came to this. I didn't find it myself, so I'm thankful that it was brought up as a research topic, and I'm still going to dive into that in the future, I hope. Yeah, but thank you for the feedback. I see that it resonates with people and with you, and that gives me motivation to go on. So thank you.
Are there any questions? Yes.
Just bring it out to any of you that are interested in answering. Speak louder. Oh, okay. I'm just bringing out the question to any of you who are interested in answering, but I'm obviously British, so and my education I learnt actually in history only about Germany and the war, which makes me furious now. And how do you think that we can talk to young people in schools and make them aware of a more global education and all the issues of colonialism? Because it seems to me my children here in Germany have also not been brought up with the knowledge, and I know children in England who are still not having accurate histories of even our English past. So any of you got any ideas on how children are important in this discussion, and what you can say about that?
Yeah, no pressure.
Well, thank you very much for the question. I'm not directly to the topic of the colonialism, but learn from my research experience in these islands. Of course, I realized that, as I said in my presentation, that coloniality is not the feasible practice that you can see like in a concrete way, but it's more about beyond this kind of mindset system. So, for example, in these islands, I saw the children, what are they kind of consume every day, like watching YouTube or watching cartoon and stuff. And then all of this kind of cultural production from modernity and stuff, it's really influenced how they imagine about this world. For example, when they write or draw something, for example, the robot, the superhero cartoon and stuff. And then I feel that it's a bit dangerous. How can we leave the children to develop how they imagine about the reality is really far off their life? So I try to ask them, just go around and then see what is surrounding them, and then try to paint something like the fish, lobsters and stuff. What I mean is that this is kind of like really practical way to educate them, not in a formal institution, how to start with this, the way of imagine something, being aware of the reality surrounding. So probably this is only the point that I can connect with the question on how can we help the children being aware of the current situation and reality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. It's actually very interesting because as I'm studying critical discourses, it's a question that I do kind of face sometime. And yes, and I think on the question of like giving a wide range to education and teaching our children about the world and how different the world is and how kind of diverse the world is, and each part of the world have produced a culture that is kind of valuable, not to compare to other cultures, but that is just valuable, has an item, a very specific item. And when you were asking your question, I thought about it's a concept, but it's interesting to just invest the concept is the fact of not provincializing Europe. I mean, you know, the Dipesh Chakrabarti idea of provincializing Europe, but just try to provincializing maybe our position, not thinking our position has the position to compare to other in terms of maybe inferiority or superiority, but having that idea that our culture is just our culture and it has specific item, very interesting to explore, and we need to like be proud of that, but not put that at the top of other cultures. So that's for me maybe one of like the direction to follow. Have that, it's maybe hard to say critical, but have that view of ourselves and the others.
I would just briefly, in the interest of time, I think we had one more hand over here, which maybe could, we have many hands actually, but okay. This one came, I think, simultaneously with this hand. So if it's all right, I'll ask this one, and then we can try to wrap it up with a break that will be followed by food shortly, and then we can also discuss quite informally, just so that we can actually honor the break that we have planned. So just briefly.
Okay, thank you very much first to all the speakers. You were very inspiring for me. But my question goes to Joël. I hope this is the right pronunciation. So you touched upon decolonization of museums, and last week I was at the Humboldt Forum talking about difficult exhibitions and how to narrate them. And many of the speakers actually talked about the fact that it's impossible to decolonize a museum by its own nature. So I'm wondering now, this new generation of researchers, what do you actually mean when you say we should decolonize museum, or like the practices or the language, narratives? Yeah, this. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for your question. It's interesting because I took part to the discussion, but online at the Humboldt Forum. And yes, I mean, it's a huge question that kind of invite us to think about first the narrative, then second, the actors, third, what is a museum today? I mean, we should have like a very critical view of our definition of museum. Is a museum a place when everything is in the boxes and on the walls? I mean, that's the third question. And then the other questions are, what do we do of those places? It can be a museum, but what do we do of those places? And I think I don't have personally an answer now, but I have been reading a lot about alternative museums. I've been reading a lot about collaborative narrative making in the museum. I've been reading a lot about having museum conceive as conceptual place of contact between marginalized communities and dominant communities. And yes, my last point is that most of the time, all those propositions are looking at small museum, not huge museum that the Humboldt or the Louvre. So it's difficult to come into the Louvre and say we need to have like a collaborative way of making a narrative. It wouldn't be possible in the Louvre. I mean, so it's a huge question. And for now, all the propositions have been made in small institutions.
Thank you for the question, and thank you, Joël, also for your answer. I just briefly wanted to turn to Ragil because you raised your hand to the previous question. I thought maybe you might want to add a few words. Did you have something to share?
Just like a quick comment, I think. I guess in the context of queer people, I didn't think I would make it at 30. And I guess for the neglected queer children, it's difficult to kind of like see a future for them. So the question for many of us activists, cultural workers in Germany or like in Berlin that I know, they don't have children, and we're just trying to like navigate how do we transfer the knowledge to the next generation, because we as ourselves are still like children, you know, like I think I feel like I'm 20 something because I didn't get to live my life. So like it's also that the question of this, I wouldn't want to bring a soul into this earth knowing that what I've gone through was so painful. I made it this far. So I think children are the future, and I think some other people who are capable of like the heterosexuals, the allies can be on our side to listen to us and read books or any work created by queer people, I think. And yeah, that's the only comment. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ragil. And I think we wrap up, but I just, a couple of remarks I wanted to make is that it's quite obvious also that a very big crisis is the epistemological crisis, right? Something that comes through. And when we speak about restitution of knowledge, the lack of contextual knowledge is something that we need to build up on, right? Before we work with that. And there were a couple of points shared. I think some things that really stand out is this human nature connection, you know, that each one of you has mentioned. And perhaps that is the starting point to reconnect with all the things that we have been divided, the connections that we have been divided from. So there's a lot of unlearning and relearning there that is required. And I also, another step in the way is also, you know, restituting language, where you establish not the Western, linguistics, but also go back to roots and where they come from, the etymologies and what these, subjectivities and realities mean in establishing spaces. And, also destabilizing hierarchies. I think that's something that we are looking at. All our presenters are here with us for the rest of the day, I hope, or part of the day at least. So you are most welcome to engage with them even after the session. Thank you so much again.
Yeah, I think I smell food, but I know that we have food coming. So
we have Felisha before?
Oh. After, okay.
Okay.
Hi everyone, we're going to start again now. Hi. Before we move on to our next next presentation, I wanted to give a chance to our artists today who have helped sort of bring the space together physically, aesthetically, create a garden, as it were, for us to sort of like sit in together. And as you can see, what we have here, I won't speak about it, I'll let the artists speak about it, but I want to introduce the two people who have helped create the scenography for these 2 days of being together in this garden space. We have with us Felisha Carenage, who is an artist who uses, via painting, installations, and performances, cultural commodities exploring ambiguities of desire and belonging. Central to the development of Felisha's work is the dialogue with initiatives for civic engagement, art and design archives, and participative institutional spaces. She was born in San Fernando in Trinidad and Tobago and currently lives and works between Berlin and London. Accompanying Felisha is Xavier Robles de Medina, who is an artist working at the intersection of visual art and research-based approaches. Xavier is informed by creolized queer subjectivity and explores linkages between personal history and broader contexts, often deliberately disrupting linear readings. I'm going to hand over to Felisha and to Xavier for a little bit to talk about the scenography.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Xavier, and
I'm Felisha. And Xavier is content with being gestured towards while I speak. So, and now I'm very nervous, so I will just read. So we call this piece Dora Ixora / Fayalobi, and it ends up being about one flower that Xavier focused on in his artwork that's at the entrance of the space, of our conference space this weekend. And what we thought about with the scenography was to use our endpoint to welcome people or to create this kind of portal. And Xavier's work is about, to say broadly, the global intimate, but it's a very touching and kind of poetic way of circling and spiraling back into the national flower of Suriname, which is a variation of the Ixora, which a lot of us do know under different names, and that is called the Fayalobi, which is...
That's the national, yeah, that's it.
Jungle desire? Beauty?
Oh, Fayalobi, it means fiery love.
Fiery love, yeah. I've been on too many web pages. So I will just read our text. So Dora Ixora / Fayalobi is a scenographic intervention developed together for Savvy Contemporaries Conference, Gardens in Transition, and takes place only on this weekend. And it's a collaboration with the program to which we both belong called Berlin Program for Artists, which is a really cool, sustainable, nurturing space for us, of which Renan is also a mentor. So there's some beautiful connections for us. So Caribbean home gardens are microcosms of global foodways, intimacies, and spiritual practices. The Dora Ixora / Fayalobi scenography is a mapping of those gardens, which playfully uses the surface of the Savvy exhibition space as plantable topography. In its conception, we have considered the role of photocopied texts in the memory and reimagination of spaces of belonging. Although this garden illustration began with an investigation of a small plot on the island of Grenada and has had a previous iteration, I'm thinking here of my grandmother's front yard, backyard, in Gasparillo, Trinidad. That home garden was typically Caribbean, whatever that means, and included hibiscus and ixora plants, which were used in morning and evening prayer rituals. This particular spiritual practice was rooted in both Catholicism and Hinduism. Trees, bushes, paths, drains, and structures feature in the drawings, which make up the scenographic intervention in this space. And also they make space for the speakers, and I was really happy that within the first 20 minutes of the conference, there was a direct visual relation to my work in a presentation by Mali Wu, which you can see on YouTube forever. And the scenography also riffs on Xavier's artwork, featuring Suriname's national flower, the Fayalobi, the Ixora macrothyrsa. And in his work, intimate family encounters are mapped onto global histories of nation-making. And his work takes the form of a book's photocopied preface, which is a kind of bootleg trompe-l'oeil screen-printed onto a single sheet of wood. And this comes from, I don't know if we both do it, but definitely I've been thinking about research aesthetics, as I think most of us have been doing over the past few years, in any case, with how do we show a book? And how do we break down a book? And how do we show the research we've been doing? And this was my attempt, and I built a little house that exploded into a garden. And if you want to know what any of the trees are, so these are not chemical symbols, they are trees, you're free to speculate. I won't explain. And it's your garden. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm not sure which one to use then. Maybe we just put this one up. Yeah. Thank you, Felisha. Thank you, Felisha and Xavier, for beautifully describing the scenography. It was, I think, very important for us to also, think about the space and how we want to welcome people. And I think it really, fits into the whole idea of a savvy. It just reminded me when you were speaking about something, the founder and our previous artistic director used to say that, institutions are made of bricks, but also of people, and I think it really speaks also to the next contributor we're going to be inviting, who has been doing incredible work in the city of Cologne, understanding the need and the urgency to not only build spaces, but also bring people around them, as a community organizer, but also as an activist. I'm going to briefly read her bio and then let her do the work and do the speaking. Earlier I was speaking with her and she was telling me that, it's important to theorize, but it's also very important to go into direct action. And I think this really speaks also to the idea of what this conference and also, thinking about transition can mean. There was a question that was mentioned earlier about how can we, or that was asked about how do we, engage or go into processes of rethinking, the colonial impact when it's something that is not done within, academia or within, let's say, education. And it just made me smile because I think, this next contributor is going to perhaps, provide a bit of an answer to that. So our next contributor is Glenda Obermuller. We're very happy to have you here today, Glenda, because we know you had to leave from Cologne this morning to join us, so we're glad you made it to be with us. Glenda is a Guyanese woman of indigenous African heritage who has found roots in Germany for the past 21 years. She sees herself as an activist, community organizer, and people connector, primarily in Cologne. Glenda has co-founded numerous decolonial initiatives, among them being the NGO Sonnenblumen Community Development Group, N-Wort Stoppen, the Theodor von Michael Library, which is the first black library in the NRW, Black Sisterhood NRW, Proud e.V.,
the yearly Black History Month program in Cologne, and numerous empowerment projects. She's been appointed by the City of Cologne on its expert committee to make recommendations to working through its colonial past. Coming from a history of enslavement and genocide of people of African and indigenous descent in the Caribbean, Glenda has learned about community activism from a young age, her father being a grassroots politician who has contributed to the independence of Guyana from the British and working through the subsequent post-colonial pains of Guyana. Today she's going to be delving into her work as a community organizer, but also as an activist in Cologne, and she will speak about the opportunities, the challenges of navigating in colonial spaces and structures, and how we can move and take matters into our hands by creating our own decolonial spaces. Glenda, thank you for being with us.
Well, thank you for this invitation, and I think I'm the only Guyanese in Berlin, right? And I see you're from Trinidad, or, oh, so, yeah, neighbors, yeah, cool. Yeah, so usually I'm the only Guyanese person anywhere, and yeah. So, and I'm quite nervous, so I hope I can get through this presentation and that we can all learn something from each other. I was speaking with Billy earlier on, and my kind of activism is mostly, I would call it practical, because like for me, I try to make things as simple as possible, and as Billy said, try to get things done. So I will be speaking today about my work in the city of Cologne and North Rhine-Westphalia. And I'll be telling you about a library that we built in Cologne. And the presentation is entitled, "This is a Holy Space, Self-Organizing and Activism Creating Decolonial Spaces." One of the questions is, what does self-organization have to do with activism, and how can we become self-effective and create our own spaces? When I started doing community work, one thing I realized in Cologne, like in the university context, we used to be meeting for, for example, like a book club. We would speak about racism all the time. We would speak, every week we come together, we would read about racism and colonialism, and then we would all, like everybody would say, oh, we need to do something, we need to do something. And I'm like, so why don't we do something, right? So, and this is how I actually started working in Cologne, because for me, I came from a long history of people who have fought for our freedoms. The indigenous people, the African peoples of the Caribbean. My father would have been this year, he would have been around 95. Yes, he was much older than my mom. And he fought together, like for example, with Dr. Walter Rodney, with Guyanese poet Martin Carter. They were actually in the same jail cell. And so growing up, I know that my father, he was always gone. He actually felt he was going to save the world, or, but he was gone. But I think he has left a legacy that lots of people can carry on. And I am so proud of his, to be called his daughter, actually. So I was actually born by a river here, 50. This is not my house, this is actually a school. We were very poor, so, but this is the Pomeroon River, one of the deepest river in Guyana, actually the deepest river in Guyana. And my mom is an Arawak woman, my dad is an Afro-Guyanese. So, because I was born by this river, just yesterday I was saying something to the effect of, this is how I work. I work in flow, work and live in flow. So if you know what I mean, you get it. I don't know if you know what I mean, but we can speak about it later on. Something changed my life in 2018. I read about the African Village movement, the African Village project in Guyana. And as most people from the diaspora, we usually learn about our history when we go somewhere else. Coming to Germany, this is when I've been learning about Guyanese history, unfortunately. So I found out that the African Village movement, these freed slaves bought 200 villages in Guyana. And this actually changed the way I do community work, because I realized that we cannot do things alone. It's more to be done in communities. And slavery was abolished in, I think, that's in 1834, and the first village was bought 5 years later, right? So you can imagine these people working, pooling their resources, just saving, and then go and buy a village. The first village was Victoria. And then they just kept buying one village after the next, one village. And this thing actually, the more I speak about it, I get goosebumps, because I'm thinking of how they weren't thinking about themselves, they were thinking about me and my children, their children. And this is, these villages are still in Guyana. And unfortunately, I didn't know about it, that this was bought by my people, which is a shame, actually. So this was actually community organizing 101. I don't know what COCO, what that word means. Yeah. So the Theodore Vanya Michael Library, I'm going to just give an example. This is an example of a village project in Cologne. This is the first black library in the city of Cologne, in the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. And it was formed by numerous people from the communities. And we decided to name the library after this black German person who was a witness to the National Socialist regime. So we wanted to keep his legacy, and because he has written black history for black Germans and for black people worldwide. The organization that I'm from is called Sonnenblumen Community Development Group. This is our place in Cologne. This is our offices. We started with one room, and in 2018, somebody sublet it to us. We started with one room, and then 1 year later, they wanted to get out of the contract. So he asked me, he said, would you like to take over the contract? Of course, I said yes, because please say yes. Always say yes, and you can figure it out later on, right? I still don't know how I'm paying for this thing every month, but I think better is going to come, so. Yeah, so right now we're in this space. It's about 120 quadrat meter. I don't know how. It's 4 rooms, plus we have the basement. And this is where we have our offices, and this is where everything happens. There's meetings, there's meditations, there's black women healing, yoga, there's kids workshops, writing workshops, there's black queer people meeting together, lots of safe spaces, activities. Everything happens here. And then in 2 of the rooms at the top, we have the library. So, and it's actually where we are, you can see the dome. So that's a good spot. It's like 7 minutes from the Cologne train station, walking distance. These are the people who founded the organization. We are all from different parts of the world. I'm a Guyanese, then there's a Kenyan, there's a Jamaican German, there's 2 people from the US, there's 1 Nigerian German. We came together back then because we realized that we wanted to look to see what combines us, what brings us together, and not to focus. Well, of course, focusing on our identity is important, but we also need to, to see what combines us, what we have, what we can work with, how we can work together. Yeah, of course, we are Black African migrant self-organization. We our aim is for us to look after the home, right? Look after the home, get strong, and then we can move out and, yeah, carry it forward. These are some of the projects of the organization. As Billy said, we co-founded the Stop the N-Word initiative. That's so far we've, Cologne was the first city to ban the N-word in Germany, and so far we have, I think it should be about 22 or 23 cities so far that followed suit. And Munich is the first state. Proud event, that's a black business event where we bring black businesses together. We have a pop-up market, Theodor von Michel Bibliothek, that's a library, that's the library. We have regular Black History Month programs every year, a PAC program. There is just so much going on in Cologne. But I see there's lots going on in Berlin too. Usually I don't go out of Cologne because the way I work is to work locally for us. But I'm so happy for the invitation. And yeah, I'm learning a lot coming here. As usual, people of African descent, BIPOC, BIPOC people, people from the global, so-called global south, we're always struggling, I would say. Yeah, as they say, the struggle continues, but we have to show resistance, right? We cannot just give up. So we have to always keep resisting. And so these movements have always been going on, even in Germany. These are some photos of our work in Cologne. The photo at the top is the first Stop the N-Word demonstration that we had in Cologne. The photo at the bottom was when, I think it was the same day that, that Angela Merkel said, Fremdenfeindlichkeit. She was calling when this Nazi killed 20 people, how much was it? 12 people in Hanau. And she said, oh, that's xenophobia. We said, no, it's not xenophobia, it's racism, right? And that's when we were protesting. We do a lot of community work there. We were building, we were making what's called display cards to demonstrate. Then 2020 happened. We know what went on in 2020, especially mid-2020, right? Yep. So in Cologne, we had two big protests when George Floyd happened. George Floyd was murdered. We had two huge protests on one weekend, Saturday, Sunday. And we were standing, I remember standing there by the river, and a friend of mine came to me. He said, Glenda, let's just bring the people together. Let's just come together and talk. Because there was just so much going on in us. We were sad, we were angry, we were, you know, there was so much going on. So we decided to call a meeting. We made a flyer, and this was actually the flyer. If you notice the date, it's the 13th of June. And we were supposed to meet in a park, and we said we wanted to meet and talk. We want to talk about the events that happened and see how we can move forward as people of African descent. We wanted to look inward. It's like we were just so sad and just wanted to come together and just to look inward and see how we can move forward. And yeah, it was on the lockdown conditions, so we were only, I think we were only allowed to be in groups of 10 outside. So you're going to see this is how we met. And this is actually a video.
Passieren soll nach so einer Demonstration.
It's in German.
Ja, welche Ziele wir haben, wie die Motivation ist und etc. etc. Also wie können wir die Community auf jeden Fall jetzt vorantreiben? Ja, das ist das nächste Thema. Also es sind ein paar Fragen, die Glenda wird mit euch ein paar Fragen durchgehen. Und
yeah, he's actually saying let's just write down how we could bring together the community, how we can move forward. This is Pedro. This was the person who asked me to organize a meeting. on that day, we wrote, it was like brainstorming. We were writing on what's it called again? Tapete. What's tapete? Wallpaper. Yeah, this was a wallpaper that we were writing on wallpaper. We were just brainstorming, and we were writing like literally everything down. And one of the things that we wrote down was to build a Black library. And we wanted to see what resources are there in the communities, not just to create something new, but to look to see what's there already and build on it, actually. This was like some of the ideas that came together, and we had people presented. This is actually community work, a grassroots community work that we do in Cologne. Yeah. So then, notice the date, this is the week after, right? 7 days later, we met for the second meeting. We said, the job is so huge, let's just separate, let's just create task forces. And if you look to the bottom, oh, how does this work? Oh, there. There, did you see? We said we wanted to build a Black library like each one teach one in Berlin. There. And this Black library was supposed to fall under the task force of education. We had numerous task forces, like task force politics. You're going to see task force Black business, task force empowerment, task force health, different task forces. And this was the next meeting. We met on the, this is the Rhine River. This is where we met. We were not allowed to meet inside because of Corona. So every time we meet, we would meet 1 week later or 2 weeks later and work through everything. Yeah. These are the task forces that we had. Then we met again. The task forces met together, and this is in our basement here. I'm not even sure if we were allowed to be meeting here, honestly. I don't think we were allowed to meet. Oh, we're live, right? So, doesn't matter. So if you notice, yeah, people met, worked through, and were presenting their plans, and yeah, at the top left is the task force Bildung. That's education. They are co-founders of the library. We started the GoFundMe campaign. I remember it was September 2021, and December 2021, just after Christmas, I looked at the GoFundMe account and I'm like, it's only 500 euros in here, you know. It wasn't much, and so I posted in a WhatsApp group. I said, people, do you have anything extra? We're closing the GoFundMe. Sorry, I have to. We're closing the GoFundMe at the end of the year. Can you donate? And within 3 days, we had like 7,500 euros. Like everybody just donated, and yeah, and we we started collecting books, and we heard that Domid is a migration museum in Cologne. They had books from the estate of Theodor Vanja Michael, because he had died in 2019 at the age of 94. So they had his books, and they said they wanted to donate 200 of his books to the library, and that's how we started with this 200 books from Theodor Vanja Michael from his estate. And look who visited us. Do you know this person? This is a minister. She's the youngest minister in Germany, Frau Touré, Aminata Touré. She had visited us. She supports us still. And yeah, if you notice, our shelves were empty, but now it's full. Now we have over 6,000 books, all donated. And all these chairs and so on, eBay, you know, we just get everything. This is how we work. The shelves were donated even. Then, of course, we have families and we have a life, we have to work. And but in 2022, we said, oh, let's just open the library in Black History Month. Because we said, you know what, we don't know when Corona is going to stop or when it's going to end and whatever. Let's just do it. And we wanted to open the library in Black History Month because we were writing Black history. And we are all writing Black history, if you're Black. And the only date that we could have, that was possible for all of us was the 19th of February, and this was the date of Hanau also. And we thought about this date, and we decided, you know what, people in Hanau were killed in their safe spaces, and we are building a safe space. And we want to show that we can continue to build safe spaces. And this is the reason why the library was open on the 19th of February. That's our logo. It was Corona, and our rooms were small, so we had people registered for a 30-minute slot. People were coming and going, coming and going. So like in the course of the day, we had like, I think 90 visitors that day. And we had a Zoom also so that people can log in. Yeah, Theodor van Michael, we wanted to keep his legacy alive. That's why we named the library after him. And I think this is what we should always do. We should always look back. You spoke before about, learning from history, and we should never forget it. Because, history can be wiped out, but if we keep it alive, then it's alive. And this is what we are doing in the Theodor van Michael Library in Cologne. We have, people said things like it's more than a library because there's so much happening there. People come and sleep, actually. You're going to see somebody sleeping. People always say it feels like home, and somebody said it's a holy space. And this was something that really touched me because I actually read the Bible when I was 10, the entire Bible, so I know when Moses was standing on the ground and when God said, take off your shoes, you're standing on holy ground. And this is how I feel our space is. We should all keep it holy, right? We should always know that when we're building something, we're not building it because of us. It's because of all those who were there before us and their spirits are living there still. People like Toni Morrison, we have all her books in the library, James Baldwin, my Ayham, all of them, they're all living in this space. So, these are just some random photos. It's not a random photo. The person signing this book here is the mayor of the city of Cologne. Last year, for African Futures, we actually hosted the press conference. In our humble abode, they all came to our space, which was very, this was an honor. And that's why when this happened, the people from the communities came out, and this was just part of the gathering there. The person, that's Lamin Kagbo, next to the Minister of Youth of North Rhine-Westphalian. This is some examples of how our space is when we have readings. It's very small, but we can host like 50 persons, 60, depending how we pack them. And some people are sitting in the other room with there's like a microphone sometimes. These are some people. We had Lesungen readings from people of Germany, Black Dads. You know Black Dads, some of you. This is how it looks. This is Mo Asumang. Who knows her? She's from Berlin. All these people. There's Natasha Kelly there. Where is it? There. She's also, you should know her. We have workshops, kids' workshops. This is how we work because we don't have tables, but the kids don't care, right? We have regular black, it's called Schwarze Heldinnen workshop, Black Heroes workshop, because we want to teach children about their history, teach them that black people are heroes too, you know, and this is like to strengthen them in their, in themselves, and to know who they are. Yeah, these are just some random photos. Like I said, it's more than a library. There was a coffee ceremony. And to end this presentation, I was appointed to, on the export committee of the City of Cologne to make recommendations, because the City of Cologne wants to work through its colonial past, and it was a 2-year process, but the process hasn't stopped. We presented our paper, our recommendations yesterday. These photos are taken yesterday. So the City of Cologne has, they can't say that they don't know how, right? They have recommendations for education, for security, for different areas from a broad range of people. And one of the recommendations is that because I'm in the task force of education, one of my recommendations is that the Theodor Vanier Michael Bibliothek should become, should be fully funded, but also should become, what's a Stadtteilbibliothek? What? Yeah, like a state library, and of course fully funded, because everything we're doing is voluntary at the moment. And it's not sustainable. I'm telling you, it's not sustainable, even though it's a lot of work, but we need funding, we need barrier-free space, we need bigger space, we need, because we're constantly putting money, and yeah. We started it, so they can't say, you know, it's not there. They can't throw it away. So it's there already, and I hope that they follow the recommendation. So, this is how actually, for me, I have 3 guiding questions. If you can think about it, you can ask yourself, how do we, for example, as BIPOC, experience our everyday lives? You can do this as well. So just think about how you experience your everyday life. What do you do and what can you do? Just like think about it. And what are your limits and what paths are there for strengthening self-care and empowerment? There's a lot to be done. This person is an activist from Burkina Faso. He actually spoke something here in German. I'll try to translate, but yeah, he actually said this is a holy space, and he explained why.
Die hier man nicht nachvollziehen kann, aber hier ist ein heiliger, es ist ein heiliger Ort.
Oh mein Gott.
Ja, deswegen habe ich gesagt, es ist ein Tempel. Es ist ein heiliger Ort. Ein heiliger Ort in dem Sinne, dass hier Schwarze geschafft haben, ein Mahnmal mitten in Köln zu setzen. Der Mensch, der das veranlasst hat, wenn er seine Geschichte erzählt, wie er geboren ist, ich habe ein paar Sachen über ihn gelesen, das war nicht denkbar. Die Kraft des Geistes hat dazu beigetragen, dass dieser Ort hier ist. Und das ist ein heiliger Ort.
Ja. Everybody understand? No? I can't even explain it. Does anybody know that can explain it perfect better than me? But it's like he was saying like it's a holy place. It's like a temple because of the spirit of the person. He's speaking about Theodor Vanier Michael, the person, and that we have managed to create a mahnmal. What's a monument, yeah. And that's why he says it's a holy space. I actually, like every time I think about it, it's yeah. And this actually happened to him, and it happens to a lot of people, so sorry.
man wird eingeladen zur Ruhe, zum Stillbleiben hier, wenn man ankommt. Weil, was ich erlebt habe, ich bin angekommen, er hat mir nicht gesagt, dass er hier ist. Ich hatte schon gelesen von der Bibliothek und ich wusste nicht, dass ich habe ein paar Mal Sachen gesehen und dann dachte ich muss irgendwann dahin. Und
aber dann, die Zeit war noch nicht
da.
Genau, nicht
und dann komme ich hier mit einem Menschen wie er, den ich kenne und schätze, also von der Kämpferischen und ich kenne seine Position und komme und finde ihn hier. Es ist, als ob er das für mich als Überraschung vorbereitet hätte. Ja. Und die Ruhe ist, man kommt und dann, oh, bleib cool, so ungefähr. Bleib still. Ja.
Nee, also das sind drei Personen, die mit.
So he said, it's like you come and you're invited to be silent. You know, it's not that the place is silent, but it's like you find like there's a peace, and it's so true. Because this person visited us and she was like, oh, ich will hier einfach schlafen. You know, she just wanted to sleep, and it's rest. This is a place that we've created so that we can have rest. Yeah. You can contact me here or Instagram, anywhere. I'm always available. Here, our info, but I can give it to you.
Thank you very much, Glenda. We actually have two chairs. I don't know if we should sit, but we could also.
Sorry, I need to check my phone.
Sure, yeah.
Because he knows why.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm also a mother of a child with disabilities, so I have to check. Yeah.
Okay. We can have a sit, yeah. I'm just going to have a look at the time, just to make sure that I know how best, Thank you very much for this presentation. I think this is, such a beautiful way of, stressing the need to actually, come together. And I think what you just, showed us is, again, I think the proof that when we're able to, not only put our minds together, but also tap into our own, personal resources, we can, create those spaces, those holy spaces, we need, for our own, growth, but also, for our own well-being, And it was very beautiful, to see you also mention, for instance, EOTO among many other organizations, because I think, again, it just really stresses the fact that, there is a need to connect with these sister institutions. And we're very happy, to also have you with us, but also to hear about the initiative. I'm going to open up the floor for questions or for comments. Because I'm holding the mic, I'm going to afford myself the privilege of maybe asking one or two questions, or just putting in, one or two questions before I open up the floor. I just wanted to, I don't know if it's a question, maybe it's more of a comment, but I remember when I came across the library for the first time, just the name of the library, is something that really stayed with me. And I guess, for the reason that, Theodore Vonia-Michel, as someone who myself moved to Germany, later on for studies, it's one of the first names I came across, And I think it is because of the work of someone like him, but also of the work, that people like you are doing, to continue keeping his legacy, that, those of us who have a migrational background in Germany, are able to somehow find these spaces of breathing, in Germany. So I was wondering if, you could... So
Theodor Vonia-Michel was a Cameroonian German.
Exactly.
And I think... You said you're Cameroonian?
I'm Cameroonian, yeah. I'm Cameroonian. His dad was Cameroonian. He was born in Berlin in, I think, 1925. and is one of those who unfortunately was forced into appearing into movies during the Nazi era by the propaganda ministry. So it's someone who was also very much in his core an activist, and who his whole life dedicated, his activities to fighting, that. So it kind of links to my question. I was wondering how, we go about, this kind of like legacies, because I feel like even in the naming, of this library, using its name, what you and your organization are doing is kind of rehabilitating this memory, which I think is very important, within the times we're living in. So I was wondering if you could just tell us more about that, and also this work of rehabilitation again. And maybe it ties to the second question, which is, when I was reading your bio to the audience, the fact that you were invited to be part of the committee, to make recommendations to the city of Cologne on how Cologne can become, or can continue like this decolonial practice. I was wondering if you can share more about that, in the sense that we see a lot of that happening nowadays, not only in Germany, but everywhere. There's this idea of decolonizing public space, decolonizing the institutions. But I'm wondering how we can effectively, do that by really diving deep into the structural or organizational aspect of it. So I think about education, for instance, and the fact that the German colonial past is still something that is very superficially touched, within the educational field nowadays. How do we go about that?
Okay, first the legacy question. Or,
yes.
I think if we all live consciously, if we all live, and I remember when I was much younger and somebody said, "Oh, Glenda, I see you as my role model," I would say, somehow I didn't feel as if I could be a role model. But then later on, not even later on, I just started to accept it, because when I accept that, when I think that I'm a role model, then it makes me more conscious of how I'm living, and this is why legacy is important. And I think that it's not about us, we're not going to be here in I don't know how many years. I hope I'm here because of the reason we spoke about before. But it's important to look back and to see how we can just honor people, especially those who have fought for us, those who have died for us and shed blood. How can we honor this person or that? Because before we wanted to name the library after Toni Morrison, we thought my Ayham, and then all of a sudden somebody said, no, Theodor Vanja Michael. And out of all, we were all, oh my God, yes. Because he was a black German, he lived in Cologne, right? Cologne could wipe him out, they can erase him, But we wanted to keep his name alive, so that's why we thought it was important to name the library after him. And this is how we should all go about looking to see, just keep looking back to see who has gone, what have they left, how can I keep the legacy going. Cologne's colonial past, and they have the recommendations now. What they're going to do with it, as I say all the time, I'm cautiously optimistic, because I do see a tendency to, I think there's more talks about decolonizing, all over Germany, but also there's a big pushback. And Cologne, in its structure, it's very conservative, racist, I would say, even in the carnival structures. The museum, we have the Rautenstrauch-Jost Museum with I don't know how many thousands of objects there. And something needs to happen. So with this recommendation that we've given, there was somebody who had the task force restitution. She, of course, made recommendations there. She's Dr. Jerry Rahab. She's a historian. And so they have something to work with. But we have to keep pushing. We have to keep demanding, because we give the recommendation. So we're like, no, now is the work, right? it's a process, and a process has to go on. So they can't say, oh, you've done your work, let's pack this thing away. You know, it's not going to happen. I don't think we should ever make it happen. You know, like just forget about it. And we should keep them accountable, because like within 2 years we can say, okay, this is what they've done. They haven't done anything, and we should make it public. Yeah.
Maybe I can open the floor. If there are any questions or comments, we'll be happy to take them. Yeah.
Thank you, Glenda. Thank you for the presentation and also for your work. I'm curious to know kind of where this sense of commitment to the city comes from, because, yeah, I see obviously the value that your work has for the community, for people who find themselves in Cologne, you know, from other places, or maybe who grew up there but have a sense of belonging to other places. And yeah, the labor and the commitment that you exhibit to the city and to the community on a voluntary basis, you know, all of this work that's being done, you know, out of your own pocket, paying for the rent of this place out of your own pocket, you know, contributing so greatly to, you know, improving this place that, you know, you kind of came to. I'm just wondering how that experience is for you on a personal level, where that drive comes from. You know, is it just, you know, motivation to serve the people, or do you also feel as though you inhabit some responsibility to the city and I guess by extension to the country? I would just like to hear a bit more about that.
I have no obligation to the city. I came to Germany when I was 24. So I wasn't born and raised here. I have a German name. It's actually my maiden name, because I heard that I had a great-great-grandfather who was German. So I have all these backgrounds, but I have no, I mean, I like living in Cologne. I haven't lived anywhere else other than a smaller town, and if you compare it, then I prefer living in Cologne. And it's not, I think I'm committed because I'm an activist, and I do not like to see discrimination and do nothing, you know. And but it's not like a commitment to the city or to Germany. I'm just here, and if I'm here for now, then I try to do my best. But it's not. I've just been planted here, and yeah. As the migrant story is always, we want to go back home, and I'm still thinking of going back home. So while I'm here, you know, I'm going to do my best. That's all.
Yeah.
So you said you opened symbolically on February 19th So you said you opened symbolically on February 19th to signal like a kind of defiance in the making of the safe or safer space. And you have like a reparative yoga. I can't remember what it was, but you offer like these, not just a safe space to rest, but there's like, I think there's also other kinds of work being done. Can you talk more about how that looks now 2 years later? What intentions were and stuff?
Before the library was there was the organization. The organization is still there. The organization is carrying the library. The library is only a project, and within the organization there are numerous projects, and it's people use the space to do whatever they feel like, whatever they think is necessary. Like, for example, this sister, she is a yoga teacher. She said, oh, I want to give yoga to black women or to women of color. And that's how it started. It's like we encourage people to come and use the space if they have an idea. So it's not going on there anymore, but she... Yeah. But there's numerous things going on. There's like black men meetings, safe space. There's black queer safe spaces. There's numerous events going on.
We still have time for a last question, or maybe two.
Hi, Glenda. Thank you for your presentation and for also talking us through all of these different commitments. I think that I was thinking about institution making when we are focused on like you said, BIPOC communities, and especially within a white supremacist state, I think there is this tension where we need access to resources, and at the same time, there's a way in which we risk being co-opted by the state by losing maybe responsibilities to the communities that we have in sort of trying to get the state to recognize us as well. And I'm wondering if that tension exists also for you with trying to work with the city of Cologne in this memorial project or like these recommendations, and how do you balance working with the state and also thinking about the community and what the community needs specifically?
Yeah, this is something that we always have to keep asking ourselves, you know, like, what is my aim? What do I want to achieve? I actually came with somebody traveled with me from Cologne. She's attending the other event today in Berlin. And we were speaking about this, and I told her that within this committee, there are like 10 of us, and we're all at different, we all have a different way of going about things. Like, for example, sometimes I may be okay with 60%, right? If I get in and I can achieve something, and the next person after me, they can come in and achieve something, I'm satisfied with that. But then, of course, there's also other people in the group, which is totally legitimate. They're going to say, no, it's all or nothing. And sometimes these people end up going away with nothing, you know. And while this is happening, we still need to be careful and, you know, and try to not lose sight of like why we started in the first place and who we're fighting for. Because actually, that's why when if the city of Cologne were to fund the library, we already have some plans in place. Like, we're going to go there and bargain, and I'm going to include everybody from the community, different people from different. When I speak of the community, I'm speaking about people of African descent. Get people to come and to get the best possible deal for the library. We may not get everything, but of course, like for me, what's most important is that the library remains black. That it's, especially if we don't have a black librarian, then at least we should have a black director. So, yeah.
Thank you, Glenda. I think we're running out of time, so we're going to move on to the next contribution. But again, thank you very much for joining us today. It was such a pleasure to have you. Glenda is still going to be around with us for a few hours because she unfortunately has to go back to Cologne. So if you want to meet her, get it. Yeah, we wish you could stay longer with us. Yeah, but this is, I think, just also like the start of, like, you know, again, I think it's very important to identify sister institutions and really find ways of fostering this connection. So we're very happy to have you with us.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because I really wanted to come yesterday, but I can't come at the moment. My son is 21, but he is a person with disabilities, and he has to be taken care of 24 hours. So it's just too much. And but if anybody is interested in learning how to, it's easy. If you have an idea, just start. You know, just start. And like I said, always say yes and figure it out.
Thank you so much for that really inspirational presentation and sharing about your work, Glenda. I think, once again, it's a reminder of not just our personal struggles, but collective struggles as well, and how we work for community. Something very important that Glenda mentioned earlier was about how we all carry a story and are in the process building history. And the next person that we are inviting on stage now has been working extensively on trans-regional memory. And it's very important in this process of not just preserving, reclaiming and rediscovering our stories and establishing them. It's also very important to look back into the entanglements and establish those entanglements that we have with each other that are a big component of who we are as human beings and through migration backgrounds. And that is, I guess, also a human trait that we all keep flowing and we all keep traveling. And today we will be thinking more through global infrastructures, something that we also discussed in the morning, how what frames this idea of global narratives, but also so much of it is actually motivated by also this idea of global capital and these infrastructures and economic trends. And I would like to invite John Karugia on stage for his presentation, which is titled as New Silk Roads, Violent Ecologies, Ambivalent Decoloniality, and Symbolic Modernity, in which John is once again going to connect different geographies and share a larger picture with us. A little bit about John is he's a researcher and lecturer at the Institute for Asian and African Studies at the Humboldt University, and with the D-Link Relink research project, which is analyzing China's Belt and Road Initiative. He has also researched on Indian Ocean memories at Goethe University, Frankfurt, within the AFRASO project. A very warm welcome, John.
Mokia, thank you for the Coke. Bless you. Thank you, Hajra, for inviting me. Thank you, Savi, for providing us this space to interact with each other. Thank you for listening and interacting with me a bit later as well. So, thank you, Jesse. Okay. So, Berlin is always a very difficult place to speak in and especially about certain topics, because as we sit here today, we reflect coloniality, decoloniality, gardens in transitions, our commitments, our obligations, our practices. We are then connected to, and especially for some of the geographies that I'm going to briefly talk about, Berlin is a place where we have spirits, we have friends, and we have family that cannot be here with us today to reflect what we're going to talk about, because they are arrested somewhere. They are just beyond a couple of blocks from here. These spirits sit there. They are from Samoa and Papua New Guinea, and they have not been allowed yet to go back where they come from, to go and rest in peace. And so it is difficult to speak in Berlin and to speak in peace. But I feel peaceful acknowledging these spirits that are in the bunkers somewhere in Germany, somewhere in some European museums. And so I would like to then begin by acknowledging these spirits and to say that probably these conversations get easier for me when the skulls and the bones that were brought in during colonialism go back to the geographies where they come from. And of course, I would like to appreciate the fact that a few of these spirits, some of these bones and skulls, are on their way back home, and some of them are already at home and trying yet arriving to rest in peace, okay? So, I've been to many conferences, of course, like many of us, and yet I felt invited by the program. It says that that as we, go through gardens and transitions, then it is on page 2 or 1. It talks about what can we change the way we. It talks about we are in a waiting room brimming with second chances. How do we make the processes more gentle, enjoyable? How can I get to know my peers better while at this conference? What can we change, in the way we approach our collaborators? What did I miss when there was a misunderstanding? How can we do this again? And we are being invited against productionist tendencies, envisioning an assembly, hopes that renewal, remembrance and restoration become tools for collective labor that promises mutual support, care and protection when things turn difficult, unbearable or painful, right? So again, we come together here, coming together to receive each other's joys and lamentations, confessions and desires, isn't it? worries and excitements, or even suspicion and adulation appears in the vicinity of many transformations. I speak to you today, and I allow myself then from the program to speak to you from a sort of helplessness. Helpless in the language that I should use to communicate what I really feel from the geographies that I have visited and that I continue to visit, that are connected then, as Hajra would put it, globally through the Silk Road, okay? So in whatever I'm going to say, I'm going to be very imperfect, and I'm going to say these words in a very, in this helplessness that I feel talking about these topics. So, just going to run through the photos, and then I will speak afterwards. I'll say this is Indonesia, Jakarta. The new fast train, an ICE. It's Mombasa, Kenya. That's me and my son. And that is Karugia, my son. So when I think about gardens and what we were told yesterday, that they will grow again, and as we till these gardens, we think about our obligations and our commitments and our practices. I think about him first and last, when I wake up and when I go to bed, right? So, okay. I'll tell you something about one photo in a minute. So, which resources are extracted out of the earth? How much environmental damage occurs? How are human beings and animals impacted upon in order to achieve the thrill of fast speeds on steel silk roads, such as the intercity bullet trains that shoot passengers from Jakarta to Bandung in about 30 minutes, a journey that formerly took 4 hours with the former Dutch colonial railway, or from Mombasa to Nairobi in about 5 hours, in a journey that took at least 13 hours there before with the British colonial railway. So As I said, then it is the helplessness of populations inhabiting the areas where resources are being extracted that engulfs me as I speak today. Nickel and cobalt extracted from far-off geographies without basic infrastructure, such as Papua New Guinea, New Guinea's Madang province, or Morowali in Indonesia. How can we achieve decoloniality within sensationalized, propagandized societies where credit and blame is given to Chinese companies for new technologies and maintenance systems despite participation of non-Chinese professionals? How can decoloniality decolonize new colonial advances by former colonial powers and former colonized peoples who read new Afro-Asian relations only through the lenses of colonialism, that is, new colonialism, as they put it, with such sentiment only directed at formerly colonized geographies. Yet former colonial powers that are in big business with China do not see themselves as being colonized by China. They see themselves as trading with China, having relations with China, business, and so on and so forth. How can we achieve decoloniality if we blame China, yet we have our bureaus of standard and visa issuing departments in Kenya, where I come from, across African countries and Asian countries? So who actually needs some of the very expensive Silk Roads or Silk Road projects, or are they just symbolic modernity? If it is true, and we know that indeed it is true that our modernity and or our multiple modernities, including some new Silk Road projects that are funded through huge corrupted loan deals that will take long to repay, how shall we intervene? What commitments can we make? What are our obligations, locally, globally, as world citizens, as cosmopolitans? How can diasporans within colonial enterprise, how can they participate in decolonizing as well? In January, the German government, not the German government, but the German parliament passed a new law which allows there are about 10 million people who have been living in Germany now to apply for double citizenships. So then many of us will apply. And then what happens within these is what we then call memory citizenship. And memory citizenship means that, and within then the kinds of discussions we're having today, colonialism becomes also our memory, and it also becomes our responsibility. So as we think across colonial heritage, coloniality, decoloniality, I struggle with the thoughts that come along memory citizenship and how we shall deal with it as we move forward as global citizens, as cosmopolitans, and as citizens of 2 geographies or 3 geographies. Yes. Okay. So that's it. I'm done. Katra.
Okay. John, please. Thank you so much, John. Please have a seat. The floor is open to questions, so feel free to join us, comment, question. Thank you for leaving us with these questions, which I was hoping to ask you. But thank you so much. I think some of the things that really stand out in what you say are these deep resonances with European colonialism, where I'm thinking back to the Dutch VOC and how it all started in the name of trade as well. And this idea, perhaps now a lot of these geographies that we talk about are familiar with and are well-versed in trade, yet we tend to fall in the same trap in a different way, because once again there is this idea of modernity with speed that is being sold. So I'm also thinking, like, in this, where does, like, we are still struggling with our colonial past, where there is one struggle for thinking of decoloniality. We are trying to recover these entanglements, trying to retell our histories, trying to rediscover these severed connections that through which we find ourselves carrying multiple histories, but also finding ourselves in other histories and our ancestors. So I'm just, I'm also thinking of, in this mix, it's quite a push and pull. Where is there even space for decoloniality within that, right? If we kind of fall back into the same cycle. So this is, I don't know if this is a question or more of a comment, but this is something perhaps we could speak more about. or maybe you could expand a bit more and maybe share some anecdotes from your various extensive travels, because I'm also thinking a lot about some of your experiences are coming to my mind as well, that are not just about how histories are shared. It resonates very deeply with presentations this morning and before us as well, from the Maritime Museum in Jakarta. But I'm also thinking of, questions of mobility. Like this has been one of your most recent experiences as well. So it's quite a complex mix here.
So, whenever you invite me, I fear that you'll ask very complex questions and that I might embarrass myself. No. Okay. Let me just try to give a short answer, I think. So, let me take you to Singapore, and I'm going to take you to Singapore, and I'm going to take you to a museum, and this museum is called the Museum of Asian Civilizations. And there is a permanent exhibition that they have put up, which I read as a form of decoloniality, because we have, you mentioned the Dutch East India Company's VOC, and it would then seem as if the histories of the seas and the oceans begin with the arrival of the Dutch, right? But of course, a space such as the Indian Ocean, or the so-called Indian Ocean, what Yvonne Adhiambo War calls the Swahili Sea, which I call in my work the Afrasian Sea, so the African Asian Sea. And of course, Michael Pearson, going before me, has also used the term Afrasian Sea, and the Swahili people of East Africa will call it Ziwa Kuu, okay? Now, in Singapore, this museum does one thing. It puts as the beginning of the Silk Roads and the Silk Trade, not the arrival of the Dutch and their ships, but it goes back to the excavations that are being done right now to actually show that some of these geographies and cosmopolitanisms already existed long before coming into contact with Europeans. Then I'll take you to a museum in one of the Emirates, and that emirate is the Emirate of Sharjah. And Sharjah has the Museum of Islamic Civilization. And there's the Museum of Islamic Civilization has a permanent exhibition that I absolutely love and admire also, because it is a space of decoloniality in the sense that it goes back into Islamic civilizations that produced lots of knowledge and knowledge production long before they had contact with Europeans, going back to ideas of physics, medicine, mathematics, and lots of, sciences. spaces for me of decoloniality in that sense. And then I stopped there. So that in a sense breaks off from business as usual. But again, it is the sense of access. Are these museums accessible? Some of these decolonial spaces and all that, and that is why it is important to have such spaces to talk about. Talk about them.
Please, if you have any questions, please raise your hands. And okay.
Ay, Dios mío, perdón. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué hice? Okay. I am very moved by your body talk and the way that you construct your thinking by thinking on what you are thinking. I feel it like that because I myself am a body talker in my practice. And the depth and the position of your body and the tempo which you are describing your position makes me think that museums, most museums that have the stolen collections, and by bring them back for other cultures to see, are deploying the real quality of those objects in history. If you disagree, I'm fine. But I want to tell you that I respect you very much. Thank you.
The British Museum, it's okay, no? So the British Museum, I'm told, has loaned Ghana some of Ghanaian artifacts that were robbed from Ghana. And they're being loaned to Ghana for 3 years, and after that, Ghana should give them back. For how long? For another 300 years, 3,000 years, 3 million years, whatever. Louvre, and this is Macron then who is confessing that within the French museology they have over 70,000 stolen objects and they're trying to give them back. And I always say, give them back. And one of the arguments is always that some of the objects will get destroyed, okay? So because they do not have the architecture and the museums and the buildings and the kind of technology to take care of these objects. And I say, one, you might want to consider how much money you have actually generated, from the entries that have been paid to people who have been to, why am I even going to Louvre? Just Berlin, right? some of our museums and our Humboldt forums, and there are many, there's not just one, right? And so I say that, absolutely so. Give them back, construct buildings with your technology as a form of reparation or whatever, and let those objects go and rest in peace as well. And I also say that if it were, and we go back again to the Samoans and the Papua New Guineans, the skulls, and I'm going to include all the skulls that are in Berlin and or in European museums. These spirits that have not yet rested in peace. If these, and we start with Germany, if these were German bones that were in Kenya, held in bunkers somewhere, of course the German Secret Service, the German police, the German embassy, the Foreign Office, if not together with everybody who is then their friends, including the CIA, would have absolutely so ensured that these were returned. So give back the objects. Let people take flights and go and, if there is the skulls that belong to Tanzania. And the amazing thing is to demonize a people and to say how primitive they are and how voodooed they are, but then to take the objects of primitivity and come and display them and protect this primitivity using some of the best museum technologies anywhere in the world. Isn't it a bit nuts, right? And I think as we sit here and talk about big capital and colonial heritage and all that, I think some of the easiest things that should have actually been done a long time ago is to ensure that the bones go back and the objects go back. Not on loan, they should not be loaned back. They should be given back to the people, generations after, in the geographies where they belong and their cultures and all that. Sorry for going on too long.
Thank you. Hi, John. Thank you for your presentation. It was very moving. In fact, the whole day there have just been amazing presentations. I want to reflect back on what you mentioned about the experiences being repeated in terms of things that keep on happening to communities where either the Silk Roads are being built or objects being taken or land being occupied. It's something that we grapple a lot with in the work that we're doing ourselves. Do you ever think of centering a space for the people to find a way to gain some agency to counter some of these actions and affects and effects that continue to happen? It's something we think about a lot, and it would be interesting to hear your thoughts on that.
Just kindly clarify again. So centering in terms of how people can intervene for this?
Yes, exactly. How people can intervene.
Yes. So you have placed the spear exactly in my helpless heart because that is where I am that is a wound that I'm unable to deal with. Because I carry a lot of responsibility within me when I visit societies and I do lots of research across the world. I was in India in a CD compound in Ahmedabad one time. And this is now notions of blackness within Northern academia and Northern funding, where a CD woman, CDs are African Indians, so then she reads my skin, and before I leave, after we have spent some days, she says, there's something I need to show you. I was, I think, the fourth researcher who has been to that CD community and CD compound. There were three that came before me, a colleague from Münster, she's German, a colleague from Canada, she is Canadian, yes, but the third one is American Indian. And she had never opened, so she opens her wardrobe where she keeps her clothes. We sat in her room, actually, we made some music and all that. So I'm about to leave. She knows I'm leaving tomorrow, and I've been there for about a week. And she says, I need to show you something before you leave. And she opens this wardrobe and gets newspaper cuttings. And she shows me these newspaper cuttings she had been collecting, and there is a map of the city, and where CD like African Indians, and discourses about how their land had been robbed and they had been pushed out to the peripheries and all that. And she says, you need to take photos of these, you need to take copies of these and go with them, with you. I mean, take them along and help us, you know, pass this message on. My Papua New Guinean friends are connected to Leipzig, where I live, to the Leipzig mission, and they are fighting against multinational companies that are encroaching where they come from in Lae and Madang by the sea. And I feel helpless because they have stickers that they will pass on when they're in Germany and they address small groups here and there. But who are they fighting against with what means in a Germany where we celebrate driving electric cars using nickel and cobalt that is mined by big companies, not only Chinese, but other multinationals across, you know, those Pacific spaces that are far off. And so I feel very helpless, actually, talking about them, and I do not know how to center them, except to tell their stories and to visit them and to write about them. I don't know, what ideas do you have? Yeah, so, yeah.
We're doing it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
sorry, where are you coming from? Who are you?
It
Sorry.
always
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
My name is Sambayonga. I'm
Okay.
from the Women's History Museum in Zambia.
Okay. So
And we've also been working to document obscured narratives of Zambian people and Southern African people.
Okay, super. Thank you. Yes. So.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions?
Thank you. My brain has been traveling in different regions, let's put it that way. And your last response has me thinking about, I'm from Canada. Particularly, I'm from Vancouver, a city that's known to be one of the most Chinese cities outside of China. Vancouver in Canada. And one of the things that, I think some of us struggle with is, how do we engage with, we live in Vancouver, we live with these anti-Chinese sentiments that organize the city, and oftentimes is done through capital. The Chinese money is going to come over and actually encroach on the city. So we have that, that it's then the anti-Chinese sentiment then is being felt by folks that live in the city, and it organizes their life. At the same time, we also need to attend to the capital that's coming in. Like as you, for example, the first slide that you put on the photograph about the nickel and the waste that's going into the water. So a part of me, how do we both engage, critique, or attend to what's happening, and also be careful not to perpetuate the sentiment about Chinese being the Chinese money, or Chinese folks being I think I'm struggling to even ask the question, because we need to sit with both in some sense, and I'm wanting to hear for someone who does that work, how do you both not rarefy that sentiment and at the very same time invite us to also attend to the global flow of capital that actually reshapes geographies, shapes cities, and shapes memories as well, as you talking about. Thanks.
So, thank you very much. The gods and the goddesses, of course. Let me start over. The goddesses and the gods have been very fair to me, because it gives me an opportunity to talk about a photo that I really needed to talk about and that I forgot for a minute. And this is this photo here. So, the lady and the gentleman standing next to me are civil engineers. They are involved in maintenance, in signals communication, and in running the railway between Mombasa and Nairobi, which is a part of the new Silk Road. Okay? Both of them, I have the permission to show the photo, and they appear in a documentary that I'm making and so on. Both of them, Mokia, I think you're here, yeah, so it relates to our discussions sometimes earlier. Both of them got scholarships to go to China. They studied in China. They were in the heartbeat university, the railway university in China, which designs and is the home of the railway transformation in China, just to put it that way. So some of the ICEs and all that. And these are things that are not really talked about, because there will be so much negativity against China. You know, the beauty of the internet, one of the things that the internet has done, the internet has democratized knowledge. So using my phone, while I'm seated somewhere in Kenya, I still check statistics of how global trade is going on. And what do I see? I see that, you know, there's lots of exports and imports from from China to Germany, and from Germany to China. And I tell these stories and I tell them openly and say, when I read that, people talk about, oh no, the Chinese are going to colonize you. I say, are they colonizing Germany because you traded them? The Amero-China economy, which of course we know is quite entangled, that there are many imports and exports. And so beyond everything else that is going on, of course there are knowledge exchanges and so on. And so there are millions of positive stories that are not told because we insist upon the negative stories. And yet maybe we need to raise some of the issues. And today, for example, for my few minutes here, I have to talk about Papua New Guinea and nickel, so that when you drive your electric cars and those of your friends and families, remember those people. And maybe because I'm asked the question, what do we do? What can we intervene? What I was telling a friend who is an engineer. He runs a company that makes battery systems for electric cars. We have to carry on these conversations. And I was telling him, your company is rich. Find ways of your, whatever you call it, corporate social responsibility, which is just a droplet of responsibility that you can take in doing whatever kind of positive projects you can do in those places where the material for the chips that you use come from. And of course, this is a long discussion. We could have the whole evening. But thank you for that question. The last sentence probably I'll say is, so the first time I went to China, when I arrived, and I think this is important just to tell it here in Germany very briefly. So just two very brief things. One, I arrived in China, in Shanghai. I was going to be a visiting scholar for some time at the Shanghai Maritime University. And when I was moving from the city center by bus to the Shanghai Maritime University, what you notice left and right is what? You notice warehouses. Who do they belong to? They belong to Kühne and Nagel. Many of them. They belong to who else? To DB Schenker. All right? And they belong to very many transnational organizations, okay? So now that is a story that tells itself, right? The second, and Hajra, I promise the last thing, that's it, is a discussion that we have when people say, oh, the Chinese engineers are building all your whatever, and they're building the Silk Roads, these Belt and Road Initiative, and some of your engineers are not involved in whatever. Here's the answer, very briefly, that of course these projects are going on, and there are very many wonderful things going on in between these spaces where Chinese engineers have to work with African engineers in some of the projects. There is policies that are changing, but as we move on, we are quite aware through these policies that yes, there are imperfect prices for gold and diamond and whatever else that the West criticizes, within these projects. But just to say that people are not sleeping and just waiting for bad things to happen. There are very, very, very many good things that are going on within the negativity. And I think we just need to spend some time with research and knowledge and facts. In Leipzig, we have had, where I come from, I've been in Germany for about 20 years now. And so when people tell me about Chinese engineers, I tell them, who are Chinese engineers? Chinese engineers just like you and I, many of them have studied in Leipzig. Many of them have studied in some of the best schools. And while the West did not believe for 1 minute that there would have been the possibility of course, a Chinese state that would become as influential, and I'm not paid by the Chinese state, I'm paid by the German government, but just to say the truth, you know, most of the Western thinkers did not really believe that at one point there would be such an influential Chinese state that would actually, together with very many other partners, build global infrastructure. Surprise, it's going on. It's not perfect, but at least things are happening that have not happened since the post-colonial times, right? So, and these are discussions that we can go on with tea and so on.
Before we let you go, there's one brief question.
I know we're running very late, so I'll keep it brief. Thank you so much for the very moving presentation. I was especially struck by the moment that you spoke about your son and the way that you think of him in the morning and when you last go to sleep. And I'm wondering, in relation to the possibility of inner helplessness that we can feel, and collective, how you give hope to your son and what you tell to him as a way of keeping to the radical hope also mentioned yesterday. Thank you.
I walk my son to school every morning when I'm not traveling. I speak Kiswahili and I speak Kikuyu and I speak English and German and some Chinese and whatever else. So in the morning and in the evening I pray for him. I pray for him in many languages. And so I touch him every day when he's going to just walk into school. I'll touch his forehead and I'll bless them, and I'll bless him in Kikuyu, my language. Okay, and I'll say Thayo wa Gai. Okay, Thayo wa Gai is just the idea of may peace be upon you. But I embody the peace and the struggles and everything. He's of mixed heritage. So we talk about the pragmatics. How I give him hope is talking about the pragmatics of his day. We walk for about 10 minutes and I'll remind him, be kind. Some things might happen to you today. Go and tell the teacher, don't fight. Tell it to me, tell it to mama. And I'll say that it is his mother really who, I listen to lots of their conversations and there are things he'll not tell me. He has some struggles about his, biracial and whatever, and he will tell it to his mom. So I'm always like the second. We love each other. It's mothers and their sons and children. But I think I just tell him my stories. And I tell him my real, genuine stories of my struggles. Trying at every age he's going to be 10 to break them down into the language that he might understand. And when I'm unable to do that, I ask the mom, and I ask his grandmother, who knows both cultures. I request for translations. I say, what may I tell him now that he's 4? What about 7? And now he's 10 and these topics have come up and I do not know how to talk about them, not always. So I seek help where I can't in that mix of things and limits of things. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. Thank you for this really leaving us on such a moving note. These are questions and ideas that we'll keep on unpacking throughout the evening and I guess the rest of our practice and time. Yeah. Yeah. Before we move on to the next session, we have a short tea break. Coffee break. Please refresh yourselves and then we move on to other conversations.
Thank you for joining us again. My name is Sagal, and I would like to introduce our next speaker here. In the late 19th to early 20th century, Europe bore witness to a troubling phenomenon, Völkerschau, or ethnic shows, that were a stark reflection of colonial exploitation and cultural subjugation. According to our next speaker, these spectacles, cloaked in the guise of entertainment, served as a grotesque precursor to cinema. The narrative, however, demands a decolonial lens, a critical examination of power dynamics, exploitation, and the deep reflection on the agency of the people who participated in the shows. Enter Bodhari Warsame, who is an independent researcher and translator from Gothenburg, Sweden. His work delves deep into the history of Somali communities entangled in this web of Völkerschau, particularly in Germany and beyond. Through painstaking archival research, Warsame illuminates the experiences of Somali ethnographic performing troupes in Europe from 1885 to 1930. His presentation disrupts the traditional narrative. It touches on the inherent exploitation underlying these so-called shows, but focuses on the individual autonomy of the performers and on the ripples of their legacy. Please welcome Bodhari Warsame.
Thank you very much. I don't know how to top up after our professor has been here. It's really an uphill task to speak after him. But anyway, I will not be. I will not be left behind. I will tell my story too. So bear with me as I stand in front of you. This is a story. I'm a storyteller. That's what I claim. It's a colonial history. I'm not an academic. I am not connected to any institution or any knowledge production giant university anywhere. I work alone, but I collaborate with people like you. And that's how I function, that's how I like it, that's how I work. This is a kind of painful history. But it's a human story too. It is within the colonial network of economic production from 1800s all the way to late 1920s. So this is the phenomenon called in Germany Völkerschau, which in other languages can mean people's shows, ethnic spectacles, and lately, many people are calling it human zoos. I don't like that name very much because the zoo was just one place among many places that they perform it. So that name is just a little bit problematic with me. So Völkerschau, what is it? It's called people's shows, ethnic spectacles, or nowadays some scholars call it human zoos. This phenomenon existed in some form or another before 19th century. It did not start with the 19th century, but it is mass production and mass consumption. It started with the 19th century colonial division of colonized lands, especially after and this city of Berlin was the epicenter of these actions. Remember 1884, remember the scramble of Africa, and these groups, many of them came here, they lived here, they performed here, they left tangible traces here, all around us. I will show you later. So after Western powers went into Africa and many other places, they discovered cultures, they discovered people, discovered resources that I never had before. So instead of them going to Africa or somewhere else to learn about these things, they said, we have the resources now. Why don't we just bring them here? Let them come to us instead of us going there. Because now we rule their land. We have the whole network. So this idea comes from the early travel and adventure literature in Europe, which existed before these shows. But now you have a possibility of seeing these people close to your home. So it was racial and the age of Darwinism and the classification of peoples, and you know the whole history. So when you're thinking about this story, you have to think about the colonial network of economic production. You have to think like the soldiers, the African soldiers who fought the 2 world wars for Europe, defending Europe against the Europeans. They have been everywhere. They fought for France, they fought for England, they were defending Europe against the Europeans. And their lands were colonized. Think about that. Think about the merchant, navy workers, the coolies who died on the seas with no compensation at all. Think about them. So these groups were working within this network of colonial networks of economic production. So they were just trying to make some living the way they could, but it was very dangerous at these times. So I would go on for the time we have. Then came the era of the showmen. For example, a German guy called Karl Hagenbeck, who had a zoo in Hamburg, came up with an idea and said, when I am bringing live animals from Africa, why not bring the people with them too? So that's how the showmen, the big showmen, the impresarios and the agents, and that's how it started. So the Hagenbeck Zoo and other zoos in Europe and America become the entertainment center, where you can see the oddities, the savages, the primitive, the things you have never seen or dreamed before. So there is newspaper articles, reports everywhere they went, especially in Germany. So one newspaper article said, that quote at the bottom of the page, if you want to see Africa, you do not have to travel far. You just visit the 100 and so Somali villagers at the Hagenbeck Zoo. Why go Africa? They are here. And you can see everything in their life. So this is actually a report, an actual report. So who are these people? I'm talking about the Africans only now. But there were many ethnicities from all over the world, from 5 continents and more. There were even Europeans who were part of these shows. Some Europeans who were at the time deemed primitives, like the Irish and the other communities they were in. So I'm talking about the African side, and I will be talking specifically about the Somali connection later on. So they came all over from all over Africa. So the Somalis, the Abyssinians. So the Somalis were a very strange group. They carried many names because the showmanship and the show business needs constant change of names and themes and the way you. So they were, one time they are Somalis, the other time they are Abyssinians, the other time they are Ethiopians, the other time they are Oromos, the other side, because they look like all of them. That's how the Somalis were designing their business. I don't know if this is their idea or was the idea of the agents. So they came from East Africa. Oh, they were Kenyans. Anyway, my professor. Somalis, Abyssinians, Ashantis from Ghana, Senegalese, Dahomians, Ugandese. You just name it. They were all in the business and they came here frequently for about 30 years, 40 years. So this is the map of colonial Africa. And you see how they divided Africa. Especially on the eastern side, the Horn of Africa, you see the British Somaliland, Italian Somaliland. The Somalis came from these two parts mainly. And the French Somaliland and the British Somaliland, there was not much from Italian Somaliland. Because Italy was, at the time, not a strong colonizer. Let me put it that way. So you see the Belgian and the British and the French and German and Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, they all having a piece of a cake. The perfect cake, the magnificent cake, that's what they call in Berlin. So we go on. So how did they get recruited? How did they make the connection? So here comes the role of the explorers. Most of them spies, colonial spies, who were trying to look for resources and good portion of land for the king and for the queen and to claim for their colonial masters. So then came Hagenbeck, wildlife agents and animal trappers, who were actually going into the field to get the live animals from Africa. For example, the biggest contingent from Africa for Hagenbeck came from what is now Sudan, between Eritrea and the proper Sudan. So these trappers and agents were the first who made contact with the Somalis after they get the idea. Guys like Joseph Menges, a tremendous guy who was what they call Orientalist and the Africanist, they call it here, I think. And there is a book about him, I will show you, a German book about him, about all his deeds, bad deeds. The Somalis dealt with him and they knew him by the name Master Mungus because they could not spell his name. His name is Menges, but they call him Mungus. Then came other impresarios and showmen who were working under the big ones. Now the business is well known. Everyone has to get in and make some business. So there were independent agents who went into the field and brought groups too. There were also local entrepreneurial headmen, the local guys, the indigenous guys, who thought about, okay, there is something in here. Let me get involved too. I'm a chief of this village. I know people. I can organize. I can work with these guys, like logistics and catching animals and all that. So I give you two examples of these local headmen. One of them was called Hirse Iga. He was a Somali, well known, a friend of Hagenbeck, been in the business for 40 years. The other guy is called Nayo Bruce. He was from Togo. And actually, there is a book about him, too. I don't have it with me right now, but I will show it to you. So this is Nayo Bruce. He has an extensive history in Europe. very elaborate network of, he has been all over. And this is the book about him. It's available anywhere in, I think, in the libraries. So in case you want to research about him. This is Hirse, the Somali guy. I'm just mentioning two of them. And I think the two biggest ones from African side. There are local headmen from other groups too. For example, the islanders. There were Samoans who were very popular. They frequented here so many times, especially München and Hamburg and Cologne. There is a book about them, and I have it there. So let's talk about the agency. How did they operate? Were they just rounded up like animal and brought here? No way. That never happened, except a very few cases. I know only two cases. One was from Patagonia region, Argentina and that area. Some native group that were forcefully recruited from there. And the other group was from Canadian Labrador area on the Arctic. These two groups, it was a very tragic history, and I will tell you the back. Otherwise, every other group I know, and there were too many to count. There were Indians, there were Arabs, there were Islanders, South Australians, you name it, Africa, everywhere. All of them came here with a contract. They were never forced to do this job. It was a very difficult job, but they did it willingly. That's a very important point to make. The way they were treated, and that's another history. It was a rough job. It was colonial time. It was racism. It was bad weather. It was there was cheating going on. Sometimes their wages were withheld. Sometimes they were abandoned. That's another thing. But they were here voluntarily. So this was a very unusual business. It was lucrative, but a very difficult job. But because you have to be on the move constantly. After some time, the Somalis and other groups, especially the Togolese, and they thought, okay, we can manage ourselves. Why do we need a middleman? Let's cut them. And sometimes it was very violent, sometimes. Like the Nayo Bruce and Hirse Iga, both of them talked about fighting with this middleman to cut them off. Because now they know how to conduct themselves, they know how to make the business themselves. And this business was cutthroat business. Sometimes you don't know the language, you don't know the country and the people. You don't have your people around you. You're dealing with a showman who were just here to make money. So they have to be very careful when dealing with these people. But anyway, they succeeded. Some of them. So you will see many occasions of resistance. There were court cases, there were fights where blood was shed, there were desertions, there were abandonment, there were everything. So I actually know some court cases happen in some places like Dresden, Oldenburg, Bradford in England. In the US, there was a big case that has been going on for about 3 years, which ended up in deportations. So they were resisting. They were not just helpless people who were just going along with whatever came. So they could be called professionals in their time and context. That's what I call them, professional showmen.
in the context of the day, not the context of today, but it's still, show business is still very cruel up to now. It's not that easy to operate with the network of the show business. So let me go further. So where have they been? This is just a very few examples. They have been all over the world. In Europe, every city, maybe, every major city, and even the smaller ones. So these underlined countries are the countries that were most visited. So from Germany, Switzerland, Argentina, Austria, this is the list, and there is many more missing. Okay, let me give you one example of Nayo Bruce business, the Togolese guy I was talking about. Actually, he died in 1919. He had 4 wives who came with him. He had 10 children while doing this business in Europe. He stayed in business. Some of his children went to school here up to university. Rumor says he had married a local wife here. He died in the Caucasus in 1919. In his homeland, he was working with the missionaries. Then he worked for the British colonial administration. Then in 1886, he heard that there will be a big show for colonial Germany here in Berlin, Treptow-Park. You know that place? Yes, 1886. Then he said, okay, there's an opportunity here. He went to the administration, or whoever was organizing, and he said, I want to be with, and I have my people too. So he brought some friends and and he came. So they camped in the Treptow-Park for the duration of the exhibition from all over German colonies. So that's why Berlin is a very important city for this research. So the book, the synopsis of the book says he had made 220 tours all over Europe and beyond. More than dozen countries in Europe. 100 shows in England, 20 in Switzerland, 10 in Austria. Okay? The localities, the venues he has performed with his group are this. Almost everywhere you could think. Theaters, Bropticons, opera houses, and cinemas, and colonial exhibition, trade and industry exhibitions, and everywhere. And if you see the red cities, he has almost, and these are just very few examples. He has been all over Germany, all over Europe, and beyond. And there is an interview of him, a newspaper guy interviewed him, and the link, that link back there, that's his interview. So you can read, if you copy that, you can go into online and read what he said about his business and what he thinks about Europe and how they treat him and all that. So this guy was all over. He left a trail of documents everywhere. That's him in the middle with a kente cloth. Right there. And that was the group. And I think this is the Treptow-Park show. And that's where I got the picture from. So his story is very famous within the academic circles and the historians and the local activists. And so these are where the places that were exhibited. Same like Nayo Bruce. Every imaginable venue that was intended for show business, they were there. the recruitment guidelines. So how did these recruiters, the agents, how did they work? They didn't take anyone out. They didn't bring all of them. They were looking for specific people, specific characteristics, a specific mentality, a specific build and complexion. And the people must have been, they must be exotic and presentable. Exotic and presentable. No freaks. Back in the days before these shows, there were freaks all over Europe. Whether they are from Europe or from America or from the colonized lands, the freak show was very popular. But in this era, they said, no, no more freaks. Now we need the finer ones. So the Somalis were considered the finer ones, the finer. Because in some articles they say the Somalis don't look like Africans, they look like black Caucasians. They describe how they look, how they did, how they think. I mean, this is racial bullshit, you know. It doesn't work like that. That's the same thing that was happening in Rwanda back in the days. You have to classify people and say the Hutus look like this, and we like them. These guys, they are up to no good. And that classification killed Rwanda almost. You know what happened in 1990s and the genocide? It is from that history. So that's a mentality they were working on. So the emphasis were on racial and physical build. They have to be uncivilized. For example, if the person has been in contact with the colonial enterprises and other, if he has been educated or he knows the ways of the white man, he was not needed because you cannot train him. He knows what you're up to, and he will. But anyway, these people became experts in the field, and they kicked out the same guys who were classifying them. So they caught up with them. So what did they show? What were they showing? These are what they were showing. Everything about their livelihood, their existence, the way they live, the way they dress, the way they talk, the way they worship, the way they bury their dead, the rituals, the way they deal with animals, livestock, animal husbandry, house building, iron making, pottery. Everything was on show. I will show you later the pictures. Okay, who were the audience? Every level of the society, almost everyone, from children to adults to, let me say, dignitaries and monarchies, and they were there to see these people. There were also the scientists who were looking for easy targets to do their dirty experiments, and they did, unfortunately. So experiences in Europe, mostly when you're researching on this subject, they are like silent. They don't talk. That doesn't mean they did not talk. They talked, but they were not recorded. Except a few occasions, very few occasions. And these occasions were recorded not by writing, but by talking. There is a place called Berlin Laut Archive. I think it is within the Humboldt University system. Professor John knows, I think. The Laut Archive has one of the most expensive and most rarely sound archives from any ethnic group in the world. Not only Africans, but Pacific Islanders, there are Indians, there are, you name it. And the Somalis were recorded there too. So these recordings are the first Somali recordings ever made in the world. Ever. And they're not available anywhere else except Berlin Laut Archive. But today I will, you have the opportunity to hear some of them. I will make them talk today. So these are the experiences. Racism as expected. Homesickness, bad weather. There were a lot of sickness. There were deaths too. Some of them died here. And we have graves in Europe. Some market, some unmarket. So losing members, prison, internment, World War I, for example. Some of them were caught living in Germany at the beginning of World War I, and they were caught as civilian prisoners of war because they were considered from an enemy subject. Like the Somalis, there were two guys. Both of them were from what was then British Somaliland. And the British and the German, you know what happened between them at World War I and World War II. So they were caught. They were put in Holeben. You know Holeben? There was a big prison camp for the civilian prisoners. There was another one in Winsdorf. Winsdorf, is that how you say? Winsdorf. There were others in all over Germany, but the two most important ones for this research are the Holeben and Winsdorf. There you have another whole history. More recordings were made in there from prisoners of war. You have the first Islamic mosque in Germany built there. I don't know if it still exists, but the first, that's what I heard. I'm not so sure it is the first, but that's what they say. The prisoners of war built the first mosque, Islamic mosque in Germany. So that's another significant history. So when I say Berlin is the epicenter of this center, I mean it. So let's go further. So this is a tragic history. Let me tell you, this business was deadly sometimes. And these are some people who did not survive that business. The story of Abraham Ulrich is now famous. It was not known for a long time, but now there are at least 2 books or 3 books written about him. There were the Inuit people of Canada, Canadian, I think, territories. They were from Labrador. And in 1880, Karl Hagenbeck brought them here to perform. They came from a very far place, sometimes isolated. They came in Europe and they caught European diseases. And most of them died in Europe. Abraham himself died in France. But he left a diary. So this book is from his diary. So if you want to know how these people were treated, read this book. And you will be amazed. Very harsh business to be in, especially if you are from isolated communities. You know, people who know how to deal with a colonial system, like the Somalis and the Togolese, and they knew what to expect. But if you come from a very far island with no contact with the colonial system, you are up for exploitation, the utmost inhuman exploitation. And that's what happened to this group. So that's another tragic side of this history. But there were also joyous moments. There were funny moments. While traveling, the Somalis lived like they lived in their country. They observed their religious duties. They learned Quran. They prayed. They celebrated Eid and other festivities. They acted like a community. They had babies born to them while. So it wasn't a joyless business. There were funny moments too, although not most of them recorded. So cultural and language misunderstandings. New world, new people, new animals. Animals they have never seen. Like there is a case in Hagenbeck Zoo in Germany where the Somali group came to and they saw an animal that I have never seen before. And they joked about it and they said, what is this? One guy said something like, these are the cows of Hagenbeck. Something like that. He eats them. It's only him who, this is because this looks, we have never seen this before. So I think it's only Hagenbeck who has this. So something like that, the cows of Hagenbeck, and they laughed and they laughed, and Hagenbeck heard them talking about him because he was a friend with a headman group, and the story became very wide, publicized in the newspapers. So discovering the way of the city. So there were many youth with the group, and when they came to Europe, they have developed habits that were not welcomed back home, like smoking cigarettes, dating the unbelievers' wives, unbelievers' daughters, and stories like that. And it happened. It's true, for sure. So meeting the public, although it was not reciprocal, it was not sometimes mutual. They met people they have never met before, and they talked to them. And there are several cases there, the audiences, the European audience talk about the Somalis. And some of them say bad things about them, some of them like them, some of them admire them. So both sides communicated and they said something about each other. There were also technological discoveries. I know a case where the Somalis went back with many bicycles, and the German-made Singer machines, tailoring machines. And the local history, the local oral history says the first ever mass distribution of sewing machines from Germany was made by the headman I was just talking about. He made business of it. So he affected the way people dress, because now you have sewing machines. So the whole dress thing changed by only that technology. They have also discovered other forms of arts that I have never known before, like films and theater and music. Some of them became musicians. Some of them became actors. Traces left in Europe, innumerable. We cannot count the whole day. Everywhere. Newspapers, abundant. Any newspaper you research, you will find an article talking about these people. Written reports and inspired local literature. For example, writers, both facts and fiction, they were inspired by these people. So you will see novelists talking about these people. You will see artists. You will see filmmakers, poets. Songs were made about them. Caricatures and the cartoons and you cannot imagine. So, for example, Maria von Tilling and Muhammad Noor, they worked. Muhammad Noor has a very long history. That could be a separate. It is the guy I told you about who was imprisoned in Hohleben as a civilian. He came here in Germany with a group. Then the group and him had a fight. He left the group and lived in Germany on his own for several years. Then the World War I happened. Then he was caught in Hagen. He was put on a prisoner's camp. Then came linguists looking for Somali-speaking people in the camp. And that's how he was rescued from the camp. He was put in the University of Hamburg. He became language teacher. You see how many places he traded during his life, from a nomadic life. And actually his contract when he was coming here was a Quranic teacher. That's how he had to teach Somali children the Quranic lesson. They never missed a lesson. Every day they learn the Quran. So Muhammad Noor ended up in the University of Hamburg. He worked with a PhD student called Maria von Tilling. Later she became Maria Kleinharben. I think her last name changed later. And she made a PhD on the Somali language. And her PhD was all about interviewing him. She then recording his life history, his biography. That was her PhD. And that's how he left his biography for us, and it's still available. You have Karel May. Karel May was a very popular writer and thinker. He has many articles about the Somalis and the Afrikaners, and one of them is called the Straußheiten, the ostrich-riding Somalis. There were paintings like Max Beckscheng, Somali Towns, which is, I know, one original copy is held by the MoMA in New York, Museum of Modern Art in New York. I will show you later. There is also George Kolbe. George Kolbe, I don't know how you say that name. He made three-dimensional statues of foreign people. And he actually worked with a Somali guy. We suspect that guy was Muhammad Noor because the look of the statues he made out of him, the sculpture he made. And George Kolbe Museum is still open here in Germany, in Berlin. And these sculptures are still there. You can go there and see. One of them is called the Somali N-word. Another one is called the Scrouching Somali. There were about 5-6 copies, and they're still available there. You can go and see. Jorge Kolbe Museum. Sound recordings, very huge. That big book you see right here, this one, contains, it's 3 volumes. A whole volume is about these recordings in CDs. It's a very rare book. They made only 500 copies, and I own copy number 224. And the way I got it was very strange. Otherwise, I could not get it, because it was intended only for research institutions. But I will show you today, and you can look inside. You can read it. So I brought it there for your access today. Just 1 day access. Then you will find it somewhere. Okay. Many images and pictures and postcards and newspaper. You mentioned it. There are graves, both market and unmarked, at least 2 in Germany, 2 in Holland, and 1 in the UK for the Somalis. That statue is from Jorge Kolbe collection. I made it from backside because the other side is not suitable, I think. Even I wanted to cut this in half, but I resisted against it. I said, why do it? You have Karel May's article, the Strauss-Haken, right there. This one is Karel May's article, the caricature, and this is Max Beschein, the Somali dance. This is it's called the Abyssinia Wiesen. It's a song, a farewell song for a Somali group who were performing in Denmark. And this guy has a very colorful history. The legend says he married a local girl and he had babies with them. And after the locals discovered it, they threw them away. They chased them away from the city, but they left the babies there. And these babies, one of them grew up and had a family, and that family is still living there. Now many, of course. Then you have the Jorge Kolbe statues. And here you have these items, actual items they left in, this is from Sweden. I found one of them myself. So let me run over now. My time is almost, I think. That's the item, this one. And this is here. This is the day, this is the museum administrator. This is the Museum of Natural History in Stockholm. The Somalis came to the museum and presented 5 items to the museum. These 5 items were never seen later, till 2016. I went to the museum and I said, you have 5 items. Can you find them? And they said, no, we don't know where they are. And I said, I will find them. Can you put me in your magazine? And they said, no one ever goes there. You're not allowed. And I said, prove me. I will show you you have these items. And they said, okay, we'll give you 1 day. I went in 9 o'clock, and 5 o'clock I found this one. So we're still missing 4 of them. So this one is here, and we have it here today. I actually touched it. I found it. This is Hirse Eger now, about 70 years old, very old. And this is the last show in Sweden, 1929. So life after Europe, some of them made some money and they invested homeland. Some of them became experts, linguists, colonial administrators, and some of them even became politicians, I heard. Why tell this story? I believe every story should be told, number one. This is very important. It's a colonial history, but at the era, in this era of decolonization, and we're talking about now colonial history afresh, we need to tell this story for different reasons. For me, I'm just a storyteller. I'm not academic in the sense of the conventional way. It's you who are in the academics who should know this story. Then you can make whatever you want. I tell you now. I told you where the files are. I told you where the archives are. I told you what happened. I told you that. So now you have a responsibility. Okay? So if you allow me very few moments, I will show you now. I will show you the real pictures. What the Europeans saw when they come to these shows. What did they see? How the setup was. So now, come with me. We go in and we see what happened. This picture is very, 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 very dear to me. This is the picture that started the whole thing. This whole thing I'm talking about, it started with this picture. You see here? Carlos Hagenbeck. About 15 years ago, I bought this. I collected some old stuff. I'm an antique guy. I like all the stuff, especially from my people and from my culture and my Somalia and the Somali region and all that. Then one day, I was in the US at the time. I bought this picture from eBay. And this is something peculiar with this picture. You know this background here? Here. The nomadic Somali and the palm tree never meet. Unless they are very close to the coastline. And the Somali camels don't like the coastline. They are always inside. So, what's going on here? This background, this old background is set up, is unreal. This one, the palm trees, everything. And what about the Spanish? The Spanish and the Somalis never meet. You could see the French, Italian, and English, maybe. But the Spanish? Why Spanish? That's where my research began. I went into work. I looked around, internet, Google, historians everywhere, local history. Nothing came up. Then one day, I found the name Karl Hagenbeck, and it came to me. Carlos Hagenbeck, that's the guy. So actually, this picture is from a show in 1910, which happened in Buenos Aires, Argentina. These postcards were used for that show. They are very rare. You'll never see many of them. I own 2 of them, and I have seen another one somewhere else. So that's the story behind the story behind the story behind the story. So let's go now. This is Karl Hagenbeck. This is Karl Hagenbeck's Stellingen in Hamburg. The zoo in Hagenbeck. And this is the circus. So the circus and the zoo were always working in tandem. They were either in the zoo or with the circus, touring around. We go ahead. This is how you say, this is the setup of the Somali village. This is in German, Somali Dorf. So sometimes you see Abyssinians, Dorf, Ethiopians, but this is the village. Somali Dorf, and this is Sweden. It's now part of Poland, but it was a small city in Germany before, but now it's in Poland. It's a small city in Poland, it's witness. So we go, that's one set. And you have the dignitaries who were coming there. This is the Kaiser of Germany, Kaiser Wilhelm, visiting the Somalis on the set. This guy is Karl Hagenbeck, and this is the king. The king is here, Karl Hagenbeck. Here's the Somali guy. So when I say from children to monarchies, everyone was very interested with the Somalis. This is another set of the village. This is actually 1912 in Freiburg. And you see these huts? These huts were shops, were workshops. This is the weaving guy here, the Bodhari, the kitchen of the butcher. You have the iron maker. You have the leather worker. You have, so people come into the camp and they see all of them and they come buy stuff they made too. So this was another thing. And this is where the living quarters, that's where they lived. These three guys were the musicians. You see, they look different from Somalis. So I think they are either Indians or Arabs. Because Somalis traditionally don't carry music instruments. Archery and horsemanship. Webermaker, leather, pottery, Waffenschmiede. You know the weaponsmith. So this is what you see when you get into the village. You see? These are the shops. Then there is a school, the Quranic school, in 4 languages. Shule, Somali school, l'école, scuola. In Italian, in German, and so wherever they went, the language changed. So this is the school for you, mostly religious school. And these are the teachers. They were contracted. They had a special contract only to teach Quran to the kids. This is another scene. This is the prayer scene. When I say everything in their life or their existence or on show, I mean it. So this is another set. If you see here, they are praying, and this is where the audience stop and see. And there is also a Quran in display here. This is the prayer scene, La Prière in French. So I will go quick. This is the fight scene, the beast scene, and the wedding. The family scene. She's pregnant and she's carrying small, probably born outside the country. You see how many children with a group? Another family scene in different places. This is Russia. Here. This is Sweden. Bradford, England. Bradford, England. Still the family scene. This is the Hirse family. This whole family is one family. Here he is again, young. So my time is up, so I will speed up. This is another scene. This is England, the Crystal Palace, 1985. And this whole background is fake. Okay, This picture, this is show of wealth in the Somali nomadic setting. You see this house with the two hams. They call it Labadariale, and it's not for everyone. Only the wealth have such houses. And you see the jewelry. Even the young ones have jewelry. The clothing is very different. Milk in abundance. That means they're displaying wealth. The warriors scene, the fight scene, is still the warrior scene, the horsemen and all that. The leaders, animal trapping. Actually, this is this. They catching a zebra. This guy was very young at the time. He was the son of the leader, and he took over the business at the end. I know his name. I know everything. So now we got the funny business, caricatures. The Somalis, they were rumored that they steal women. Be careful about the Somalis. So they were kept an eye. You see here, this soldier, he's guarding this guy. Because this is the guy who married the local lady and had children with him in Denmark. So they said, okay, what do we do with these guys? They sneak up at night and they sleep with our women. What do we do with them? Okay, let's have guard on them till they go to their homeland. So this guy was, you see, it's very funny, but it happened. Okay, this is the funniest one. Let me tell you this one. Did I tell you the Somalis speak back? Yes, they did speak back. And they said this. This is Arabic inscription, but the language is Somali. Because back in the days, the Somali did not have orthography. We didn't have our own orthography up to 1972. It's very young. But before that, we wrote our language in Arabic. So this is, any Arabic speaker can read this, but you'll never get the meaning unless you speak Somali. So this is called, Hare, Barale, Dorale. You know Hare? Hare means shitty. And Dorale means stinky. And Barale is still stinky, but it's used for uncircumcised men. The way they stink. The history behind this is, you see these postcards. I have to show you. These postcards was a side business for the Somalis, and it was the role of the children to sell this. Sometimes they did some autographs. They autographed. Sometimes with their names, and sometimes with gibberish, nonsensical, something that does not exist. They just describe it like this. Sometimes they write their name. Sometimes they wrote insults at the back of the card. And this is one of the cards. So the language is Arabic. So maybe some impresarios could read Arabic and could understand Arabic, but they could not understand Somali. So you can read the Arabic, but unless you know Somali, you will never understand what they say. And there are similar cases like this. This is just one example. Let me end here. This scene is in the US, the city of Chicago in 1916. A group from French Somaliland ended up in New York in 1914. And unfortunately, they were involved in a shady business deal. The business fell apart. They will abandon it in the middle of nowhere. They ended up in Chicago, and this is a police station. These are police. So the whole group was rounded up, put into the police station. There was a court case that was going on for about 3 months. They did not win, and they were deported back to Djibouti. And that's how their story ends up. And I found out some, like this postcard. They took some of the postcards back to Djibouti, and they sold them there. So someone posted it, sent it from Djibouti to Europe, back to Europe. And that's why I know they went back safely. That's how I traced them, with postcards, with newspaper articles, with... so I have to know who was where and when and all that. And there is a very, very elaborate research made by an American researcher. I wish I had the link so you could read the history, that sad history of that group. And I think I will end it here because my time has already expired. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm very sorry to take some minutes from my next colleague.
No.
Because if I get into this subject, I become I don't know where the time is.
I know. So, I'm very grateful.
Thank you for your attentive listening, and we might discuss some of this stuff later. You might meet me there, and we'll talk about books. We'll talk about the recordings. And actually, yeah. Okay. I will be very quick.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for a Q&A, but I am okay with that, and I think you can find Bodhari in the space to ask questions this evening.
Actually, I wanted to you could listen one track from the Laut Archive, but technology is beating me up, and this is not Somali, this is Gambian drums. You can find that in the Laut Archive. Many of them from Gambia, from Senegal, from Central Africa, all over. But let me... So, let me stop here. Thank you very much.
So a huge thank you to you, Bodhari, for joining us for this incredibly rich presentation. I'm sorry that we don't have time for a Q&A right now, as I mentioned, but I also feel like those tracks made it worth it. So I just want to say that we're moving on directly to our next presentation. Perhaps you can take a very, very quick 2-minute break at best for those who have to go to the restroom or drink some water, but come back very quickly, please.
I'm here with my colleague Meghna. And yeah, we would like to just briefly introduce this next section. Please, can we have a bit of quiet around the space? Please, let's gather together. We want to introduce this penultimate section of our two-day program, which will be slightly unorthodox in that we have three practitioners here with us today. We'll begin with two presentations by Sarah Imani and Samba Yonga, who have joined us today. Samba all the way from Lusaka, and Sarah Imani from here in Berlin, down the road. And Helena Uambembe, who will also join in a panel discussion after the two presentations. So first of all, Sarah will present, and my colleague Meghna will give a brief introduction to her.
So just to go over what Mokia said, because did you say Helena's performing after?
Yes.
Yes, you did. Okay. So we have, this section is called On Collective Repair and Return. Restitution, reparation, rehabilitation are topics that we have touched on in the last 2 days, and especially recently today with John's presentation, we've talked about extractivism, which I think is incredibly relevant to the fact that we now hear from Sarah. Sarah's presentation is called The Coloniality of Extractivism in Land and Culture. Extractivism is the epicenter of the colonial encounter, and while we say that the European colonial project is over, it persists, its imperial logics persist with the way that we see resources being extracted from formerly colonized lands by colonial powers, or supposedly the former colonial powers. I'll let Sarah do the rest of the presentation, but just to introduce her, Sarah Imani is a qualified lawyer, German qualified lawyer, and a research fellow at the Deutschen Institut für Menschenrechte. Switched into English in the middle of that word. She studied at the Sorbonne, at Hamburg University, at New York University, at Bradford University, and her areas of expertise are international law, international criminal law, human rights law, and international legal theory. Before joining the Deutsches Institut für Menschenrechte, she worked as legal advisor at ECCHR, which is the European Center for Constitutional and Human Rights. She was responsible for ECCHR's work on German and European colonial crimes, reparations and restitution, as well as critical and decolonial perspectives on the law. Sarah, please welcome.
Thank you for this very kind introduction. I'm very, very grateful to have been invited today to share this space with you and have conversation on, can we start maybe already? All right. To have conversation on collective repair and return. Before I start, I want to have one preliminary remark. My presentation is based is based on a paper idea I'm developing right now together with my colleague Leocadia Melchior. And it's based on our decolonial legal praxis that we developed during our time at the European Center for Constitutional and Human Rights. Because it's based on a paper, I probably will read out a lot. I know, and I talk a lot. This is like a disease with us lawyers. In that sense, we are nuts, to make a reference to my fellow presenter, John. What I also want to say is that with this presentation and with the work actually we're doing, we want to take on the responsibility because law is obviously central to colonialism and to the coloniality of the present order as well. So now we want to see and explore together from a distinct legal perspective how law can contribute to decolonization practices. So let me begin again by centering the word or the practice of like the very violence of extractivism, meaning various forms of violent taking of land, culture, and even people in its crudest form, because it is in the epicenter of the colonial encounter. And while the European colonial project has formally been declared over, the same is far from true from the imperial logic behind it. To the contrary, in the modern encounter of the 20th and 21st century, the life, experiences, and cultures of those who suffered and are actually still suffering from it are often discarded. What I really try to focus on is this transtemporal dimension in what marks the coloniality of extractivism. Because it is a phenomenon really that transgresses not only the different periods in time, but obviously also manifests itself in different disciplines, for which reason sometimes it's very, very hard not only to make it more transparent, to foreground it, but then obviously also to criticize, to dismantle it. Because sometimes when different disciplines try to talk, there's a lot of lost in translation. So what I want to tackle today is how do we find decolonization as an existing concern, matter, or practice in the everyday world from a very distinct legal perspective. I will draw on two examples, one from Cameroon and one from Namibia. Again, both are examples that I draw from my work, really. So from the praxis I do in these contexts. With the Cameroon, it is a case of extractivism of cultural belongings in the past, claims for restitution as a matter of one's cultural identity, as a right, and this is very important, it's a right, it's not only a moral claim or whatever, we are arguing that it's really a right, thereby countering exploitation of culture, both in terms of knowledge and traditions, but also in a very, and this was mentioned already, a real economic value because the access to that art has an economic benefit we cannot deny. And the other one is on the extractivism of natural resources. So in the first glance, it seems to be very disconnected, but please bear with me. We will see how this goes along. And then it's about the extractivism of natural resources in the present. Here in this case, hydrogen in Namibia by a German company and by a German corporation. And this is very interesting in that sense because it is really reminiscent of colonial encounters where cooperation represented sovereign colonial powers, yet without the same necessary restraints that come with liberal sovereignty's legitimacy, actually rights, and the public rule of law, fostering thereby by using corporations for the expansion and extraction, ruthless expansion and pretense care for humanity in times of climate crisis, where in reality, again, it's about the continuous unequal allocation of benefits shaped by colonial amnesia, investment projects confronting effects of climate change. So in the first thing, you think, okay, green energy project, wow, super, let's do this. Not as a matter of climate justice, but as a matter of imperialist economic growth of an ever-expanding economy with scarcer resources. I will focus mainly on the Namibian case, but I also want to just briefly mention at least the restitution cases because they are connected in that way, because the restitution and the way how Western former colonial powers treat cultural belongings is very telling in the way how they racialize, how they still exploit, and how they use these certain narratives in order to present themselves as the universal. Here is just one example. Again, very, very briefly, this is the example from the Bangwa. There was very recently, and it's sad, there was a return, but not a real return in the sense that it was really restituted by the responsible institution, but the people had to buy the statues back. It was an activist move by the organization Regardless, with Sisi Njombati. But what I want to really raise the attention to that case, because it's ongoing. There are ongoing negotiations in that regard, and it's I can tell so much about it, what all went wrong in this case, but I want to leave it at that. And obviously, I want to point out that there is, at the moment, on the Opinio Juris, a really interesting symposium on these issues from a legal perspective, and where I also, in my contribution, expand a little bit how this is a matter of racial justice, but as a matter of racial justice under the law, under the Anti-Racism Convention of the United Nations. What also is what these cases show is how false history of property, instead of culture, and in cases of cultural belongings, and the dehumanization of the colonized as objects in life and death, when we talk about ancestral remains, ancestors, how that really, shapes narratives that still continues the oppression of those, because they have to beg for their restitution. It's not about, the human remains are not seen as people, and they are not seen in there as a right bearers, and this not being a legal subject, again, is what really marked the colonial encounter. The one being the object of colonization, extraction, and the other one being the universal civilized legal subject. And what we did in our work, what we're still doing, is that we're saying this is a matter of fundamental rights under the German Constitution, actually, human dignity, very broadly, but also the right to mourn, to rest in peace. These are rights, and they also belong to those still trapped in the German colonial archives. And it's also a matter of human rights. So keeping that in mind, again, here the problem that the universal tales of progress and science legitimized the grounds for extraction. Because it was the science, the collecting, saying we need these skulls in order to prove scientific progress. Haha. So now we turn to, and I think we go through this because this is a very, very brutal and very, very current example of extractivism, of the coloniality of extractivism, meaning natural resources extractivism in the present in Namibia. And I'm here showing you the work done very recently by Forensic Architecture on this project. It's a German international cooperation-driven project in Namibia, where it's called the Hyphen Project, where they're planning actually the extraction of hydrogen by a German company in Namibia. And again, it's green energy, so it's again a perfect example how climate change and green energy projects in reality are a continuation of civilizing mission. And their forms of extractivism often entails the extinction of critical indigenous memory. Why? The background here is, you can see the island. It is a German company who wants to do that. It's actually, so it's very complicated, which is always the case with the investment and trade law. But it's basically a German company, and what they're trying to do there is exactly have hydrogen production, for which we need a lot of water and a lot of electricity. Especially for the electricity, we need a lot of land and solar energy, which we don't have in Germany, so hence back to the colonies, where there is supposedly a lot. That is the first problem there. And the second one is that in order to transport then the hydrogen to Germany, because it's for Germany, those extracted this hydrogen, one needs to transfer it into ammonia. And this process requires a lot of water. Again, extractivism at its best. On top of this is the third complex, and again, just stop me if I'm talking too long. The third complex really is, this is like the simplified version of it, So the third problematic complex, because in order to put this ammonia on ships, bringing the hydrogen to Germany, we need a port, and the port, the current port is too small. Hence, they need to expand it. And where they're expanding this, it's on the island, it's Lüderitz, and then they need to expand it on the island like Shark Island. And Shark Island was that infamous island where the during German colonialism, they had concentration camps and where genocidal acts took place against the Oberherero and Nama. So this is what's happening, and actually it's planned. It's a real thing. So colleagues of mine, they went there and they attended presentation by those companies and by the NAMPORT, the port authority. So the plans are real, and they're planning to start exportation 2027. RWE is going to, there are MOUs already in place. RWE is going to buy those hydrogen from this German subsidiary in the Hyphen company based in Namibia. So what we have, and forensic architecture researched it brilliantly, really, is that we have a site of memory endangered. Evidence and documentation of colonial crimes might become impossible. That is also a real problem, and forever lost. And we have an environmental and health damages are looming with the extraction, like with the water, but also with the production of ammonia. There's air pollution and harm to biodiversity and the ecosystem. So what can collective rights do? And this is, I think this is very, very central, because we could start and look at the positive human rights law. And there is something like the right to a clean and healthy, sustainable environment. Actually, it's really interesting, because normally you have these very concrete rights, like the right to life, right to housing, right to food. This right, it's jurisprudence, and it's multifaceted. So you find it in different various human rights treaties and customary international law. And this is, I think, when we think about the decolonial legal praxis, interesting, and here now we get to the connection. Yes, it's about the right to health, but it's also about the right to participation in cultural life. So because life and to live in a healthy environment, to have acceptable living conditions, means also to be connected to one's own cultural heritage, or so you can argue. And this is also very much criticized by the communities. It's also about, because they weren't obviously, again, not involved, like with the joint declaration between Namibia and Germany, there is a right to access to information and a right to participation in these sort of investment projects, which wasn't respected at all in this concrete case. Let me just check. What really interestingly, and I think this topic came up a little bit already as well, so now we have a German corporation operating transnationally. So how can we get human rights into that? Because normally it's sealed hermetically in the trade and investment law regime. Interestingly, but now with the German, and only since this year we have, and you've probably heard it in the news, the German Supply Chain Act. So now it's technical. We just really briefly, again, will touch upon it. You can look it up on the internet. It's the Lieferketten-Sorgfaltspflichtgesetz, very German. So and there in paragraph 2, section 2, paragraph 2, there is a way to read human rights into that, and also then this sort of human right. So when we look, there's in number 10, there's a prohibition or an obligation to regard that there isn't any excessive water consumption. So in this case, with the ammonium production, the contrary is true. More interestingly, again, from a decolonial perspective, is the prohibition of the unlawful taking of land, the use of which secures the livelihood of a person. And what is this livelihood? And this is now where lawyers, especially critical lawyers, need to take on the responsibility and try to decolonize, to think critically, to find arguments to how to connect culture, land, and obviously to live in a healthy environment, climate justice as a climate justice issue under this very, very, very concrete statute. And it could be done, I think, and my colleagues do, by just really looking into, obviously, different sources in international law, but also, and this is, I think, very, very crucial, and I think Samba will also talk about this a little bit, or even more and more. She's the expert on this. To include epistemologies of those affected communities, or legal thought of, for instance, the Nama, because they have that. And that's what, and transform those through legal interpretation and argumentation into into legal arguments, and then interpretation of that very concrete German supply and act chain, for instance. So again, as I said, some challenges. So with the supply chain act, there is a window, so to speak. Otherwise, investor-state arbitration is the worst from a strategic human rights litigation perspective, because it's very sealed, it's closed. I mean, sometimes you only get the award, there aren't any participation rights, it's very intransparent. But I think this could be done. And what I also, and this is where I return to this one, and I also want to, this is Mangimeli from Tanzania, because I think when we but sometimes when you develop strategies, sometimes you need to also think strategically. These cases of restitution of cultural belongings and ancestral remains as fundamental rights or human rights issues could be a forum where a site of contestations through litigation and political and legal advocacy, and we're doing this not strategic, not litigation, but the political advocacy right now in consultancy, where we can read or start reading collective rights, which is completely different as a concept to the liberal concept of rights, which is very much based in the individual and not so much in communities and a connection to land, culture, and nature. We can read into that and we can test that before German courts, for instance, or with the government or in UN human rights fora. So what we can try, and this is obviously a very, very long road, is to achieve epistemic change that can have, at the end maybe, a positive impact on cases like the Namibia case, even though at this point it seems to be very unconnected. Also very concretely, return of cultural belongings means activation of cultural practices of knowledge in regard to land, culture, and nature that are not living today because they were extinct, extracted, and transformed in something that those cultural belongings are obviously not. To sum up, what these apparently very distinct examples do is share the same legitimation based on tales of scientific progress, promises of cures, shared knowledge, equal production and commodification of common goods for the benefit of humanity. All the while, these benefits are still unequally shared along the color line between the West and the Rest, the center and the periphery, very much informed by historically grown structures of imperialism. Law in this context has to be proven to be mostly the instrument, really, of racial capitalism and imperialism. So how then can human rights claim and approaches be different and get rid of that legacy? Again, as I tried to show a little bit, is through decolonial, critical, self-critical legal interpretation and argumentation. And again, a long road, but while, and here I quote this very well-known proverb, while the youth can walk faster, the elders know the road. This is one essential reason why the colonial extraction of culture and the continuous denial of memory culture, as it is the case with the Shark Island, is indeed very much connected to the question of trade and investment in the times of climate crisis and must be treated as such. The coloniality of extractivism is real, an overarching trans-temporal concern of decolonization past, present, future, meaning especially for future generations. Hence, what we need is a future that understands the importance of cultural heritage for a person's and community cultural identity and dignity as much as it understands climate justice and development to form a trans-temporal reparative encounter that acknowledges the harm done and speaks to a future beyond extractivist coloniality and towards repair between culture, people, and nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I think one thing that Sarah Imani's lecture reminds me of is a quote by Marimba Ani, or rather a warning by Marimba Ani, in which she urges us to never separate European values, professed European values, from European objectives, right? And I think by extension, we, especially now, with what you bring forward with regards to Namibia and this renewed effort at reconciliation on the part of the German government, some 110 years later, after the fact of the Namibian genocide, of the Ova Herero and Nama genocide, the first genocide of the 20th century. This country steeped in the tradition of genocide. I think it urges us then to also think that, we cannot separate German objectives from professions of German guilt. Now that they begin to say, that we're apologetic, they will stand there, they will go to Namibia and look at Namibian officials and say, we're sorry, here's a development cooperation agreement, for such and such amount of money, 30 billion was it? Something around that range for development cooperation. Of course, yes, and with this development cooperation, we want access to these and those minerals, we want these and those countries to come and take part, and that's part of this, this is how we reconcile our guilt, by continuing to extract your minerals under the false pretenses of guilt. Anyway, we will follow this with a lecture from Samba Yonga, a friend, a colleague, and just somebody who's really a reference for a lot of us at Savi, not just here, but in Cameroon, where we are also doing work. We have some of our colleagues also right now in Limbe, in the southwest region of Cameroon, who are trying to do work under extreme duress, under extremely difficult circumstances, not just in Limbe, but across the Anglophone region of Cameroon, which is where I'm from, where we have a Savi Kwata, a satellite space, which is a community space. It's a library, it's a cultural center, and it's a space in which we've tried to build this space, in the image of some conversations actually that we've had with Samba Yonga, with the work that she's doing with the Women's History Museum of Zambia, and the ways in which she's, trying to reorient the discourse around restitution to the continent, trying to move the center of gravity of this discourse around restitution to the source communities that have been dispossessed. We share this commitment together. She's here with some colleagues, Eno in Ganyet. Sorry, I wrote it down. In Yangete, Eno and Sophia Lovegrove from the Disrupting and Reorienting Restitution Collective. Her work this is her work, yeah. So Samba, please come up before I go on.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you so much, Mokia, for that introduction. And thank you to everyone, all the speakers who have been so incredible. Thank you, so I don't have to bend. I like to pretend I'm tall. Just to make a comment about the conditionalities, Mokia, that you talked about with the international corporations when they're dealing with indigenous communities. And it is true, and some of the work that we're trying to do is to ensure that the communities have the agency to be able to negotiate in those spaces, because a lot of the time they do not have the agency because they don't understand the language, they don't know how to interpret the language, and I don't mean in an illiterate way, but in the way that has been structured that is very one-sided. So for us, this is the interesting work that we want to do and start right at the grassroots level. Is this where my presentation is? Thank you. Okay. You here? Okay. So I'm realizing that working in the decolonial space, there are so many things that keep me up at night pondering. How many people go through that? No one? It's not a trick question, yeah. And for me, it's mostly two questions. What if we have not yet told our most important stories of Africa? And another one is, what if we are walking around with incomplete identities because there are layers of coded language still buried in our indigenous knowledge that we just can't decipher? And I want us to stay with that for a bit. And I'm going to show you a list of images that will form the presentation. And I want you to have a look at them. I'll talk through them later. Don't think about it too much. Just look at them and think about what it makes you feel or what you think it is. And you can write it down if you want to, or later we can talk about it. Like I said, anything that comes to mind, just write it down immediately. The images I'm showing you are from the Luvale community in the northwest of Zambia. That's where I come from. And each and every one of these images that you see are cultural heritage artifacts that belong to the community of the Luvale. And all those artifacts that I've shown you and the images, none of them are in their actual communities of origin. The phenomenon, of course, is not new. This is the experience of historical violence of colonialism, where communities suffered the separation of their indigenous knowledge and objects. I wanted to spend some time today not really talking about colonialism and the decolonial effort of acknowledging atrocities and then trying to fix them, but more I want to talk about the insidious and silent ongoing internal violence and resulting manifestation of colonialism that has shaped our perspective, who we are and who we are not, and in this way, attempt to understand the impact. I want to talk about decolonization in terms of how the effort of colonialism to re-engineer the meaning of our knowledge systems and artifacts has had an impact on our ability to actually understand and interpret our own knowledge. When I say our, I'm referring to indigenous communities in Zambia, but this is the case in many Southern African countries as well. We founded the Women's History Museum in Zambia as a way of restoring indigenous knowledge systems that had been obscured as a result of the colonizing experience. Along the way, we kept confirming that not only had a lot of the knowledge been obscured and distorted, but the communities had developed a cultural amnesia around the meaning of the knowledge, the systems, and the artifacts. We challenged some of the museums that we work with to start reframing their methods of care and exhibition and started insisting that they work with communities of origin to correct the asymmetries, and it's an ongoing process, a long one. But the resultant cultural amnesia meant that we had to start thinking around a critical language of intervention that would allow us to start codifying the knowledge we no longer understood. I want to give examples of this phenomena, and I'll use my own experience and a few other examples. But I'd like to share some definitions so we're all on the same page when I'm making references to the experiences. You'll hear me refer to these terms. The first one is enculturation. According to the Oxford Dictionary, It's a gradual acquisition of characteristics and norms of a culture or group by a person, another culture or religious group. For the purpose of this discussion, we will focus on the policy largely implemented by the Catholic Church in Zambia and other parts of Africa in the 1940s to reform the practices of indigenous cultures. So for those who might not know, during the colonizing period, a lot of missionaries and churches went into Africa and embedded themselves in indigenous communities and started changing cultural practices in order to convert them to Christianity. A further definition of enculturation by a colleague and a friend, Mary Mbewe, explains the key position of enculturation was a cultural adaptation in which non-Western and non-Christian cultures, especially for the church in Africa, is that African customs were subjected to the scrutiny and sieved of elements that were deemed negative and intolerable. These were given a Christian facelift, adopted and recodified as African customs. This resulted in many customs and practices being abandoned by the indigenous groups. The next definition speaks to this. Cultural amnesia. I'm borrowing this definition from Ep Jorge. Cultural amnesia is a reference to a diagnosis of a condition that has been caused by external damage or trauma. This may result in a society forced to forget about their roots, culture, and the connection to the landscape that was once embraced by a community as a whole, but now forgotten. It is an assumption that something is missing or is about to be forgotten, and it would have disastrous consequences. Ep Jorge suggests that the causes of the amnesia need to be diagnosed and identified, and their possible effects imagined. The critical language of intervention is a term we have been using in our research practice to describe the intervening lens we're applying to the discourse of documenting and archiving colonial and post-colonial Zambian and Southern African historiographies. The approach is based on working with multidisciplinary fields of academia, art, historical studies, museology, and others to foreground the construction of nuanced, critical resistance language that counterposes mainstream historical narratives of Zambian and Southern African historical accounts. To illustrate these definitions, I would like to share a story of my own family's experience. My mother is Angolan, my father is Zambian. My mother ended up in Zambia by accident. My ancestral land straddles both Angola and Zambia. So when war broke out in Angola, my mother had been visiting her relatives on the Zambian side in the 1970s, and she ended up never going back for 30 years. There are obviously a lot of traumas associated to that experience, but one of the main ones was that my mother rarely talked about home, Angola. No matter how much you asked her, she would mention her family, talk about exchanging letters with them, but she never actually spoke of her experience. Information was always extracted accidentally. Like when growing up, when we were sick, she would use these herbal remedies to bring down our temperature, to stop our stomach from running, to help us eat better, to boost our immunity. And she just used natural remedies. And when we would ask her, but where did you learn how to do this? She would say it was her father. And after several years of getting morsels of information, I pieced together that my grandfather was actually a master healer and herbalist who was known across borders and whose help was sought by many, including the missionaries, whom he had become friendly with and often traded with. My mother also told me that the missionaries were weary of his skills and often told him that it was not the way of God. And eventually, as he continued being adopted into the missionary life, they told him to stop his practice. But at the same time, when one of them fell ill, they would get him and have him go with them and show them how he gave the treatment, and then they would tell him to desist from practicing. Somehow my grandfather started to believe this practice was wrong and stopped teaching his children. And this is how a lot of the knowledge that he had passed out of the memory of my mother. This was a common practice between missionaries and the locals. Our family was not unique in this case. Just like that, the process of cultural amnesia began. Now my mother looks back with regret at not having been able to have practiced with her dad, and realizes that even though the missionaries stopped him from practicing, they documented this knowledge and inculturated it for their own purpose. Today, both my mother and myself experience cultural amnesia, her from losing the ability to understand a coded healing language that her father was fluent in, and me being a third generation who was being told a language that I did not even recognize as my own. My mother's skills for learning plants and herbs turned her into a florist, and she has a green thumb and a thriving business to show for it. No doubt she got it from her father. I also inherited my mother's green thumb, and my garden at home bursts with herbs and plants. However, I can't help but wonder how much more my mother would have learned and what she would have become and what I would have become had I understood that layer of code that my grandfather possessed. All I am left with now is an attempt to critically intervene in the gaps by filling in bits and pieces, and no matter how hard I try, it still remains incomplete. To give a much deeper and broader perspective on the effects of enculturation and cultural amnesia, I will share 3 examples of indigenous practices that were disrupted by colonialism in the Luala community. Our indigenous knowledge transmission practice, our perspective of beauty, and our form of archiving and documenting knowledge. Lubale, Chokwe, and Luchazi people in Zambia, I'm from that community, have long practiced ways of educating their communities in the way of life and looking after their land, body, and spirit. This is closely tied to the spiritual relationship with their ancestors, who are the knowledge keepers who transmitted this knowledge through initiation ceremonies and schools of ritual practice. This is an image of the Makishi ancestral rising. It's a ceremony where ancestors or knowledge keepers appear in the physical world to pass on their knowledge to new initiates. The masks and regalia they wear are coded knowledge systems that become visible and decoded when one is initiated. And when the training is successfully complete, the music and dance train their minds through meditation to prepare them to receive the knowledge. In museums in the West, you hardly find the description of this context I've provided. And I've seen a lot of these masks. I've traveled to at least 20 museums across Europe and America, and in each and every single museum, there is the Makishi masks, there are objects and regalia that are associated to the Luale community, and none of them have, this is basic descriptions I'm giving you. It's much, much deeper. Mukanda is a coming-of-age initiation process. It's done by the boys in the Luala community, where they are placed in seclusion and undergo circumcision and are initiated into the coded language of ancestral practice. It's called Mungongi and Tusona. This is a knowledge system that gives instruction of how to exist in harmony with nature and people in a sustainable way. It was a knowledge system that was passed on annually during the ancestral rising ceremony of the Lukumbilyamize. Contact with Christian missions ensured a lot of these practices were enculturated or discontinued, and the gaps remain as most of the knowledge keepers continue to pass away. Interpretation of beauty. The use of masks as archives was a strong practice that encoded the knowledge of the ancestors in a physical form. The knowledge helped define perspectives and worldviews of the people that would train them to understand aspects of self in a respectful and reverent way. This mask depicts one of the popular mass and knowledge practices of the Lubale. It's called Likishi Liamwana Pueo, which means the mask of the woman. It represents the beauty of the woman. The different engravings on the mask and the way the hair and features were constructed depicted and celebrated the beauty of a woman. The woman was not only beautiful because of her features, but those symbols signified that she was schooled in the culture and way of life of the community and held the wisdom of the community. For this particular mask, you can see the star tattoos on the forehead and the cheeks, which symbolized Litota. Litota means a bright, shining star. Women were often referred to as stars. Once again, in the museum where this object now resides, none of this context is applied. So a person who encounters the mask is forced to form opinions and definitions based on whatever basic description they have encountered on African masks. This slide shows an item barely recognized for what it is, even in my own community and country. These are ancient tablets that a collector returned to the Zambian National Museum from 1,000 collection of sacred objects that he had collected over 50 years. These tablets have inscriptions of Tusona, which is an ancient Lubale language used to code indigenous knowledge systems connected to our ancestral history. This is evidence that Zambians, despite what is commonly shared, had a way of documenting and transmitting knowledge. However, because of the cultural amnesia that now exists, there hardly remains anybody in our community who can decipher this code. Often, the Tusona symbols were tattooed on our bodies or our forefathers and mothers as a way of using our bodies as archives. This practice was vilified and discontinued and labeled as primitive and not recognized as a form of knowledge transmission. When I first came into contact with these symbols and this knowledge, it had long since ceased to be practiced or even discussed at dinner or by the fire in the village homestead. I looked at the symbols and did not understand anything at all. I looked at the skulls and thought, it just made me think of dead people. And the odd markings and symbols which seemed primitive to me were even worse. I continued to study, ask questions, and research. And the more I learned and was initiated into the symbols, the better I became at cracking the code and coming into contact with the wealth of knowledge that has had an incredible impact on my life. For example, I now understand that the skull and bone is not symbolic of evil or the dead, but it is a storage of memory and wisdom from generations of knowledge keepers and ancestors. I'm sure you can see the skull there. And the Chingolongondo, which is the X-marked symbol there, is seen on a lot of the masks. If you Google Makishi masks, you'll see that symbol there. That's kind of like an X. And it's the most powerful symbol of the people of the Lubale. It is seen as the mark of culture and history of the origins of the people and their ancestors. The kaposhi, which is the line that goes across like this with a circle, are the steps-like symbol you can see, and is a clan identification and provides a history of the clan and origins of people. The mask or ancestor that held this symbol was the one who held the knowledge of the clans. And the musele, which is the spiral thing you see there, is a symbol related to fertility and continuity and is usually represented by the lucano. Lucano is a bracelet. It's a bracelet worn only by female chiefs. The chato, which is the two lines like this, the short lines, is the actual name given to the tattoo and the writing form of Tusona coded language. And the chiao, which is the two parallel lines with the dots in the middle, represents the bridge or ladder connecting the heavens and the earth. All these symbols give indication and evidence of how the people of the Lubale interacted with nature, the spiritual world, and their communities. This is an image from a page in a book that I found that depicts some of the symbols and their meanings. We continue to research and document this knowledge. There are many more of these language forms that we are yet to discover that demonstrated a complex form of knowledge production, documentation, and transmission that we need to remember. Finally, because I can go on talking forever, I would like to say the museum is creating pathways of transition by working to correct these asymmetries created by this violent contact in many communities of origin, and to restore and validate our knowledge is our aim. The layers continue to be unpacked and decoded, but we do not intend to see a huge paradigm shift in our lifetime. But what we hope to do is leave enough decoded text and language for the next generation to easily interpret and navigate the value of their indigenous knowledge systems in their contemporary worlds. I thank you for your attention.
Samba, please wait. Yes, we would like to invite you back to take a seat, as well as Sarah Imani and my colleague Megna. Please come and join. And Helena Uambembe would also like to introduce Helena Uambembe. Helena's presentation will take the form of a performance, which will come after this discussion. We'll speak a bit. We'll have a few questions for Samba, Helena, and Sarah, and then we'll take some questions from you all, and then we'll take about a half an hour break before Helena performs. Let me take a seat. Just to briefly introduce Helena, we met about 2 years ago. 1 year ago, okay. Yeah, that's true, that's not possible. Yeah, we met last summer when I was outside of a pizza restaurant waiting to go in, or I'm not sure what I was waiting for. And then along came Helena biking, like a European, and she hit a bollard and fell down. Yeah, and I came to help. And then she stood up, you know, paint on her hands. It's like I just came back from my studio. Yeah, anyway, this is how we met. But Helena is also a brilliant artist. She's of Angolan heritage, similar to Samba over here. So we have our Angolan sisters together. But I will read a little bit from your biography here, just to give a bit of context, and then ask you to share with us maybe some reflections on the two presentations, if you don't mind. So Helena is an artist of Angolan descent and born in South Africa, whose work is heavily influenced by her heritage and experiences. Her parents fled the civil war in Angola, and her father was a soldier in the 32nd Battalion of the South African Defense Force. Uambembe's artistic practice explores themes of the 32nd Military Battalion and her Angolan heritage. She obtained her BTech in 2018 from Tshwane University of Technology in South Africa and is a member of the collective Kutala Chopeto. In 2019, Uambembe won the David Koloane Award and completed a 2-month residency at the Bag Factory in Johannesburg. She's exhibited at Art Basel Statement, where she was awarded the Baloise Art Prize in 2022. I could keep on reading here, but it would take a while. Yeah, it's on the handouts if you want to know more. But yes, Helena, please share some words with us.
Thank you very much for having me. Wow, thank you, both of you. Somebody nearly made me cry because I realized the Angolan story, the Angolan narrative, and what it means to be Angolan isn't just relegated to those borders that was cut by the Portuguese. How it's often spilled from all over the borders. I think when I think about restitution, I often think about my community, which is tied to the apartheid government. It's tied to people who were fleeing a war and were forced to fight in it. It is tied to refugees. It is tied to Germany through way of the Cold War. And I've always thought about what it means to return home, what it means to return people, what it meant for me to return home. And this performance that I'll be doing looks at that, that discussion of movement. I think being in Berlin and 1 year exactly, and trying to understand why am I here, and I think this conference, this gathering, sort of made sense why we are all here. That it's something maybe beyond us. Either we are here to collect spirits, to take back home, to restitute, to fix things, to maybe fully give the definition and understanding of what guilt is and how one does repair from that guilt.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot to go in there, and I think, I'll introduce your performance later. But I think, yeah, when we spoke about it, what is experienced, what is embodied rather in this effort to return is also, it's very instructive, and I think it allows us also to kind of enter into the problematics around this discourse on restitution. The aspects of it that we maybe tend to avoid because we see them weaponized by European bureaucrats, by museum bureaucrats, and who try to use these claims that we've all heard that, well, you Africans, you don't have the infrastructure, you don't have this, you don't have that. Samba, I know this is something that you've dealt with a lot, so maybe you could talk to us a little bit about how you engage with that, bad faith argument, but one that we do have to engage with.
I think one of the things that we realized when we had discussions with museum managers is that the artifacts have given them relevance and positioned them in the cultural space. So it's in their best interest to ensure that they continue controlling the narrative and how those objects and artifacts are controlled. The argument about infrastructure is unfortunately a real one. But the interesting thing about that argument as well is that the concept of a museum in the African community does not exist. We don't have museums. The artifacts were living objects. There were cultural heritages that were used every day. So which meant that they declined and they disintegrated and they made new ones until they were taken away and put in some storage place and preserved to be looked at as objects of curiosity. That's when that changed. That did not happen by the doing of Africans, it was the doing of the Europeans. And they use that still as an argument. I think what we need to do is assert that position as well, because maybe when the artifacts come back, they need to disintegrate, because a lot of them have been activated and deactivated in ways that they don't even exist anymore in their communities. So that's something that needs to be addressed, that I think is not being fully investigated or even interrogated. And even if we do want to go further and define the museum in our own terms, we also have to understand what that means. What does it mean to build a museum that will be able to hold the objects that will be restituted and returned? What does it mean to return the objects to the communities? And what are the negotiations and navigations that need to happen? Because it's not just going to happen like, oh, some of that is happening, and you can see the problems that are coming from there as well. So I think there needs to be a few steps that need to happen in between this process, and the Africans need to have the agency to be able to define and implement how that would work for them. Yeah. Did you want to?
I wanted to follow up on just that part and ask you, because you are doing the Women's History Museum, and in your presentation you speak so much about traditional indigenous knowledges, but can you speak also about why women's history in particular? And
yeah, we're talking about that just recently. I think we were compelled to set up the Women's History Museum because a lot of the narratives of women's histories have been obscured. But I think the thing to understand that in our communities, women, as I said earlier, they were revered. They were actually at the center of our communities. But colonization introduced patriarchy, which introduced discrimination of women, which we have now adopted as our own culture when it's actually not, right? And as a result of that, you've seen women being left out of narratives, of historiographies. And we felt it was important initially to center that narrative and return the woman to her rightful place at the center of community narratives, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll use this as another opportunity to do one thing, first of all, which is mention Savikwata again. I think this idea of restituting knowledge systems and languages around traditional practices is one that we're engaging with, in which, so with Savikwata, we, like I said, we exist in the southwest region of Cameroon and operate in the Anglophone region, which is at the moment undergoing a secessionist struggle. And within these conditions, where the Anglophone region is identifying, against the Francophone majority of Cameroon, there's this identitarian struggle which is existing on the basis of identities which are not our own. Just, Helena, I wanted to step in.
Sorry, I was actually, what you just touched on, the fact that it's being described Anglophone and Francophone. It's, no, no. It has to go beyond that we are now using, it's, I don't know, age old how the French and the British would fight each other, and no.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. You know, the issue is that is the basis on which people are identifying, you know, in a liberation struggle. You know, as has been the case in the broader anti-colonial struggle in the African context, that, you know, national consciousness was the basis for a freedom struggle, but it was a limited, you know, basis upon which to identify ourselves. You know, so. Or we've seen the pitfalls, you know, so-called pitfalls of national consciousness, as Fanon has expressed it, and we're seeing it today in Cameroon. And we're trying, you know, through art, through culture, through a re-identification of ourselves on the basis of what we're made up of, you know, who we are as Africans, you know, as people who, you know, should not be identifying ourselves on the basis of these obviously colonial demarcations. And so through art and through the restitution discourse, we're trying to, you know, kind of rediscover these traditions, not as, these cultures, not as, you know, static things that were, you know, that we need to kind of pluck and reinstate or restitute as they were, but to rediscover ourselves in struggle again, you know. So I think in that sense, the work the work that we're doing in Kwata is meant to try to, you know, through this discourse, apply, you know, these understandings of ourselves in a different way. Just to wrap the thought up, but I wanted to also find a way to bring in Sarah Imani, whose practice is also extremely relevant to this, and, you know, presents an angle to the discourse that, you know, is alien to some of us. And yeah, I'm wondering how, you know, what role you see for activists who are based here, who want to get engaged and want to kind of contribute to this struggle. What role you see for them?
Thank you. Before I answer that question, let me just for a sec go back to the bad faith argument that is made all over again. Because, and this is so interesting when we see what governments or the German government does with restitution claims right now, and actually like institutionally, where it's lodged in, it's with the Foreign Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they're in the Department of Foreign Cultural Affairs. So it's not it is not a part of colonial injustice. It's as colonial crimes. Hence, we are not talking about the law. It's about cultural affairs, cultural exchange, as important that is in terms of repair and new relations and stuff like that. But in terms of framing it as a right, actually, it's completely detrimental. And I think the argument that restitution is about fundamental rights under the German Constitution and human rights also speaks to that those are living objects and those are living within the people who have these rights and who relate to those belongings, to that cultural heritage, actually. So I think this is very, very important to. So for the role of activists, really, I think is first of all to bring that argument into the discourse, because it's still, and we've been working on this for a couple of years now, but it's, and maybe also because it's very alien, but it's just not really catching up. So, and obviously, if when you talk with politicians or institutions, especially, like, those encounters were horrible because they completely disregard that. And I mean, there are like declarations like the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, where there is clearly a clear right to access to one's culture, and they're saying this is not about colonialism; it's about indigenous people. As if this is, it's really, so it's really, really wrong. And I think this is something where activists from all, obviously legal activists, lawyers, you need activist lawyers as well. It's a horrible term as well, but still, you need that. But also you need to have that conversation, have those translations. And this, I think those translations are also very, very important.
Oh, sorry, this is exciting. I was in Venice last week or a week ago, and there was a big emphasis on indigeneity, and I was in a group of people and we were discussing who is indigenous and who isn't. And we were wondering in terms of the inclusion, of course, of the African artists and communities, and how do we define indigeneity in Africa? And we were like, okay, maybe we needed more artists within the main show. These laws and description of indigenous people, it's almost as if they're still not regarded as people. They still, like we're talking about elephants and they need rights, or right to land, safety. They still, and as important as the word and keeping knowledge and knowledge system, but just that word and that description, there's still a view that those who are categorized as indigenous are still not seen as human in some way. Yes. Yeah. That's, yeah. So it's interesting, and yeah.
Okay, I completely get what you're saying. First of all, what also is important, I mean, obviously then, yeah. So what is important when we talk about indigenous people as a legal category, one of the central elements of what constitutes indigenous people is self-identification. So it's exactly not that attributing this status to a people or to a person that is part of the community. And then also, because those are very broad rights, so that is interesting. So what I can do as someone, as a critical lawyer, and as a lawyer I hope that is able to listen to you, people like, is saying, okay, no, obviously, so this is not the route you want to take. So, and it's about your agency, so let's see what we can do with the other rights. And this is what I was trying to do, or to show with the right to a healthy and sustainable environment. There are so many different rights and different covenants, and obviously there's also the right to one's culture under the covenant of economic, social, and cultural rights. And so we can start there and interpret it in a way that opens up this very classical, so to speak, liberal right to concepts that are laid out in the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous People, but still leaves the agency and the self-determination aspect very much within the framework of a very classical liberal right.
I think I have two comments, which is just that one, I think that talking about the United Nations and supranational sort of like organizations in this particular moment is a little bit, I don't know, interesting or strange, just because we've seen just like how selectively it is that we see these definitions, etc., operated, or not operated, but like employed or deployed, like who is human, which rights count, and for which people at what time. These are, I think, even with what we were talking about with genocide and guilt, there's multiple cases at the ICJ right now, and I'm just curious about how do you sort of like work within these systems, you know, like while also consistently seeing how they've been really made to benefit the colonizer, the extractivist, etc. And I think that just Venice reminds me of a meme I saw, which was just this meme about like how is it 2024 and we still have national pavilions at Venice, which is just to say that are we not beyond the idea of art and artists as connected to national identity? And I'm going to bring that back to just the case of Namibia, which is to say that like with the German government and the Namibian government's sort of like agreement on was it called reconciliation? Yeah. Yes, I mean, just that it was a deal between governments and that the communities affected were not represented, right? And so nation states do not always represent the communities affected. When an object is restituted, it goes to the National Museum sometimes, right? Like, but it does not reach, like you said, the source community, the community of origin. So how do we talk about decolonial epistemologies and approaches to law or restitution
in a world that is fundamentally made up of nation states, according to European models of nation states. And yeah, I think that's it, yeah. And also just actually on the other side, like working within a country that is still trying to move within the world order set up by the formation of Europe-based nation states. How do you sort of like work with multiple cultures, multiple communities, and what is the relationship with sort of like what's going on with Europe and restitution?
Well, I'll speak to the whole idea of working within a Western epistemology. And that's something that we talk about a lot within our research, because we realized in doing research with the communities of origin is that the knowledge that is produced there is not validated. And if you look at the academic space in Zambia in particular, but also generally, I'll talk about Southern Africa because that's where I work the most, is that a lot of the academics are forced to align to research projects that speak to a Western ideology or epistemology, and because that's where the funding is. So even if they want to do research around knowledge production in indigenous communities, it's very hard to sell that unless somehow it speaks to something that appeals to the space where there's the funding. So one of the things we're doing is working with academics in Zambia and in the region to counter that, to encourage them to do research in indigenous communities, because there are spaces of validated knowledge production, and to also challenge the spaces of knowledge productions in museums and other institutions to start rethinking the idea of what research is or knowledge production is in some of the spaces that we're working in.
Okay. I mean, I couldn't agree more. The liberal concept of sovereignty that is completely tied to the nation state is in the center of the center of the problem, and how to engage with that. And with the joint declaration, which is the more technical term to the reconciliation agreement, is exactly about that and how affected communities need to be, and this is also their claim, obviously, by the Obermuller. And then again, it's this one declaration, because there's one thing, Article 18, that stipulates the free, informed, prior consent, which means a procedural right to be included. And also the right I also mentioned with the participation rights, they are within these frameworks. You can disregard the whole system, and I think it's so interesting, and critical lawyers, and I think I count myself into that, and sort of a schizophrenic state right now with the ICJ South Africa-Israel litigation, because now we really need to believe in this, because otherwise, because this is a moment of contestation by the Global South, from the Global South. And yeah, so it's interesting, because normally we would be very critical about institutions like the ICJ.
I have a question for both of you, for both Helena and Samba, which relates to some of the work, Samba, that you've done with the Disrupting and Reorienting Restitution Collective, in which you're trying to engage artists to produce works around the topic of restitution, whether that's around so-called practices of re-enchantment of artifacts that have been stolen, or of creating, as we saw with the project last year, in which the artist Mihayo Kalaye was invited to create a new ritual, a new kind of interpretation of a non-existing ritual. Which kind of draws in questions of how such rituals had been deemed, un-Christian or pagan, and how it then kind of such a performance lays bare this continued influence of Christianity on the society, and how that Christianity is a force that acts against the discovery or the activation of these traditions and these cultures. I'm wondering how you see answers potentially coming from artistic expression, whether that's from your side, Samba, with artists that you're working with, or you, Helena, as it relates to your practice. Maybe you could speak on that a bit.
Okay, that's a good question, and I think it's something that keeps us up at night a lot, because unfortunately the Christianizing effort did a very good job of erasing and displacing our cultural references, such that artists now, and it's not just artists that we work with, because we usually work with artists who create, but even musicians. It's an ongoing debate in Zambia about what makes Zambian music, or what makes Zambian textile, because we don't have definitive references that we can pinpoint and say, oh, that's distinctly Zambian, or it's always tied in with religion and the meaning of our culture and how it's attached to the religion, and how we must not do certain things because it's not Christian. So some of the work that we try to do, especially with young people, because they're the ones who are asking a lot of the questions on reference, like who are we, what is our culture, why is there a barrier? And the work that we're doing to remove the barrier is allowing them to get back to those spaces without feeling guilty about sinning, because that's still a huge thing. And also confronting the communities of Christian religions and Christian practice, that they should understand what the history of Christianity is. Like, there's nothing wrong if you want to practice Christianity, but as you practice it, understand the impact and its history and why it was in use. So that's an ongoing tension and debate. And for us in the intervening space, it's important for us to continue documenting and creating those reference points for artists to be able to access. I don't know if this is the experience with you.
So what I've started, I've always documented funerals in my community. And my community is very Christian, all the different denominations. But what I found, and also even growing up in South Africa, is that even in that Christian space, there's always some form of African spirituality, religion being practiced. There's like, it's sneaked in somehow, whether it's through song, through rites given. And in my observation of funerals, I record the singing that's being done, because it's being sung in the languages, local languages. I don't want to use vernac, but in like Ombundu, Chokwe, Ngangela. So because my community traveled from Angola, Namibia, South Africa, and all these languages that were picked up and of people coming together, it's recited. So for me, it's a form of archiving. As unfortunately as it is, it's through Christianity or singing of Christian songs, but there is an archiving happening there. The rites of a funeral, yes, there's the Christian part, but the fact that the body, there's a 7-day wake, sometimes longer, and the washing of the body, the burning of a fire, the burning of an ash, these are not, you know, I mean, even in amongst Catholicism, they are pagan. Because why are you lighting candles if you're not doing juju? Like, so there is, and I mean, 1 year here, I think I had to sort of also understand and reconfigure what prayer means, because there is no, I don't know, I worry about Berlin, and like, I think in African mother terms, it's like it's gone to the dark side. And I mean, in many ways, like, I feel that there is no spirit. And I think if you are African, you would understand, or if you're not from here, you would understand. There's just something in this air that is a bit too dark. So I had to re-understand what prayer means for myself personally. But in my practice, with my collective partner, Teresa Firmino, when we started this project of trying to understand where we came from, but also reclaiming our stories, because oftentimes it was academics trying to like understand, oh my word, black people working with white South Africans, oh, that's so controversial. And the white generals and their children trying to claim their history and, you know, have old memories of remembering the good old days, and still say things like, we were not racist, we are all children of God, but we abused you. So the stories that we were told and we were really remembering with the people in the community were often traumatic. So what we found was ways of creating tales, folk tales, fairy tales, in a way to make it understandable, to ease ourselves, to make it to comforting. So using metaphors, using animals as characters, using the things that we lived around, like the Okavango River, speaking of the moon in different stories and performances that we have made. And I guess in that way, maybe new cultures have started. And I also we try and remember where we came from, names and so on, but that we cannot remember, I guess we have to start somewhere to create something new so that there is a continuity instead of a immediate halt.
So I think we lost track of time, and I know that there are a lot of questions bubbling. So maybe we can take maximum 2 questions.
Yeah. Can I have 2 questions? Because two different. I'm not allowed. Okay, only one. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, my question is related to the topic of coloniality of extraction. Because I'm concerning on climate change communications and stuff, and then I do also communicating with the people who working in mining companies and stuff, and then they argue that no mining, no life. Kind of like a tricky statement, but sometimes I feel like it must be true. But the thing is that they have to communicate each other between these environmental activists and mining sectors. So my question is, what is your opinion on this argument?
Capitalism.
No, not me this time.
Sure? Okay. Okay, let's go this way. there was questions around nationality and the nation state and so on. And maybe I'm channeling one of my teachers, Donna Penny, who says that the nation is not negligible. And she says that for a couple of reasons, like where we are bound and are once unbound to the nation at the same time, regardless of what we think about it. We organize within a local place. And so a part of me is the tendency to say the nation is negligible. Let's move away into this transnational. It's a bit. It's utopian in some sense. So the question then, how do we do the nation differently if it is not negligible and we have to work within it, even as we are also trying to kind of like work out, challenge what it is now. So that's something I want us to maybe hear. I want to hear a little bit, because each of you are thinking in nations, in a particular geographical local place. And those local matters, even if the nation state constrains what tries to constrain what the local is trying to do. So simply, I'm trying to say, how do we do the nation differently when we are also within this, when we still have it now, when we have to work with it, within it?
But there's one more question. Should I ask? It's Billy.
Yeah, thank you for this. I think very insightful perspectives. I actually had two questions. But I'm going to stick to just one, which maybe also connects to the previous question. It was kind of very interesting, to hear all these different perspectives, also reflecting on the idea of the nation state and perhaps the different geographies. And I think if there's one thing that is true and known to, all of us, it's the fact that, restitution is not just about returning, these cultural entities to a particular geography. It's not just about the movement from one place to the other one, but it's, much more than that, as you articulated that. And I think maybe to what, Fanera was just mentioning, when we were speaking a lot about geographies, it actually reminded me about something Mancha Jawara once said, in a panel I was attending where he was. And he was actually inviting us to think about what it could actually mean, perhaps, to think about the restitution of these cultural entities. Let's take, for instance, the case of what we would define, to be Cameroon, because the truth is that some of these communities, were spread across the current, borders, we have. He was inviting us to think about maybe what it could mean to have these cultural entities restituted, for instance, to the Caribbean, because of the fact that some of the people found there originate from, Africa. And I think I just wanted to throw it, into the conversation and maybe just hear from you what you think, about that. Also in the sense that when we speak a lot about the knowledge, that is needed to perhaps reactivate or use, these cultural entities, I feel where, because of the epistemic violence, some of this was lost on the continent, we could find some of this answers, in the Caribbean. So I was just wondering what you think about that, for instance. Apparently we have another question. It's just 2 stones away from me.
Yeah, you said 2, but the list will continue. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for your input. I'm not an artist, but I always say we are all artists and we should all be artists, and that's what we apply in our day-to-day work. So we work with very vulnerable minority women in the countryside of Land Brandenburg. It's a beautiful place. And the women we work with are newcomer women. I don't like to use the word refugee because of the dehumanization and the disrespect and the political term, the political description connected to that. But the word refugee itself has no problem. And my question was about the Namibia situation. So the women we work with have so many different problems that they experience. And they are also placed in very disconnected areas where they don't have much contacts and connections. So, and they are forced to learn the language, the German language, and a lot of these women also are illiterate. They don't know, nobody's illiterate in my perspective, everybody's educated, but they don't know how to read and write in the sense of formal education ways. And I had once a Namibian lady telling me that in Namibia, the German areas, many Germans live in Namibia, and the areas they occupied, they force any woman or anybody to work there, the locals themselves, to speak German for them to even have domestic work there. And they do not integrate themselves. We are often connected to integration as newcomers into this community. I can talk about specifically Germany. And my interest was like, are there also the same way they have policies for us, human beings who migrated? And by the way, migration is a basic human right, and no human being is illegal. But back to my point, do they also learn the local language? Do they integrate into the Namibian culture, into the Namibian community? Because they force us to learn their language here and adapt to their culture and oppress us in this regard. That's one thing I would like to know. And the second thing is, I always question myself, why are there so many museums here in Germany where they make so much money when themselves are thieves and stole so many resources from others using it? Yeah, I will say it louder and louder, that's theft. There is no other way I can describe it. And they're not sharing the resources. So even if it's about returning, returning is one thing. But why not share the money they get? Because they created businesses in their museums where they take a lot of money from these resources they stole, the art pieces they stole from different, especially African countries. Why can't they even share the money? Because they employed themselves, they pay rent, they still... So I just don't know how to describe this, so now my activism is kicking in. But anyway, the thieves need to share the money they are getting every day. That's how I will close it. Thank you.
Can I start? Thank you so much for your question and your passions. So I will start by saying, as important as these panel discussions are, and most of the time we're talking about very heavy subjects, bringing ourselves here, and sometimes we carry these things as we go on our day-to-day. It's also important to remember that we're not experts on everything. Panelists are not experts on everything, and we don't have all the answers. Those questions you ask are beautiful and important, but should be directed to German nationals and the German government, and not us who come from these regions and are here struggling to utter a sentence in German. But it's important questions, but I think to ask them to people who are already asking other harder questions and also trying to find solutions is a bit not fair. But anyway, thank you. I want to answer your question on the mining. So it's in South Africa, and I'm sure in other parts of Southern Africa and Africa, there's a big problem. Besides mining, there's also illegal mining. There's a term for it called zamazama, which means basically to try. And there's a whole ecosystem. Most of the times, a lot of the zamazamas or people who are doing these jobs are immigrants or migrants from Zimbabwe, or unfortunately, that's what is being reported. So it's really people who are in very vulnerable situations and are given some money that they don't have to go do this dangerous job. And there's a whole now ecosystem built around mining. So you have the zamazamas, you have the miners who are hired, who are also risking their lives. Then there's a whole security around it. So there's a whole financial ecosystem around it. Unfortunately, we live in a world where we have to have money in order to just survive, to take your children to school, to just eat, which is frustrating and ridiculous. And the mining should not happen. It's just leave the things alone, but it's not the case. And I get when people say, if there's no mine, and that's the reality, there's no food. Then it's, what do we do then? How do we bring this whole system down, I guess?
If I, yeah, just, is it okay? Yes, okay, just very briefly, again, on the problem of extractivism and the question in mining. Actually, just a couple of weeks ago, there was a huge decision at the Inter-American Court of Human Rights in the La Oria case, where actually the plaintiff was a woman complaining against this company and the Peruvian state that the type of mining they were doing is violating, again, her right to the healthy and safe and sustainable environment. And the problem there, and this is, I think, these are the tactics of transnational, the big corporations, and I think this is, nowadays, these many of these mining companies, they give shares to their employers. So it's not even only dying or mining, but it's also you are invested in the company. And I think this is a very, very problematic tactic that needs to be addressed. I think also, and this is again a very technical legal answer to it, and it relates again also to the colonial continuities. We need to have stronger corporate liabilities of transnational, especially Western corporations, and also criminal corporate responsibility on the highest level before the International Criminal Court. This is some advocacy is needed there. Obviously, the Western states oppose it. That's the reason why. There are different, for instance, in France, there is corporate criminal responsibility, and there are cases brought against corporation, and we need to advocate. This is also an activist role, to advocate for these corporate criminal responsibility, especially for Western corporations.
I wanted to just talk about what Billy said about the Caribbean, or not quite exactly that, but because we've been talking about restitution, reparations. There is this CARICOM proposal for restitution or reparations, which I think has been articulated by a coalition of Caribbean nations. And it's really, I think it's really beautiful to me, because it does not center only the return of objects, or actually that's not at the center at all. What is articulated is the necessity for addressing the recovery of indigenous knowledges, of indigenous traditions, the need to address health for different islands in the Caribbean, just like, how do you build up public health care? How do you build up schools that help you with the restitution of languages? And I think that is a vision of reparations, restitution that moves away from what I think Europe has kind of tried to co-opt now with object-oriented restitution. Because, for instance, with France last year, there was this law that was passed, which was making it somewhat easier for certain countries to advance claims. Maybe, Sarah, maybe you know more about this, and maybe I'm getting it completely wrong. But I think there was a couple of... was making it easier for countries to claim the return of some objects, but at the same time, there is a clause within this act that says that, okay, but then you can't claim monetary compensation, right? So while object return may be the way that some of these countries, former colonizers, go in the future, they are cutting off avenues for other kinds of reparations. Wilda has her hand up.
I am a proud Puerto Rican, but not a proud daughter of colonialism. I was working quite a few years ago in Trinidad, and there was Puerto Rico was invited for a CARICOM convention, and before I had, you know how I am. I talked to the premier, ¿cómo se llama? To the I don't know that Prime Minister, and I said, excuse me, sir, but don't count on Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is not going to come, and explain that to him. Puerto Rico wants to keep being part of the United States of America. And I don't have neither the same, I am not proud. We are a country in constant, we call it a country. It's my country. It's where I was born. But that is a very difficult, and I don't know if there is going to be a solution for that, but I just have to really, in Puerto Rico we say, chotear bien duro. Chotear bien duro means when you are supposed to hold something that you shouldn't say, and then you cry it aloud. So, conmigo, Puerto Rico está bien choteado.
I just wanted to make a couple of points in reference to the idea of how do you do nation, and specifically for Africa, because I think we need to keep remembering that even the countries we call countries now are imagined orders. They're not real countries. They're lines that were drawn, several a century and some ago. And since then, we haven't renegotiated what we think of what nation is for us. I can talk about Zambia. Within Zambia, there are many nations within Zambia. The community that I come from formed part of the Congo, Angola, as you heard, and Zambia. And we still live in that same community and identify as that, even though we're in 3 different countries. So I think the conversation is with us about how we want to navigate the space legally at national and political level of what nationhood is and how we operate within our own regions and also with the global north. I don't think we've done that very well, and that's really on us. I think that's the comment I wanted to make on that. I hope that, okay, yes. And to my sister over there, let them share the money. We want it. But I think the problem with the artifacts as well, and this is a discussion we've been having with museum managers, is that when they collected those objects, because a lot of the times, sometimes it's not the museums who get the objects, but it's collectors or, researchers, and then they go and donate it to the museum. And the laws have been created around a lot of those artifacts and how they're managed and whether they can go back. And a lot of those laws would have to be changed, in order for us to get rightful access, whether it's to income or find partnerships and generating income together. Because remember, in our communities and societies, those objects were not commodities. But when they came here, they've been commodified, and income is generated from them. So there's that layer that needs to be discussed and interrogated as well in order for us to claim our rightful place in the negotiating space. And that's an important part of the discussion as well.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. No. Okay, sorry, I came here to give you. I think we will have to continue the discussion amongst ourselves because Helena has gone to prepare for her performance. So we'll take about a 20-minute break. Yeah, approximately 20 minutes, give or take a minute or two. So feel free to disperse, grab a drink, use the restroom, and yeah, Helena will perform, and then we'll have the keynote by Kamari Clarke. So please stick around for that. The bonus is that there's dinner. There's Nigerian food coming, so if you stay with us. Please start gathering your seats so we can start again.
to whisper. In Berlin, I learned of walls, separations, who is and who isn't. In Berlin, I learned of walls that fell down, walls that were created by barbed wire, fences, trenches, rifle and bullets. They fell down. But somehow, a divide still happens. Somehow, the division is still wide, high. In Berlin, I learned that there isn't any sand. I learned of cobbled roads, cement, marble and tiles. You have to buy a bag of potting soil that comes from Lord knows where, made by Lord knows what corporation. It is man-made, engineered, an attempt at precision, with this potting soil that is man-made, one attempts to grow, to find things, to create. Even though it's loose, and very, very unstable. In this Berlin, we learn about silence, how to whisper loudly.
In this Berlin, I learned that this man-made soil that is used for potting plants is the same soil that contains remains of ancestors that are longing for home, of ancestors that are being mourned, this loose ground that can be shifted, that is so unstable, in this loose ground that skeletons can never be buried in.
We're just going to clear the soil, and Renan will follow with with an introduction of Kamari Clarke, our keynote lecture for tonight. So please just hang tight, and yes, we'll be right with you. This is not a break.
Thank you so much. Hello. I'm inviting everyone to come back to your chair as we will resume the program. Again, thank you so much for staying with us. To those who are tuning in on our live stream, welcome to the last part of our conference, Gardens in Transition, Commitments, Obligations, and Practices. So we have been communing together since yesterday to reflect and also to immerse ourselves in different kind of realities and imaginations of transition. So we've been very, very lucky to have your presence, but also at the same time being guided by our critical friends and also our invited guests. So again, thank you, Helena, for that wonderful performance. It's been a while since we touched the soil, the ever-present soil, but also always weathering and always, falling into the cracks of our realities. So, yeah. We will start the penultimate, section of the program. So, yeah, please come back to your chair. So we have come to the last or the penultimate section of our conference. Almost the last, not in the sense of being the conclusion, but more of a bend in a river before it moves to many other tributaries and distribution. Sometimes it's a bifurcation, but never a dichotomy. This section is always of turbulence, where ecosystems get transformed physically, biologically. It is always a critical juncture. There has been abundance of junctures in the past 2 days. There has been an ethical and political insistence of humility in epistemology, practice, translation, and even appearance, like how to appear in the world to the public while convalescing in pain, remission, or while slowly becoming hopeless and restless. But today, the commune of speeches also puts forward the heart, not only as a metaphor, but an actual material condition and frame of becoming emotional. An emotionality, if not a melodrama, that dissolves partition. I'm very happy that this has been an emotional conference, because since did we stop becoming emotional, actually? I say this all to preface our keynote. I first learned about her work in a moment of despair when my heart was broken. And I always turned to her writings, her virtual presence, to check my palpitations. She once wrote an incisive and generative critique to the 2014 global campaign, Bring Back Our Girls, if we remember that case. Tonight, she will present Gardens of the Future, archives of knowledge and methods of radical possibility. She has opened my heart, and like many other speakers today in the past few days, that feeling is cognition. The body and the organ can be analytical and compassionate at the same time. I know it all sounds messy, but perhaps that is the arrhythmia of being alive now, of being and thinking in turmoil. Yesterday, I shared how captivated I am with the inverted banana heart that Lemming Monjoro painted in his work, Awareness of AIDS. I wanted to borrow that again in welcoming our keynote, in inviting her to imagine with us how can we change our heart. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Professor Kamari Maxine Clarke. Thank you.
Testing. Great, that's good, thanks. Thank you, Renan. Thank you for that welcome and introduction. It's good to be in Berlin, in Wedding, which I'm learning how to say. It's a Savvy and Wedding is a very different Berlin than the Berlin that I visited many, many, many times, coming to various universities here. It's a very different space, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you to Grace, to Moira, to the entire Savvy team for your hospitality, and what a phenomenal collaboration it's been with you over the last 3 weeks to actually get me here in the midst of the end of the semester, and really to brief me on the politics and issues here in Germany, as well as the commitments that you all have, and fundamentally to social change. But it's hard to be the final speaker, of course, when you're in the middle of Nigerian food that is to come, a party, drinks, and many other things, a long 2-day nourishing conference where people also want to be together. And so and this last act, performance conversation, is really a hard one to follow. But we thank her. I thank you, where is she, for sharing in that way. It really did hit a dear place in my heart. So what I'll do today is I will read some of my talk. I'll talk through some of it. And although I'm not offering the kind of artistic articulation of the affective, of the past, of remorse, and of possibility, I am today offering a politics of the emergent, a way of thinking otherwise. And I'm looking forward to the conversation that will follow. And of course, with this crowd, I feel at home. And I think it's really about thinking together at a time of difficulty, of war, of violence, and as we struggle to reclaim ourselves and to prioritize those things that matter to us, especially that of care for each other. The 21st century has seen a proliferation of conflict zones characterized by ongoing mass violence and forced disappearances. These conditions have led to large-scale destruction of human life and the displacement of sizable populations as unarmed civilians are caught in crossfires. From Mexico to Nigeria to Rwanda, Colombia, Syria, Myanmar, Sudan, Gaza, and on the list goes. Insecurity, poverty, and discontent over land have culminated in unprecedented forms of violence. And international communities have long grappled with these complexities of war and the deployment of appropriate tools, legal, political, to address such conflicts. Two recent international legal developments have once again brought the spotlight to the ongoing crisis in Gaza. South Africa's ICJ submission against Israel, and of late, Nicaragua's ICJ submission against Germany. Now, South Africa's decision to bring a case against Israel regarding violence in Gaza following the October 7th attack on Jews by Hamas centers on allegations of indiscriminate violence, illegal settlements, and violations of international humanitarian law against Palestinian civilians. The use of excessive force against Palestinian civilians, of course, including women and children, unarmed protesters, and the death of over 33,000 civilians, has certainly drawn widespread condemnation. South Africa's legal action seeks accountability for those alleged violations and calls for a just resolution to the conflict based on principles of equality, justice, and self-determination, reflecting its commitment to upholding human rights and international law. The historical parallels between apartheid South Africa and the situation in Gaza have influenced South Africa's stance, of course, on the Israel-Palestine conflict. The South African apartheid regime's oppressive policies and systematic discrimination against the majority black population, of course, resonate with the plight of Palestinians living under Israeli occupation. And then Nicaragua's decision to bring a case against Germany for violence in Gaza demonstrate the logic of state responsibility for both direct and indirect forms of violence. Germany's status now as a key ally of Israel and provider of military aid, of course, raises questions about its complicity in the violence perpetrated against Palestinians. Nicaragua's legal challenge aims to shed light on Germany's role in supporting Israel's military operations and to demand accountability for the resulting human suffering in Gaza. So by targeting Germany, of course, Nicaragua seeks to challenge the impunity enjoyed by powerful states and to emphasize the principle of state accountability under international law. Now, both sets of actions underscore the pursuit of accountability for human rights violations. The violence in Gaza and the inability to achieve a ceasefire against innocent civilians speak to the limits of international law unfolding in the contemporary UN arrangement. Of course, the Israeli government vehemently denies allegations of wrongdoing, asserting Israel's right to self-defense in the war against Hamas, and has rejected international scrutiny of its actions in Gaza. Similarly, Germany, as we'll see, is likely to contest Nicaragua's claims and argue against its legal liability for events in a foreign conflict zone. And in the end, if found culpable, the ICJ may ultimately be limited in its enforcement power. But really, both cases point to the affective dimensions as well as the expressive potential of human action beyond law's limits, and indicate emerging spaces from which to plant new gardens of possibility. They also offer a lens into the importance of the expressive nature of law, to offer commentary on what is permissible and what norms we ought to rethink and reinvigorate in order to reimagine our commitments, our obligations, as well as practices possible in relation to the creative capacity of law. So how can we sow a garden that produces a different kind of political, legal terrain? Today, my reflections take up the conference's call to think the contemporary by reconsidering its tools through the metaphor of gardens in transition, recognizing the social and political theaters in which states operate and the structural inequalities embedded in the law demand new modes of seeing and analyzing that don't currently fall within law's gaze. Identifying these forms and cultivating them as tools of transition available to promote radical rethinking of our world takes up the conference's call to consider commitments, obligations, and practices as central to what we owe each other. Today, I'll refer to such gardens in transition as pedagogies of the emergent. Let me just find. For they address the absence of justice in our world, but they also reflect the terrain for new possibilities. Synergies between the abolition of state violence and the generative practices that promote new modes of rectification of social inequality are what Ruthie Gilmore called rehearsals for living, and allow for innovations beyond the limits of the law. They involve new engagements, like the conference theme, these new commitments, and the recognition that the obligations we hold for each other are practices of envisioning what an otherwise approach to justice might look like. What would it take to think, and what will it take to think differently, to think otherwise, about core knowledges that have shaped what we understand to be law and justice in the world, especially in contexts in which legal solutions seem tenuous at best? And of course, we've seen over the course of the day conversations about human rights and international law instruments and the extent to which they're actually viable, the extent to which they failed us. Central to the argument today is that thinking otherwise involves adopting new pedagogies, at times abandoning the old, the state form, the inter-American system, whatever the system is that no longer serves us, and adopting a pedagogy of the emergent through which to imagine a world anew. The challenge for us today is that many contexts in law are expressive, and its expressive power is wrapped up in the performative speech acts that are measured through the idea that speech is often seen as producing effects, with the ability to transform the social reality that it describes. So, for example, in the ICJ case brought before South Africa, Israel is ordered to take all measures to prevent any acts that could be considered genocidal according to the 1948 Genocide Convention. The court can order, and this order performs the work of mitigation against harm, where the Speech Act does not produce effects. Thus, scholars like John Austin have referred to such speech acts as failed performatives. So where a speech act, when we make an utterance, if you think about a heterosexual marriage, a priest standing up and saying, "I now pronounce you man and wife," the idea there, of course, is that the speech act produces effects, and those effects are constitutive of new possibilities and material formations. And of course, it's John Austin who articulated it differently and suggested that where those effects aren't generative, they're seen as failed performatives. Now, and this is a problematic that Sara Ahmed takes up in her work, and in what we see in the case that Nicaragua brought before Germany, the official response was that, quote, Germany has always been an advocate for the promotion and strengthening of international humanitarian law and humanitarian principles, end quote. So that's a German official response. Now, in thinking about that speech act, the speech act that Germany has always, the speech act that affirms Germany's commitment, etc., we have another way of thinking about this question, and it's quite useful to reflect on Sara Ahmed's concept of the non-performative as a speech act that works by not producing the effects that it names, but by simply naming the desired result. So by not producing the effects that it names, but by simply naming the desired result. For Ahmed, certain speech acts are meant to fail. They're meant to name rather than act, diverting attention from the structural problems that underlie violence often in the first place. So non-performatives then are a reality of contemporary international justice discourse, and this is part of the problem. It's seductive. We use the language. We talk about human rights and human rights instruments. We talk about adjudication, ICJ decisions, criminal law verdicts, and of course they characterize our history of both international law advocacy and its transitional justice precursors. So whether Israel insists on its actions as self-defense or whether Germany insists that it is, quote, doing as much as it can to comply with state responsibility, the effects of those actions are not preserving lives. They simply assert an aspiration that has contrary effects. The challenge here then for thinking otherwise is to imagine what could be cultivated beyond those non-performatives? What is it about the life of the law? Do we abandon it? Do we reconceive it? Do we create it in our own image? It involves rethinking the sources of knowledge, of legality, of truth upon which we draw possible solutions. It's about expanding our archives so that they reflect the realities of our lives and in turn offer possibilities for rectifying deeply political problems. This undertaking is connected to the fact that for so many racialized and marginalized scholars and public intellectuals, academic, artistic, and legal work are not simply objective acts disarticulated from life. Rather, they often involve excavating a lived past and using that past as an impetus for theory building and as a lens into our world. They involve excavating a past of subordination, of violence, a past denied, a past that can never be fully known in some cases, yet asserts itself upon the present as truth-bearing and embodied in certainty. Following late Black feminist scholar Bell Hooks, critical scholarship from the position of intersectionality exploited and excluded means rejecting the historical domination of approaches focused on Europe's ontologies and logics, and instead creating an empowering form of speech and an explanatory knowledge domain that is creative, that is life-defending and life-producing. Termed talking back, I see lots of nods, very important generative text, and the practice itself termed talking back. Hooks's approach gave way to a way to clarify her place in the world, a place of making meaning, and quite literally, a life. As Hooks recounts, and I quote, "That initial act of talking back outside the home was empowering. It was the first of many acts of defiant speech that would make it possible for me to emerge as an independent thinker and writer. In retrospect, talking back became for me," she continues, "a rite of initiation. testing my courage, strengthening my commitment, preparing me for the days ahead, end quote. And she continues, moving from silence into speech is for the oppressed, the colonized, the exploited, and those who stand and struggle side by side, a gesture of defiance that heals and makes new life and new growth possible. It is that act of speech, of talking back, that is no mere gesture of empty words. That is the expression of our movement, from object to subject, the liberated voice, end quote. So the task then of thinking otherwise requires that we reconceptualize what law is and can be. It involves creating a space for talking back through proposals for a new social arrangement, talking back to laws that fail us, back to power relations that are unacceptable, and talking back from and across our differences and with the strength of our convergences. It calls on us to creatively remake our pursuit of a better future by reconceptualizing, and as we've heard today, the epistemologies, the methods, the forms of transmission that shape our world. It's a way of bringing about a future that we dare to imagine, in which we dare to imagine knowledge not simply in relation to Europe's post-war UN frameworks and their related instruments, classifications, and modes of power, but also outside of those frameworks. And even more fundamentally, this project of an otherwise approach entails reconceptualizing what it means to be human and resituating cosmologies of legality that fit uneasily with contemporary ontological worlds in ways that require new gardens and their related tools from which to envision what justice might look like and be. Today, I want to encourage us to embrace new and emerging justice forms as being about claiming the ability to speak, to take issue, and to refuse. This task requires an ability to engage in imagining the refashioning of a world whose tools and concepts can actually emancipate. For if current tools, the UN, constitutional provisions, courts, and laws, cannot provide the possibilities for real change in our world, if they cannot help us understand phenomena like structural inequality, if they cannot assist us in making sense of colonialism's persistent imbrication into social relations in more complex ways, then now is the time for disrupting business as usual toward actions that go beyond the inaction of law's non-performatives. Such transformations have recently found expression in the attempts to advance an approach to thinking otherwise through critical international law approaches that demand an opening or an opening up of law's absences and enable a rethinking of non-performatives that encumber international justice work. Now, over the past 20 years, approaches to justice, of course, have been focused on remedies epitomized by, we can even say epitomized by this recent South Africa's presence on the ICJ stage and related courts that fixate on the rule of law and ending impunity as solutions for preventing violence. Yet in reality, applying the force of these remedies has been profound and uneven. What justice will there be for hundreds who die daily in the pursuit of safer futures for themselves and their families, such as the US-Mexico desert, the Mediterranean Sea, the English Channel? What of those victimized by mass atrocity violence, who still continue to suffer the effects of that violence? What about families in Palestine stripped of land and life? The disappeared and children murdered in Mexico and Nigeria, Ukraine and Syria, Black American, Latinx, and indigenous people murdered again and again by the police. Farmers in Somalia and Kenya who can no longer survive the effects of climate change. What type of international justice tools would be required to achieve some measure of equitable justice for individuals and communities caught in the machinations of war, capitalism, the vicious effects of post-coloniality, white supremacy, and climate change? In my reflections today, I suggest that understanding contemporary challenges must take an otherwise approach to knowledge production in relation to who law is meant to serve and how histories of dispossession have occluded our abilities to see structural inequality, all of which are critical for reckoning with contemporary struggles. The past 2 days of this conference have afforded us the possibility of rethinking these futures of justice beyond the limits of our institutions, our histories, and our laws. To do this, we must begin to think otherwise and continue to think otherwise, to think of international justice as being other than what we've inherited and take for granted. The beyond is about a future where we dare to imagine justice not only in relation to legality, its instruments, its classifications, and its decontextualizations of what harm really is, but outside of it as a way to recontextualize what it means to be human. And as such, I want to encourage us to embrace the notion that criticality considers this question about new and emerging knowledge as justice understood as otherwise. This is about claiming the ability to speak, to take issue, to demand recognition as qualities that intimately relate to justice. It is about justice writ large, and it's certainly about the ability to engage in imagining and fashioning of a world whose tools and concepts go beyond non-performatives, but can actually emancipate. So we must begin with the otherwise project of cultivating gardens of the future by understanding where we are now and with a reckoning of how we got there. And it's that how we got there that is often occluded and that we've heard over the last few days. What does it mean to think justice otherwise in a world still set on the use of international legal tools at once coarse and rarefied in deeply socio-political contexts? In international justice circles, there are two key tenets that mark popular areas for articulation that certainly have over the last 30 years. One, the language of transitional justice, clarified through a range of truth commissions. And the second, the historical move to legal accountability mechanisms, which of course propelled a language of accountability, of the individualization of criminal responsibility. And here we see acts of genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, the crime of aggression, rising to a level of progressive legality, in fact. And in fact, if it wasn't a non-performative, we would actually believe that those tools could actually address the very problems that are structurally deep. Now, in relation to, let me say something about transitional justice forms, and then I'm going to also summarize something about the rise of international criminal law of two domains that have emerged. For international criminal law, I'll say a little bit about the Rwandan genocide, but for transitional justice, let me just turn to South Africa for a moment as we think about the rise of transitional justice to describe the problem of the rule of law in periods of political change, and often that's the definition that has been used. And as we know, moments of transition are often characterized by paradigm shifts. And scholars and practitioners have attempted to think about how we transform political, social, legal, and economic systems. And this has been the language and the work of transitional justice. And of course, by the way that I've started this talk, you know that deep and central to transitional justice work are non-performatives, in fact. And let me just say a little bit about those non-performatives in thinking about the South African context. And I'll do it quickly so I can jump into Rwanda and then conclude. The South African TRC, of course, was among the first to popularize this notion of TJ, transitional justice, the tool as a tool for human rights and as a tool for facilitating the transition to democratic forms of civic participation. A discourse of, in terms of speech acts, it was the discourse of forgiveness that emerged and marked the context in which South Africa was transitioning from a white supremacist society to a white dominant cultural hegemony supported by apartheid laws, which upheld these forms of domination. And so what we had then, you'll recall, South Africa established this TRC to document truth, what was known as truth about the past of the ruling apartheid regime and repair the consequences of race-based exclusions in South African life. And of course, the objection, stated or not, was to lead the nation through a collective transition from wounding and anger of victims to new possibilities. It was moralized that those who were able to forgive would gain the freedom of healing and be ultimately better off than those unable to do so. And you recall it was Bishop Tutu, the Archbishop Desmond Tutu, that chaired the TRC, and in many ways it was individual guilt, forgiveness, reconciliation, rather than the kind of discourses around fundamental institutional change that infused the logic that built the moral basis upon which transitional justice circulated. And so there are many moments of speech acts that were profound during that period. One of them, and I quote, "When I talk of forgiveness, I mean the belief that you can come out on the other side a better person than the one being consumed by anger and hatred." And this person continues, if you can find it in yourself to forgive, then you're no longer chained to the perpetrator. You can move on. You can even help the perpetrator to become a better person too, end quote. And so there are a range of narratives you'll recall from this period or in your reading, narratives in which ultimately people were being asked to forgive. And these speech acts, of course, were critical in the theater of justice in that context. For Albie Sachs, a former ANC activist, he underscored how central the TRC's open hearings were to its effectiveness. And he said, and I quote, "To me, the most important part of truth commissions was not the report, it was seeing on television the tears, the laments, the stories, the acknowledgements," end quote. And of course, this utterance highlights the ways in which emotional displays related to experiences of violence are and continue to be central to these new states of reconciliation. And so what we get from that is a text, a TRC of forgiveness. And of course, that functions to make the legalistic process appear successful in terms of its power to transform society, while also actually serving to preserve and even reinforce much of the status quo. So an example of non-performatives, that yes, indeed, they do the work of stating, and they are also effective, but then the question becomes, what of the structural conditions of inequality? And so for many, trying to forgive the injustice of apartheid involved a whole set of dualities that were not morally equivalent. They involved forgiving state agents who were paid to uphold racism, but they also involved reconciling the loss of loved ones who died in the struggle and the pain and suffering of those who survived, who committed their lives to fighting for human rights. In the end, the TRC fundamentally offered amnesties to agents of the South African Defense Force and placed the burden of forgiveness on survivors rather than holding perpetrators accountable. Now, what do we make of course, the non-performativity of forgiveness functioned in South Africa to restore the condition of impunity that white South African perpetrators enjoyed before and after political transition, with little change to the day-to-day inequalities endured by the majority of Black South Africans. And so the question then, moving to the final example, is how do we make sense of these failed instruments of transitional justice? what we see here is how human rights forgiveness discourses can function as legal non-performatives, as a typical justice event in which various Rwandans were gathered. A well-known musician and peace activist spoke about how God had shown him the way, and that because of the church's moral and political culpability during genocide, he was surprised that people found it hard to forgive Christians. He stressed that for him, quote, forgiveness had nothing to do with the perpetrator, but rather meant the release from the bondage of hatred, end quote. And here he reminded his constituencies that it was human beings who did this, that is the violence and the genocide. The culture of revenge reigns. Forgiveness should be our permanent attitude, end quote. And so the forgiveness and these non-performative certainly are at large in the ways that we might think about transitional justice as one of the domains that has been the basis for celebration around human rights and possibility. Now, the final example is that of criminal accountability and this individualization of criminal responsibility, around which international law tools that emerge from the UN and from the interwar period have become the basis for what is often celebrated as progressive change. And this is in many ways in keeping with some of the conversations that we just had, that the panelists just had about the actual tools, the nation, the state. Can we use the tools? Are the tools, is it just about creativity and the imagination, or do we have to rethink the tools in the first place? And here in this final example, in terms of the tools, I want to talk about the deep structures and continue to remind us of the extent to which legality has its limits. There are possibilities, but there are also deep-seated limits. And we can think about that in relation to the genocide in the Rwandan context. By the end of the 20th century, international criminal law discourses were broadly popularized and were seen as working on behalf of victims of mass atrocity violence. The language of no one should be above the law, of course, rose with the rise of international criminal jurisdiction and the place of the ICC and these ad hoc tribunals. And one of them, of course, was that of the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. Now, one of the challenges, though, conceptually in relation to the rise of international criminal jurisdiction has to do with how far back should we go to parse culpability and criminal responsibility for structural foundations of ethnic hatred, for example, or that prompted the dissemination and killing in Rwanda, for example, for the foundations of apartheid. Should it be 1993 to 94 in South Africa? Should it be, in the case of Israel and Palestine, do we go to October 7th? And talk about culpability in that context? Is it 1948? Is it 1920 when the British Mandate was assigned? Is it 1923 when Britain officially assumed control of Palestine? Is it earlier? In the case of Rwanda, another site of mass genocide, more than 800 Rwandans, of course, were killed as a result of the hateful logic of cleansing and eradication. And of course, many of us will know that that context really does point to the longue durée of structural violence in the Rwandan context, in which we have Tutsis, the Twas, and the Hutus, ethnic groups that become concretized with German and Belgian colonialism. And the institutionalization of those categories fundamentally led to hierarchicalization, the use of science to demarcate certain types of physical features, and the use of scientific racism to further entrench those distinctions. And so it's no surprise then, like other places in the world, that making sense of the nature of violence and genocide is long precedes the actual act, the actual criminal act. And this is one of the challenges, of course, with international criminal legality. Asking the question, who committed the crime, is not the same as asking the question, what are the conditions under which those crimes were viable in the first place? And so I'm sure for this audience, I don't have to go into the details, and the sad reality is that we see these patterns place and place, time and time again. The place of colonial entrenchment, the context around structural inequality, the pitting one group against another. This certainly is the context in the adjudication of crimes in Rwanda. The challenge is that it was the ICTR ruled that predating or postdating 1994 could not be used to support a count in genocide indictments. It ordered the withdrawal of all references to facts prior to 1994 from specific counts of various indictments. Restricting the ICTR's jurisdiction to 1994 precluded consideration of pre-genocidal acts, whether it was by Hutus, whether it was the culpability of foreign agents for their historic role, while also preventing accountability of atrocities committed by a range of operatives, including Tutsi operatives of the RPF. And so such technical temporal limitations then, in the context of the ICTR in relation to genocide, allowed the avoidance of redress of historic crimes, continuing, in fact, not just historic, but continuing crimes that actually seeded the structural conditions and that continue to make contemporary violence possible. And so these legal principles of law and non-retroactivity we see time and time again, and this is part of the foundational challenge around the use of tools that actually cannot answer the structural questions that we need answered. And the last 2 days certainly allow us to think about that problematic. The problematic relationship between the rise of a language and mechanism of transitional justice and the terms of international accountability show us that both adopted tools were meant to serve a domain for all, but allowed law's temporality, but disallowed law's temporality to be used in a way that was actually emancipatory. In reflecting on the predominant framework of international justice, then, what do we do when legal tools available to us don't actually provide the emancipatory possibilities to redress these forms of structural inequality? One step is to advance a new analytic that will move us beyond non-performative speech acts, buttressed by law, and instead advance a set of practices toward a new agenda for justice. That agenda begins with critical knowledge tools through which to address the intersection of politics, of law, and structural violence of categories and principles that are not life-producing. To do this requires rethinking our notion of what it means to be human in relation to understanding these inequalities and these collective responsibilities for justice. Okay, to wrap up then, thinking otherwise requires that we take up these questions in the defeat of the post-war, post-colonial liberal settlement. In this sense, thinking international justice otherwise involves continuing the work of anti-colonial projects without simply adopting the false humanisms and universalisms of the European Enlightenment. A framework that better reflects life-preserving freedoms might be found in a more radical reconceptualization. Take, for example, the humanism articulated across Africa through the concept of Ubuntu. And of course, there's been some critique of its deployment, but the thread here is that this humanism, the conceptualization, describes the notion that we are, and of course in Nelson Mandela's words, we are human only through the humanity of others. Here we see our achievements rest on the labor and successes of others, that the neoliberal singular rights-bearing individual is not the starting place. Our achievements rest on the labor and successes of others, and likewise our failures are the collective experiences and our responsibilities. In the Ubuntu worldview, there really is no individual in that sense. And so if international legality requires the individual, the culpability of an individual that's distinct and demarcated from the structuring conditions of those acts, then there certainly is a problem. So instead, I leave you with some thoughts, some reflections that involve radical alternatives to justice as life-sustaining possibilities as the political horizon. And a critical practice predicated on overturning a foundation premised on a relation between reason and those without the capacity to be reasonable. It involves moving beyond such Enlightenment distinctions and discourses of inclusiveness within a liberal order to an expanded category of humans in which the wake of the never-finished effects of colonialism, imperialism, the plantation, of racism, of nationalism, and caste distinctions take center stage. Today, the relationship between liberalism's freedoms, histories of violence, and the erasure of historical culpability exists alongside the very settler colonialism that has entrenched modernity in particular ways. Our contemporary notion of justice has always existed in relation to the triad of freedom, rights, and liberty, around which a particular imaginary of the state has laid claim. Yet we now recognize that the tools that have emerged from Europe's interwar past, tools that have never been able to acknowledge or rectify structural inequality nor give back what was taken, will never produce liberation. Thinking otherwise through radical horizons, thus, seeks to move beyond neoliberal values and their nefarious and damaging effects on human well-being. It involves formation of methodologies for knowledge production that respect a commitment to improving the world, while simultaneously grappling with a new domain of negotiation around what it means to be human and what it will take to mobilize law's expressive horizons toward life-preserving ends. This negotiation demands principles that reshape individual knowledge production and in the process provide us with new tools and foundations to advance justice in the 21st century. And so at this conference focused on gardens and transition, it's the building of new foundations of thinking otherwise, for repositioning ourselves in relation to liberal legality and using creative practices to build tools that go beyond U.S. colonial settlements. Like bell hooks, for us to talk back to the hegemony of liberal legality that so pervades our justice logic, our frameworks, and our categories, we'll need to resituate the world ahead. We'll need to resituate our work ahead beyond being objects of international legal logics to a movement from object to subject. So from Rwanda's innovative approaches to mass violence through, for example, gacaca courts, to the mobilizations for sanctions and divestments from Israel, to a range of key innovations around indigenous land, including the innovations around land acknowledgements, etc., to people's tribunals, people's courts, staging dissent in particular ways, to new modes of restructuring the UN Security Council vis-a-vis a General Assembly, not a Security Council, around which decisions of life-preserving possibility are rectified. For if international legal tools, methods, and mechanisms cannot by now promote the possibilities for real change in our world, if they function as non-performatives that cannot offer life-preserving needs, then we need to think creatively about how and on what terms transformations can and will take place. And in that light, for our purposes, to ask what are the new analytics for reframing justice in the 21st century? Do we abandon citizenship as a category? Do we abandon the state? And on what terms, over what durée? And of course, this question, for many of us, and I'm going to wrap up now, I promise. For many of us, of course, it's a question of, well, we can't just abandon citizenship as a category. We cannot abandon the colonial boundaries that continue to contribute to structural problems. And here, of course, I take inspiration from the work of people like Ruthie Gilmore, who speak of rehearsals for living, which is about not automatically abolishing everything all at once, but it's about putting in place the tenets through which we rehearse the aspirations that we live, that we claim, that we choose. And in this case, it's a moment to sit with innovation, right? To think that to refuse and to sit with innovation is to set up for ourselves the possibility, the transformative possibility in which, as we think otherwise about justice's future, we enact what that looks like. And it's where a pedagogy of the emergent as an approach to law's failures is critical. The emergent is characterized as dynamic, unpredictable, and reflective of an eminence of becoming. And that eminence of becoming often is uncomfortable, but this is really where art and creativity, and why I really love this coming together, and Savvy as an institution, because it's often when everyday people who are living in the world, who have been smitten by modernity's structures and forms, aren't able to see the beyond of those categories and classificatory systems. It's often art that enables us to go well beyond that, through dance, through speech, through visuality, that can refuse in ways that everyday practice might not as easily do. And so to end, recall how we began. South Africa bringing a case to the ICJ against Israel, and Nicaragua bringing a case against Germany. They are each agents using blunt tools to parse responsibility for violence. And though they cannot bring back the 33,000 lives, predominantly women and children, that have been lost by war in Gaza, both sets of cases are symptoms of a larger problem. The existence of an expressive case that will take many months to come to a verdict points to the limits of the law to preserve life, as well as law's inability at times to adjudicate over the longue durée, unless we imagine it differently. Because both examples allow us to see that we must take seriously the histories, the structural order, the moralities, and the social imaginaries that shape decision-making, and how those decisions are legitimized with the moral force of the past. And these, of course, are articulations of power. They structure future possibilities in particular ways, all the while exasperating pre-existing inequalities and differences in responsibility and accountability and obligation, as well as the making of histories. And so by expanding justice otherwise, that is, beyond Europe's post-war settlements, we can see how through principled commitments we can prioritize core values that actually can be life-producing. And one part of this is realizing that reshaping the problematic foundational ideas of the human as a liberal, rights-bearing subject requires pondering who and what is included or excluded from narrow individual categories such as that. But we cannot stop there. The emergent as a pedagogy of socio-political practice is even more valuable today for its potential contributions to decolonial knowledge. It's valuable not only as a space for relationships, but as a domain of possibility. As a foundation of pedagogy, it can provide a domain of knowledge production to render the absent present. But it can also allow for a reconceptualization of creative knowledge formations through which to make sense of emergent possibilities. So in search of creative spaces for making meanings out of duplicity or out of silence or even out of ambiguity, what we see is that transformations are about new possibilities for not only imagining the world, but for rehearsing justice otherwise within new gardens of possibility. Thank you. Did that come up? Oh, it did. Okay.
Hello. Again, thank you so much, Kamari. I invite you to a closing remark, but also that doubles as a Q&A. Again, thank you so much for taking us through so gently and with a lot of compassion to this proposal. I know it will take some time to kind of, process and yes, thank you. Everything that has been said. So I think in lieu of a closing remark, I think we wanted to open the floor as a form of annotation to what has been expressed. And I also wanted to express personally gratitude in terms of, I think, puncturing the questions that we hold so dear, but also at the same time, creating new perforations into, certain relationships to criticality that, of course, we have inherited from specific traditions or inheritance of modernity, whether subaltern or otherwise. So that is a lot of, grounding for, I think, all who have committed to the act of criticality. So the floor is open as a kind of, closing remarks and annotation. I can't really see. Yes, we'll take questions as maybe first 2 individual questions, and then we'll allow Kamari to respond to it, possibly as they might be intertwined. So maybe we can have a mic. I think we have one question, and then we'll take another one. A question, a remark, or a comment.
With all due respect, what is important for me and transformative for me is to have Harriet Tubman and Malcolm X back. Thank you.
It wasn't a question. Wilda said that with all due respect, it's important for her to have Harriet Tubman and Malcolm X back. Yeah.
Maybe one very concrete question. You were talking about Ubuntu. So what are you doing when you think about what to be human within the context of international criminal justice, and then the concept of the legal personality, legal subjectivity? I'm referring obviously to corporate responsibilities and the failings the international criminal justice system is doing there. And again, thank you also for your thought-provoking presentation. And I've just read an article by you in the Retrials, New Histories of International Criminal Law. And I also wanted to juxtapose that a little bit with what Angie just recently wrote about the 2 systems of reparations, where obviously then corporations are getting reparations from the post-colonial states on a regular basis. So there aren't failed performative acts, while reparations for colonial crimes are not happening. Even worse, how can international criminal justice respond to failed development policies, as you're saying, structural injustice? So when we think or rethink or reimagine justice, what would be international criminal justice look like from a decolonial perspective? And this is just, you're really an inspiration. Thank you.
I'll respond to the 2. So Malcolm X and Harriet Tubman are ever present. They haven't gone anywhere. So to respond to the first comment, you want Malcolm X and Harriet Tubman back. They haven't gone anywhere. So we agree. We want them back, and they are ever present. The second question about criminal culpability as well as reparations, etc. I mean, there's a tension there. Some people, my students even, will say, well, is law useful at all then? Are you saying are you an abolitionist and you want to absolutely eradicate the existence of law and legality? And of course I'm not saying that at all. And the work that I've done with the AU and the African court, and one of the component parts is criminal culpability, in fact, in the African court treaty, as well as a number of other things like toxic dumping. And there are ways that, and I think that you, in fact, made that point during your presentation, that we need to be creative. We need to think innovatively when we use blunt tools like the law to do particular things, in the same way that South Africa's claim isn't about the end result. It's about the expressive nature of that intervention in the context of what South Africa is and was in the history of apartheid. And so I think one of the problem is that we mistake justice with law, and we don't recognize the extent to which legality offers us tools to set norms, to establish what is permissible, what is acceptable, what is not, that there's strategic tools through which to do particular things. But the nature of structural inequality is that you have residual problems that are political. They're not legal. It's not law that will, law can play a role, but in many cases it's about political decisions, about how we value labor, how we pay for things that people do, how we prioritize and value, how we compensate, how we intervene, which are political. It's about the nature of the political. And so, which require political solutions, and law and its deployment creatively and substantively is one of the ways that can happen. So I like your point about criminal culpability, in fact, but the challenge is that what often happens, I think that as an expression of an intervention that's important, it's an important expression, and I fully support the introduction of that the African court and other domains as a space for jurisdiction for corporations. The reality is that once we have the emergence of criminal culpability in this African court around, say, toxic dumping or a number of other things, what we'll have is Western lawyers, 50, 60 of them, coming together to manipulate that domain as well through the very law that is supposed to be emancipatory or provide the intervention that we're hoping. And so I think it's to continue to recognize that it's not helpful to fall in love with the language of the law as if it is justice, but instead to think about the nature of the political and how we can use the cunning that is necessary to make the points, to assert new agendas, and then to enact political interventions.
We'd like to invite two individual questions as a second to the last cluster.
Yeah. So,
three questions, yes. And then, yeah. Is this okay?
Thank you for your lecture. I am just wondering, because then you use the word silence a couple of times, and I'm wondering what character of silence you mean. Is it loud silence, or is it quiet silence? Is it low-pitched? Is it kind of hushful? And what is its temporality? if in its character then it would have time, or its timelessness, I do not know.
Thank you for that question as well. That's interesting. And thank you so much for your talk. I could really sense and feel the way that you were really straddling two worlds as you were sharing with us. The world that we know and the destruction and the pain that you've detailed, but also showing us a world that can be, one that giving us permission to imagine a different way to be and to become. And I think it's very courageous, actually, what you are posing to us, this question of what does it mean to forgive and release ourselves from bondage and the world that we are actually collectively reproducing all the time instead of creating something different. And we've heard now so much about, you can't undo the master's house with the master's tools. And I think now, listening to you, it's clear that we need to stop talking about that and actually create and start actually moving past the criticality and actually into the creation. And my question is, how do we begin? And how can we do it in a way that is hopeful and beautiful and can really show the good in us, which is our real essence?
Thank you for these really beautiful provocations, motivations to think anew in this lecture, but really across the whole conference. I'm thinking through some of the frustrations around the human rights discourse, or this kind of reliance on somebody to grant us rights. And thinking, also tying it back into what we heard earlier about the legal subject and its relation to coloniality and the inequality of the legal subject. And I'm wondering if you might think of ways to imbue the legal subject, or there's this kind of reduction in being legible as the legal subject. And I'm wondering if you might think of ways in which the legal subject might be imbued with complexity, with multifacetedness, with intersectionality, with also mutability and ambiguity. And within that, if the legal subject changes our definition of the human, or pushing definitions of the human changes the legal subject.
Okay, great questions. What is the temporality of silence? I've never gotten that question before. I just love artists. I just love it. I absolutely love it. And it is the artists that will, when our people, it was Louis Riel who said, our people may sleep for the next 100 years. He was talking about indigenous people in North American contexts. But when they awaken, it will be artists who will provide the lead, who will provide the vocabulary, who will create and mark out what's permissible. And so I really love that question, what is the temporality? For the last year, I've been involved in a I've been a fellow at the Jackman Humanities Center at the University of Toronto, which is also where I'm a professor. And the theme for this year has been absence. And I've been working on a project toward a theory of absence through this pedagogy of the emergence that I'm discussing today. And one of the things about emergence is, one of the things about absence is that absence is presence. And there's a prevailing literature by Jacques Derrida, for example, who writes about specters. And there are a number of other scholars, Avery Gordon and others, who write about present absences. And that an absence is never present. A silence is always loud, yeah? That this duality or this dialectic happens alongside other things, that they happen, and often it's the ocular, it's what we see, what we allow ourselves to see and hear. There are things that we don't hear that are happening now in our space, yeah? And it's about the frame through which we can see and engage and recognize and render legible those sounds. I've never thought about, in relation to that work on silence and absence, what that temporality might be and how we go in and out of the ocular and of that kind of sensoria around sound, and when it stops, when it starts, and how it does. And so it's something to continue to think about. And I think this is where multimodality and interdisciplinarity is useful, to work and think with physicists and others who can help us to understand frequencies, and knowledge keepers and priests and priestesses of the Orisha and other things, who see and hear things that sometimes we don't see and hear, and continue to see and hear even when we stop seeing and hearing. And so I think it's a good question, and just to end with my reflections on that, I think what we're working against is a presumption, is modernity's presumption that with silence is absence. Yeah, and I think that was part of the question, and that the temporality opens up, inquiring about temporality opens up a different layer of complexities that I think that we need artists to continue to engage with us on. So thanks for that. I really love that question. It's something I want to continue to think about. The two worlds. This question about tools and showing what the world can be. I guess this is always the problem with possibility. It's that we sometimes we want uniformity or we want guides. And the challenge is that possibility often and also includes ugliness, yeah? Because you use the word beautiful, and that how do we do this? How do we take on a hopeful, beautiful, how do we enter? And the reality is that it's difficult, yeah? And where we stand and our position from which we step makes it even more difficult. Like over the last couple of years, our collective, the Radical Humanism Collective, we've been working with many more indigenous colleagues, artists, scholars, and it's been the most difficult. It's very easy to work with other Black folks who have Caribbean, African backgrounds who are familiar to me, and I know the language, I know the histories, I know the rhetoric, and I won't put my foot in my mouth. But when it comes to coalition work, it's very, very difficult. The very things that we think are considerate can actually be insulting, right? I mean, something as superficial as food, but also as when Ramadan is and when you hold an event. And I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And so intentions aren't enough. And I think here what I'm focusing on is the deliberative process, imagining democracy differently. When we think about governance and how we live our world, it starts with ourselves. What are the values? What are the commitments? And figuring out what the principles are that shape the values and commitments, and being willing to step back and say, I messed up, I got it wrong. This is not pretty or beautiful. In fact, this is very ugly. And this is me. And this is me because I'm a product of ugly things that made me, right? And I'm also a product of the beautiful, the beauty of our times, of our cultures, of our spirit. And those things come together to create combustion, very much in keeping with the themes around combustion and messiness and the dirt that not only has growth but has worms and parasites and all of those things that are part of the garden. And so this is, I'll just end with that by saying, I think the work on rehearsals for living, the abolitionist work that Angela Davis, Ruthie Gilmore, Robin Maynard, and others are doing is phenomenal. Because on one level, it is insisting that we determine what those principles are that we live by, what matters. And from those principles, we then seek to engage in the practices that reflect those principles, little by little, step by step, collaboration by collaboration, the way we write, who we cite, who we work with, who we bring on board, doing the hard work, and there's no universal. That's the problem, and I think that that's why human rights and international law is so attractive, because we have formulas. People who become scientists, my father was an engineer. He said, Max, if you pick a field where there are no answers, you will not sleep at night. Me, I go to bed at night. I figure out the formula, I solve it. When I sleep soundly. If you want to go into these get ready for sleepless nights. The answers are not easy ones, and social change is not easy. I mean, these are things you already know, and you've already suggested this in your question, but it's just to reaffirm that it's the longue durée. It's been many, many years of inequality and horrors of what it means to be human, and it will take many, many years to rectify and build beyond it, and also to excavate the things that are unintelligible to us. Someone earlier speaking about the medicine and the stories about holistic medicine that were never passed down because the missionaries taught otherwise. And what does it mean to reclaim that in partial view? What do we choose to recuperate and what we don't? And we recognize that it will always be fragmented. We can't reclaim what was, but we can reimagine new possibilities. And it's not just to say it, it's to do it. It's to do the hard work and share with each other and pass on that hard work. And I think that this place, Savi, is doing that. I think that was the reason I decided to come across the Atlantic and catch a flight and arrive this morning, because I read the concept note, had a conversation with Renan, and was really excited by the work happening here, which I didn't know was happening in this way, in this part of town. So it's really, really wonderful, and I think that's the hard work ahead. And then finally, and you called that credation. Who was the one that used the word credation? Someone talked about credation. I like that. I'll cite you on that. How do we begin was the question. And so finally, legal subjects. Yeah, this was this question, human rights discourse. You're going to have to remind me of this. I can't read my notes here, but you're talking about a reduction, something about the legal subject and the human.
One is, can the legal subject be viewed with complexity?
Yeah.
And I think which influences the definition of human influencing the legal subject, or vice versa?
Yeah, and I suppose you're also asking that question because said a few times, I talked about the rights-bearing subject as part of the problem. Is that, yeah? Okay, yeah. I absolutely agree. And in fact, the cunning around strategic legality and strategic jurisprudence, I think, speaks to my commitment to complexity around legality, in fact. The problem that we're dealing with is that contemporary modernity is about classification, it's about boundaries, it's about surveillance and state management of categories. It's about a whole set of things that many of us are refusing and have refused over time. But sometimes we use the very categories and tools to deploy for strategic ends. We saw a combustion of that with someone like Judith Butler's work, for example. I'm thinking about Butler and what happened in California when, during the midst of the feminist movement and the insistence on gender and its manifestation and materiality, you have someone like Judith Butler who emerges and says that, in fact, the very things that you think are normalized and naturalized are performative. What does that mean for a social movement? It's profoundly challenging, right? To say it's constructed and performative in particular ways, which means there are choices that we make, which can can release the balloon out of any social movement. And this is part of the problem. And so I raised that to say that, yes, in fact, what Butler was trying to do there is to both talk about the strategic uses of identity, the kinds of refusals that happen around these categories, but also alongside thinking about that is the strategic ways that we deploy law and that we can continue to do so for our purposes as we disrupt the very modernities categories that have consolidated humanity in particular ways. And so, yes, I absolutely think that the complexity around that is critical. And I'm really, in 2015, when I taught a feminist theory class at the University of Toronto. I was a visiting faculty at that time. And it was then that I started to understand that my students taught me what cisgender was and is, right? And the kind of language that has proliferated around pronouns and has amongst some become avant-garde and everyday. In 2015 and 2013 was part of a social movement that insisted on a difference beyond modernity's designs. And I think the complexity that then is being brought into innovative lawyering we're seeing in profound ways. And I think over the next years we'll see even more profundity where that's concerned. And that's the kind of strategic deployment that I think is important and useful, and that sits uneasily alongside the kind of innovation and the hegemony of these categories. So they sit side by side, and they will continue to do so, I think, so in this contemporary configuration. So yeah, thanks for that question.
So unfortunately, all the living and laboring soils that we have sowed in the past 2 days need to rest. So I think this is the moment for us to say thank you once again to Professor Kamari Clarke for
and thank you to you, and thank you to Savi for this phenomenal, impressive, courageous coming together and launch of a phenomenal program.
Thank you. And for the rest of our speakers and audience who stayed with us, thank you so much. And I'd like to invite my colleagues Billy, Mokia, and Meghna to join me on the stage. And this is the most exciting, satisfying part, because we will transition to dinner and we will say thank you first. So, yeah.
Thank you, Renan.
Yeah, well, thank you everyone. Thank you to the audience for staying with us until so late. There was so many things happening in Berlin this weekend, so we really appreciate having you all with us and accepting, the invitation. Thank you to all the speakers for so beautifully, articulating. For so beautifully articulating some of the, words, for addressing some of the questions we ask ourselves. We would like to, particularly thank again the speakers for accepting our invitations. Over the past 2 days, we had Kamari Clarke, Maliwu, Rada Iveković, John Njenga Karugia, Sarah Imani, Glenda Obermuller, Kanon through Ali Bakhtiari, Samba Yonga, Bodhari Wasame, Helena Uambembe, Savanna Morgan, Felisha Carenage, I was told, and Xavier Robles de Medina. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, and also, I was a bit distracted, but I also want to take time and acknowledge, I don't think, we can call them students, but thank you for so generously sharing your research with us. Ragil, Huda, Jorge, Vega, Eman, Karmani, Roberto Azola, Joel Zuna, and Hibatolah Nassiri. Thank you very much for joining us.
It's going to be a long list of names, and we will almost certainly leave some names out because Savi is huge. But the Savi team is Renan Larouan, Sagal Farah, Billy Fo, Hajra, Haidar, Karar, Anna Yega, myself, Meghna Singh, Abhishek Nilamber, Grace Bagat, Lema Sikod, Juan Pablo Garcia Sosa, Aditi Kapoor, Vanessa Garcia. Savi Contemporaries also Linhan Baladbat Helbok, Bonabel, Onur Chimen, Ana Fasolato, Raisa Galofre, Manuela Garcia Aldana, Danielis Hernandez, Laura Klöckner, Lisa Kologe, Kelly Krugman, Matthew Hansen, Rafael Lazar, Nancy Nassar Aldin, Bonaventure Sobejeng Dikung, Lili Shomogji. I tried. Ola Zielinska. Okay.
So the reason we do this, the calling out of all the people who have been behind this, is because there are so many invisible, seemingly invisible, hands and minds that participate in and contribute to the realization of a project like this. And I'm just going to mention a few more. We've written external here, but they're very much present with us today. Evans Uambembe, live streaming by Boiling Head Media, who are Ranav and Elizabeth in the back over there. We have Ray Domurat, Jesse Omago, Susanna Tik, Marvin Sistermans, Dujan Rodic, Alessandro Longo, Elvis Ecole, and we have food by Afrobase. Yeah, Afrobase. And of course, Savi is a non-profit space. We rely on funding, project funding, and times are dire. I don't know if you've seen what's happening out there, but this time we were funded by die Beauftragte der Bundesregierung für Kultur und Medien. So many thanks for that.
On that note, I wasn't planning to say that, but we have a circle of friends, the Savi friends, that if you like what we do and want to give us a bit more independence from certain funds, then you can do that. It's actually with a yearly subscription that would support us that is less than what a donor costs now a month, so €4.50. as the monthly support that you could start with, and that gives us a lot of freedom to do what we do in a somewhat freer way. So thanks for that, considering that kind of support.
No, I have it. Yeah. We said a lot of names, and we have dinner as well now, but we're not done. We're not closed yet. We said yesterday when we go together, we go slow, and we have gone slow. But we have now with us Ayham Allouch, who is going to be playing music. And Ayham is playing music today that ranges from an archaeological exploration into memory, into evoking rhythms that span from the Levant region and North Africa all the way to South Africa. Ayham was born in Damascus, Syria, I can say that word. He's a sound and multidisciplinary artist based in Berlin. He engages in sound installations, incorporating 3D video collaborations, experimental art documentaries, and live performances. Ayham's works are deeply rooted in his experiences with displacement and immigration, which influence his expression in spirituality, philosophy, and his inner work. He's dedicated to reflecting on social issues and constructing decolonial narratives through his art. We're going to set up for Ayham here now, but please stay with us, and please stay with Ayham and his music.
Just as an absolute final word, thank you, all of you, for joining us. This would not have been possible without all of you. So thanks again.